Tabling of documents. Premièrement, à l'article 79.
Pursuant to provision 79.2 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Report on the Fiscal Sustainability 2018.
Lay upon the table the report of the Privacy Commissioner on the application of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act and the Privacy Act for the year 2017-2018. Pursuant to Standing Order 108-3H, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Thank you. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees.
Bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions between the parties. If you ask for it, you will find there is unanimous consent for the adoption of the following motion. That at the end of today's debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of the member for Saskatoon West, all questions be deemed to have been disposed of, and that a recorded division be held on Tuesday, October 18, at the end of oral questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? The House has heard. No? The honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the translation said October 18th. I think that translation was incorrect. Should it be October 2nd?
Deputy Hochelaga.
Wait.
Yes, on the motion it says October 2nd, next Tuesday after oral questions. Does it please the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Oh, excusez-moi. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to present a petition on behalf of my constituents that are concerned about the future of their pensions, and particularly related to Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act. Security in your retirement is really important to all Canadians, certainly important to the people of Kootenay, Columbia, and basically they're asking that the government withdraw Bill C-27. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House to present a petition from Canadian youth. These young Canadians ask for the House of Commons to give serious consideration to the facts relating to the climate crisis, that Canada has endorsed the Paris Agreement but doesn't yet have a target consistent with Paris. These youth petitioners and those who care deeply about youth call on the House of Commons to develop urgently a meaningful plan for response to the climate crisis. They provide further details within the petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Tamil Canadians and their allies in solidarity with the courageous efforts of protesting Tamil families that disappeared from the north and east of the island. Beginning in February 2017, families that disappeared protested continuously across the north and east for over 500 days. The petitioners are seeking, first, the release of the list of surrenderees from the end of the armed conflict, B, the release of list of all the past and present secret detention centers held in Sri Lanka, and the release of a list of those held under the Draconian Prevention of Terrorism Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Business of supply. Debate on an opposition motion on housing as a human right in the name of Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Suite, moves that given a housing crisis is raging in Canada and that 90% of the funding for the government's national housing strategy will only flow after the next election, and that much of the funding depends on collaboration with provincial governments and the private sector, the House call on the government to A, recognize the right to housing as a human right, and B, bring forward 50% of the strategy's funding before the next election to invest in 1, housing for Indigenous communities, 2, the construction of new affordable housing, new social housing units, and new co-op units, 3, a plan to end homelessness, 4, the renovation of existing social housing and old housing stock, 5, the expansion of rent supplements, 6, the administration of programs that meet the special needs of seniors and persons with reduced mobility. Debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, a safe and affordable place to call home isn't a reality for many living in my riding. And heading into the final year of the government's mandate, I had hoped we would see something different for the people I represent. Rents have doubled in the last 10 years in Saskatchewan without a similar rise in wages or income supports for people living with disabilities, single parents, and seniors. Currently in Saskatchewan, we have the highest unemployment rate outside of the Atlantic provinces. Life is tough, very tough, for far too many people in Saskatchewan. Invariably, Mr. Speaker, when I'm out and about attending events and meeting with constituents, the conversation turns to housing and people struggling to find safe, affordable place to call home. But this summer, Mr. Speaker, the situation for many has become even worse. Why? Because shortly after the Saskatchewan government signed on to the principles of the new provincial territorial framework with the federal government on housing, our provincial government cut the provincial rental supplement. As of July 1st, this important support for people in my province, in my riding, was ended. Shame. So what does that mean? Well, for Amanda, a single mother in Saskatoon with 3 young children who lost her job last fall, it means living in fear of also losing her home. Amanda is receiving income support from the provincial government through their transitional employment allowance, and that includes a rental supplement. Her $1,000 a month transitional allowance plus a rental supplement of $331 means that 65% of her income goes to her monthly rent. That means she has $481 left for groceries, utilities, clothes. And it means living every day with the anxiety and stress that she will lose her rental supplement, and if that happens, what will happen? Over 14,000 people in Saskatchewan depend on the rental supplement to afford a place to live. The Saskatoon Action Plan on Homelessness, a community-based leadership group, has helped find safe, affordable housing for over 800 people in Saskatoon. And the vast majority of people helped counted on that rental supplement. Of course, this reality is not unique in my community, my city, my province. It is a reality for far too many people across the country. At least 235,000 households in Canada experience homelessness in any given year. Over 1 million households pay over 30% of their income for rent, and 400,000 people of those pay over 50% of their income on rent. I consider that a crisis, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not alone. It is the general consensus that as a country, we must tackle this crisis now. In 2016, the mayors of Canada's largest cities estimated there were more than 170,000 people waiting for subsidized housing. Many people on those waiting lists will become homeless while they're waiting. 1 in 15 Aboriginal people in urban centres are homeless. Occupancy rates for emergency shelters are 90%, up 10% over the last while. And of that group that is using shelters more are families with children. They are the fastest growing percentage of those accessing shelters. Today's motion is about getting the government to step up sooner rather than later, to match government action to the urgency of the issue, to match government action and timelines to the reality too many Canadians are living with, no place to call home. A national organization I found said it best when describing where we find ourselves. High stakes, but clear choices. That seems to sum it up. I don't agree with the federal government's current choices. The largest percentage of the federal government investment comes after the next election. New investments are minimal. We've had a lot of fanfare, a rejigging of programs, and an underwhelming target set. I don't see a government standing up and leading the way forward. Today's motion is about putting on the table the path forward for this government and our country to truly tackle the housing and homelessness crisis. I would also like to make note that the only time we parliamentarians as a House of Commons have debated this crisis is when my NDP colleagues and I have tabled bills and motions. I have said on a number of occasions in this House, this debate needs to and must happen in order to hold the government to account, to turn their great words and strategies into action. As the mandate of this government progresses, as the fanfare around the national housing strategy fades, we see a government stepping back from the leadership and investment needed to meet the crisis we are in. One of the key pillars of the national housing strategy, and I quote from the document, the strategy will first focus on the most vulnerable Canadians. This includes women and children fleeing violence, seniors, Indigenous people, people living with disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, veterans, and young adults. And I agree, but I don't see this priority in action nor prioritized in the investments to date by this government. If this in fact were true, why is the Canada Housing Benefit not being launched until 2020-21, after the next federal election? The Canada Housing Benefit is the transformative change we needed to immediately deal with the lack of affordable housing in Canada. This pillar of the strategy must happen sooner, Mr. Speaker, rather than later. The Canada Social Housing Benefit could transform lives immediately. Bringing forward the planned investment in the Canada Housing Benefit to next year's budget could mean over 250,000 low-income households in Canada would be able to afford rent. This is just one example, one initiative that, if brought forward, would actually make people's lives better. The federal government can afford to do more, and it must do more. It's been over 30 years since the federal government really took a leadership role in housing in this country. And this backing out of a commitment to and invest in affordable housing has really given rise to the crisis we're in today. It's a big part of it. One aspect of this offloading has been the rise in the capital repair deficit for social housing, which now stands in excess of $1.3 billion. The government has extended the operating agreements which were due to expire. And this was an important first step, but is only a stopgap measure for now. Those housing providers who provide housing to the most vulnerable, who must provide deep subsidies so rent remains affordable, are in immediate need of support for capital repairs. The government must inject immediate investment so that we hang on to these very important social assets in our community. A specific strategy for Indigenous peoples, those living in remote, rural, and northern communities, and for those living in urban centres, has yet to materialize. It got a mention in the National Housing Strategy, but we have yet to see real progress and a concerted effort by the government, despite stating it was a priority for the National Housing Strategy. Francis Sanderson and Mark Markle, the co-chairs of the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association's Urban Aboriginal Housing Advisory Committee, stated, if the government fails to step up with continued funding, we will, sadly, see a rise in the already devastating Aboriginal homeless population. And this government, of course, is more than well aware of the crisis of housing in First Nations. 40% of homes on First Nations are in need of major repairs, and 35% aren't suitable for the family size. So far, the government has only invested in 3% of the funding that's actually needed to improve the situation. And I'm afraid the so-called innovation contest announced this summer for housing ideas on First Nations is insulting. Mr. Speaker, budgets are about priorities, and we have yet to see a budget, I feel, by this government that tells Canadians the housing and homeless crisis is as important as the government keeps telling us it is. For people like Amanda and the 14,000 people in Saskatchewan who are finding out they can't count on their provincial government, they are counting on this Liberal government to step up now. While building more affordable rental housing is critical, we cannot build our way out of the immediate term of the affordability crisis renters face today. The government must move up their investment in Canada Housing Benefit. That's the action and the leadership we must see. I wish to end my comments on the government's commitment to legislate a right to housing. From when the Prime Minister stated over a year ago, housing rights are human rights, we have seen what appears to be a stepping back by this government on legislating a right to housing. We have heard that the government's own consultations gave rise to a consensus that legislation be enacted to explicitly recognize the right to housing. And so I ask the government to follow through on this publicly stated commitment that will allow citizens to hold their government to account to what is and must be a basic human right, the right to a safe, affordable place to call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to, through you, to thank the member opposite for bringing this motion forward. It is never a bad day in the House of Commons when we're talking about housing, the housing needs of Canadians, and in particular the issue that she raised around Indigenous housing, both on and off reserve in cities and in rural and remote areas. I also would like to thank the member opposite for a sustained focus on the need to do better and the need to accelerate. We all share those goals. We all share the commitment to reversing 25 years of federal absence on this policy. There were attempts to get back into the federal housing field. There was a budget that clearly put the homeless partnership strategy in place. Minister Claudette Bradshaw was one of the heroes of the housing activists across this country when she brought the federal government back to that file. And I also would remind the member opposite that a national accord was signed in 2004 with Minister Joe Fontana that set 10 years of funding until the last government let that wind down and put thousands of Canadians at risk. My question is this. She has said she wants to bring money forward. Every housing expert we have talked to in the country says you build a housing program progressively year after year. If you front-end load a program, inflation and need and sustained subsidies disappear in the back end, and you de-house people with a policy that's designed that way. Not a single expert in the country has advised us to front-end load a program. Why does the NDP think front-end loading the program is the right way to go when no expert agrees with them?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and I do want to echo that the federal government did step out of housing 30 years ago, and there have been steps into it, and in particular, Claudette Bradshaw's leadership around the homelessness partnering strategy, and that is a piece that this federal government has continued to work on and to add funds to. Mr. Speaker, through you, I don't agree that every single expert in the country does not agree that the Canada Housing Benefit isn't something we could bring forward sooner that would actually help people immediately while we do the other hard work to build more affordable housing. I hear what he has to say, but through you, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with that assessment that every expert feels that what they're doing is the right way to go. I don't agree.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I'd really like to thank the member for your speech and for always working so hard on this file. One thing that she did mention was about the challenge that they put for Indigenous housing. And you mentioned it and you kind of scuffed it off, or the member kind of scuffed it off because we saw this challenge being put out. But since this government has taken hold in 2015, they talk about reconciliation all of the time. Can the member share with me what she has seen in the last 3 years that have actually impacted Indigenous houses in a positive way, or is it all a facade as I see it?
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. And I guess what I will say is this. I haven't seen the rhetoric match the action when it comes to housing, and in particular housing on First Nations. I think when you have minimal investment that doesn't even get even anywhere near to solving the problem, when you have a sort of contest as a way to sort of talk like and sound like you're sort of doing something around housing, I don't feel that that reflects an attitude towards reconciliation that I would support. I do feel this government has made attempts. I don't feel they've gone far enough. I feel they need to raise it up quite a bit to fit the rhetoric that we're hearing in our communities, that this relationship is the one that's most important to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons le temps juste pour une brève.
We have time for a brief question. So the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Brief question. I want to also join other members here in thanking the Honourable Member for bringing forward an opposition supply day motion to talk about housing. And I agree with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's never a bad day when we do that. I share the sense that we could be doing more sooner, but I also hear the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that front-end loading may not be the right way. I wonder if the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West can share with us the balance that we need to get to put more housing in place sooner without falling into the worrying trap put forward by the Parliamentary Secretary.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. I think when it came to the National Housing Strategy, I agreed with their steps back into the crisis and being able to help those who are most vulnerable. And I mentioned those folks in my speech. And I felt that the way we could do that is to help the most vulnerable, those people that are homeless now or on the verge of being homeless, like Amanda, I spoke about her in my speech, that are on the verge of not having a home. That the Canada Housing Benefit was a way to step in immediately. It told provinces, it told people in my community that the federal government understood what the crisis is and they were there to help them immediately. And that is the best way, I think, to step in right away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Please, the débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor to be able to speak to my colleague's motion. When I was named critic for housing, something I had been interested in for years, I feel it is a right. And the choice of words is important. This is a fundamental right which should be treated as such. In 1976, Canada recognized a socio-economic cultural pact where it acknowledged the right to housing. There is even an international treaty, but we should pass legislation in this House to make it a legal right. Right now, we do not recognize the right of all people to housing. In order to comply with international obligations, the government must, 1, integrate the right to housing in human rights legislation and bring in all necessary measures so that this fundamental right can happen. Mr. Speaker, let's look at housing throughout the country. When we do, we see that various governments have not taken necessary measures to eliminate accessibility to this right. We talk about a housing crisis in Canada, the increase in the cost of rent, the lack of renting spaces, the lack of funding, appropriate funding for social housing. Some people spend more than 30% of their income on housing, and there are many, many homeless people. This is a crisis. Canadian society, the Canadian Housing Society, says that something is still affordable if it doesn't affect more than 32% of income. 24% of households, that's 1 household in 4 in Canada, spend more than 30% of their total income on housing. For renters, it's even higher. But households have an absolute need for housing, and sometimes they have to choose between housing and other critical needs. It is unacceptable that a person should, for example, have to choose between paying for groceries and paying their rent. We need the firm support of this House to get the government to support its obligations. We need a national strategy for housing. The basic problem with their strategy is that the Liberals don't follow their words with actions. We need to have a good discussion with the Minister of Finance. There was an announcement of funds to be invested in social housing, but 80% of these funds will only be spent in the last year of the mandate. It seems that they wanted to hold back 90% till the last year, but perhaps they will reconsider and begin to meet their international obligations and also do something because it's a pre-electoral period. A majority of the money announced has to do with will need to be increased collaboration with our provincial and territorial partners. But we don't yet know if we have their consent. How long will it take before households dealing with these problems see the money? They should release the monies earmarked for social housing before the next election and invest this money in Indigenous housing, the construction of new affordable housing, social housing, and new housing co-ops in order to put an end to homelessness. We need more social housing, and we need for people to have supplements for rent. We also need to take care of seniors and people with reduced mobility. Now, I'd like to deal with certain points. The housing situation in Indigenous communities is nothing short of disastrous. Now, the federal government has full jurisdiction in this area and a fiduciary duty. Federal authorities are aware of the situation, and in response to a request for information put by my colleague, the member for Timmins James Bay, with respect to infrastructure for First Nations, and he talked about the state of housing. And this was the answer. According to a study based on an inquiry in 2006, the housing problems will continue to deteriorate. Another study between 2009 and 2012, they talked about the necessity of reducing the number of people per household and to be able to reach the Canadian average of 2.5. People live in housing that needs major repairs, and this is 51% of housing units. Despite this situation, which is known by the department, it's only 3% of what is necessary has been done. If we take into consideration the necessity for a great number of units to be built, we can see that the government is not meeting its obligations in terms of housing for Indigenous people. There should be new social housing, new cooperative housing, and repair of existing housing. Now, Mr. Speaker, this has been a very important issue to me for a very long time. Now, when we look at what the government has done in the sector of social housing, more than 6,000 social housing units have been built in Canada because of agreements with the government. There have been certain subsidies given to people in order that they not have to spend more than 30% of their income on housing. From 2006 to 2013, agreements started to expire with the consequences you can imagine. There is now 140,000 units that are needed. Now, let's give the present government credit for allocating temporary funds. In the meantime, there are people in my riding who are paying 65, who are paying a huge percentage of their income on housing. Some people spend 65 to 75% of their income. Now, this is a person who cannot work and who's dealing on social benefits in order to survive. We've heard some people during the election campaign that people who have to spend 65 to 75% of their income and they have very little left to live on. Mr. Speaker, if I had even 20 minutes, I wouldn't have enough time to say everything I want to say. I'll end on this. For some interveners, I'm happy to see the government's will to bring in a strategy, a housing strategy. I was happy, but then reality caught up with the facts. The government has to act immediately. I hope the government will listen to reason and bring in this strategy and act on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Family, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague for all the work she's done over many years to encourage the Canadian government to be back on the scene in terms of social housing. I'd like to congratulate her personally and encourage her to work even harder to make sure that over the next 10 years the Canadian government really is back in terms of helping Canadian families. Now, over the $40 billion to be invested in housing strategy, a third will have happened between 2015 and 2019, and the rest in the years to follow. The Honourable Member for HoC. I thank the Minister for his work and for his kind words to me. I enjoy working with him, and I know that he listens to me when I go to see him, and I do thank him for that. But I don't agree with everything he said. This $40 billion, this is a figure that is somewhat exaggerated. In the budget that the Finance Minister brought in, this is a period of money for over 11 years, and a part of this budget will be taken up by provinces and territories. Now, if a province does not have the means or doesn't want to spend this money on housing, what will happen to the federal monies? Well, it remains on the table and doesn't go to helping people. So this isn't $40 billion, it's a lot less than that. This is a figure that is exaggerated because we include the money to be spent by other jurisdictions. And a good part of the budget will be spent in 2019, an electoral year, and even more after a next following election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for comments and just to illustrate as well that I've had the privilege of working with housing groups in the Waterloo region who are working hard to provide adequate housing and affordable housing for people. I've had the privilege of serving on a committee with them, and I certainly applaud the efforts of all of these groups. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're missing one big piece of the puzzle in this motion today. People are losing jobs, our colleagues are saying, and I agree with that. So we need to look at what is causing this increased housing crisis. Why are people losing jobs? Well, Mr. Speaker, it's largely because of the mismanagement of this government on the economic principles that make our country strong. People are losing jobs because of uncertainty on NAFTA, because of the failure to build Energy East and Trans Mountain pipeline expansion. These are all causing huge losses of jobs for Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, why in this motion would there not be at least one word about private sector, about the economy, about the need for people to find meaningful jobs that they can afford to buy a house? There's nothing in here that allows the free market to bear a great part of their responsibility for housing, which they want to do if the economic principles would be in place, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could simply answer that this is a motion on housing, but I'll go a bit further, because by asking the government to build more housing units, this would create jobs, and often very good jobs, and jobs Canada-wide. That's the first thing. The second thing is that spending on housing is investing long-term. When you invest for the long term, for society, this stabilizes people's lives, and when people have more stable lives, it's easier for them to go and find a job. Look for a job. Someone who's homeless and wants to find a job but has no place to take a shower or change clothing, it's much more difficult to do this. I was in Nunavik where there were 14 people who lived in a house with 2 bedrooms. How can children study in housing like this? I think that if we invest in housing, we're investing in people and in the economy, full stop.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Families, Housing and Social Development.
I very much welcome this opportunity to speak to the motion by the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West. It gives me the opportunity to update the House and Canadians on the impressive progress we are making to increase the supply of quality, affordable and suitable housing, especially for the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, from day one, our government has understood that housing matters. It's a cornerstone of our strategy to grow the middle class in Canada in order to grow our economy and help more Canadians join the middle class. From day one, we've seen the challenges that Canadians face in finding affordable housing. That's why one of our first priorities was to bring the Government of Canada back into housing after many years, unfortunately too many years, of neglect. We've acted decisively with historic long-term investments. We've consulted widely. We've listened with Canadians. We've collaborated with partners across sectors and all orders of government. And as I will demonstrate shortly to members, hundreds of thousands of families are already benefiting. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, investments in housing is much more than bricks and mortar. As our Prime Minister said, all Canadians deserve a home, a place where they feel safe, where they can have confidence in their future, and where they can focus on developing and their families. That also means building inclusive communities for all. It also means ensuring Canadians have access to affordable housing meeting their needs. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, for too many people, for too many Canadians, adequate housing is not affordable. At present, there are some 1.7 million families facing a housing crisis in Canada. They live in overcrowded homes, in expensive places, or homes that need repairs. On a yearly basis, more than 25,000 Canadians are homeless. The housing supply has not kept pace. People who build homes in our communities, be it teachers, store workers, construction workers, nursing staff, are having trouble making ends meet. And, Mr. Speaker, that's unacceptable, and it must change. As Minister for Families, Children and Social Development, my role is to improve the lives of all Canadians. And that's why one of the priorities of that our government set when it was elected was to increase investments in housing, and that is what we did in Budget 2016. Budget 2016 included $2.7 billion in investments for new initiatives, with an objective to increasing the supply of affordable housing in Canada. An additional commitment of $2.3 billion was earmarked for improving housing for seniors and low-income Canadians, northern communities, Indigenous people, and survivors fleeing family violence. Our first budget also set aside $112 million in new investments over 2 years to deal with the homelessness strategy. This new significant investment will represent a 50% increase for the strategy, the first increase in federal funding to fight homelessness since the implementation of this strategy more than 15 years ago. My colleague for Saskatoon West knows that since 2016 we have invested $4.7 billion in affordable housing through various programs, namely the Affordable Housing Initiative, FPT agreements, long-term agreements for social housing, funds earmarked for social infrastructure, among others. In doing so, we have helped 945,000 households, 945,000, namely families, seniors, women, and children fleeing domestic violence, Indigenous Canadians, persons with disabilities, people facing addiction and mental health issues, veterans, and young Canadians. And this is just the beginning. In November 2017, we announced the very first national housing strategy by the federal government. More than $40 million over 10 years to enable more Canadians to have a home, a more affordable home, starting with our most vulnerable people. This plan is ambitious. The vision is to ensure that all Canadians have access to a home that meets their needs and that is affordable. And our plan is yielding results for Canadians. Over the next 10 years, 530,000 families will have the means to purchase a home meeting their needs, and we will be reducing homelessness by 50%. My colleague for Saskatoon West also knows, or would acknowledge, that this is an historic opportunity to put in place sustainable change that occur once in a generation. And that's why, as part of the National Strategy on Housing, we held consultations with Canadians and experts across the country. I'm very grateful to all who participated in the conversation, who took time, devoted energy to be involved in this very important conversation, and who sent in their many ideas. These consultations made designing the strategy a truly cooperative process. One of the major pillars of the plan was collaboration. It brought together all partners to meet the very unique needs of communities when it comes to housing. After all, as the member for Saskatoon West knows well, solutions to meet housing needs in her riding are very different from those adapted to downtown Toronto, for example, or Iqaluit. In the spring, we started by putting in place the main pillars of this ambitious plan. For example, we launched major initiatives to increase the housing stock, namely through the National Co-Investment Fund for Housing, This $13.2 billion fund will be used to build 60,000 affordable housing units and to repair or renovate up to 240,000 homes. A third of the funds will be co-invested. The rest will be turned into low-income loans. It is a co-investment fund, and as a result, partners will play an essential role. The program encourages provinces and territories, municipalities, community housing providers, the private sector, governments, and Indigenous organizations to work together to identify solutions that will meet the needs of their communities. It will make it possible to focus on what Canadians really want by going beyond demands in terms of affordability, eco-energy, and accessibility. It will focus on people, communities, partnerships, and will involve targets that will underscore, for example, survivors in situations of family violence, seniors, and persons with developmental deficiencies. Last April, we concluded an agreement on the framework for a partnership on housing with our federal and provincial territories, the first one in over 25 years. It represents $7.7 billion, which, once matched by our partners, will be invested into programs meeting the unique needs of Canadians, whether they live in distant communities in Nunavut, an urban centre in BC, a small municipality in PEI, or anywhere else. To date, Ontario, BC, New Brunswick have signed bilateral agreements based on this historic framework. We expect agreements to be signed with all of the other provinces and territories by April 1st, 2019. We also launched an initiative that maintains the affordability of community social housing administered by the federal government. This is a critical part of protecting low-income Canadians who are facing housing difficulties. One of these steps is based on, or each of these steps rather, are based on initiatives and programs for housing. For example, in 2016, we announced the rental housing Building Fund. This program was so successful that we extended it in budget 2018 and increased its funding, which is now $3.75 billion. By 2021, the initiative involving funding for rental accommodations will have created 14,000 new homes for Canadians in the middle class, thereby filling a gap when it comes to housing.
We'll create 4,000 new units over a 5-year period by investing more than $200 million in innovative financing models and unique designs. Finally, to stretch our investments in new construction even farther and further, we're making approximately $200 million worth of federal lands available to community housing providers at a discounted or no cost. This past summer, Mr. Speaker, we also launched a new homeless strategy, a 10-year, $2.2 billion plan to reduce homelessness by 50%. This plan, called Reaching Homes, gives more communities more funding and more tools to fight homelessness on their terms. It will lead to better solutions for youth, for seniors, for women fleeing violence, veterans, people living with disabilities, those from LGBTQ2 communities or racialized communities. There's also new funding to improve the situation of Indigenous people living in cities, who are 8 times more likely to experience homelessness than other Canadians. Our plan also includes new funding for the territories so that they can tackle the unique challenges of homelessness in the north. To stretch our homelessness investments as far as possible, we've created tools to help streamline the process to get people into housing and to coordinate the support services they need to stay in the stable housing for the long term. Mr. Speaker, this work represents an incredible achievement over just 2 years. I'm proud of how we've been able to collaborate with Canadians and other stakeholders along the housing continuum to launch programs that will make a lasting difference. But of course, there is still much more work to do. As I mentioned previously, we're working hard with provincial and territorial partners to sign bilateral agreements with all provinces and territories by April 2019. And I know that members and other Canadians are particularly concerned about the difficult housing conditions that people in Indigenous communities live through. Under the National Housing Strategy, $225 million has been invested in improving housing for Indigenous families living in urban centres. An additional $200 million has been allocated to support urban Indigenous households through bilateral agreements with the provinces and territories. In addition, $300 million will be provided to the 3 northern territories to support 3,000 households in their communities. I'm also working very closely with the Minister of Indigenous Services and with Indigenous leaders and organizations to co-develop distinct First Nations, Métis, and Inuit housing strategies. These strategies will meet the unique needs of each group and will be anchored in the principle of reconciliation and self-determination. We've also launched major research initiatives to fill data gaps that exist around housing needs and housing conditions. I look forward to seeing the resulting research and to learning how we can continue to make progress on creating better housing outcomes for all Canadians. Finally, we are currently writing legislation to enshrine the human rights-based approach to housing that is the foundation of the National Housing Strategy. We're planning to table this vital legislation this year, and we are confident this will take us further towards the progressive realization of the right to housing in Canada, as called for during many years in the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. With this legislation, we can be sure that affordable housing remains a priority for all governments and benefit all Canadians for generations to come. I will say it again, the Government of Canada is back in housing. In fact, we're back in a big way, with ambition, with support, and with a desire to collaborate. Canadians and housing leaders across Canada are on board with our new approach, Mr. Speaker, and I urge all members on the other side of this House to join them. Working together, we can deliver an inclusive national housing strategy that will improve the lives of all Canadians and strengthen our communities and our economy for years to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his comments today and for his leadership and work on the file around housing. And I do want to share with this House that one of the reasons I'm here is because I grew up in the 60s and my parents had subsidized housing. I mean, it helped when we lived in Brandon, Manitoba, to be able to have my mom finish school and my dad could work and we could have a place to live, and it was very helpful. And that sort of points to the fact that for people today, just having a job doesn't mean you can afford housing, which is why I agree with the Minister. There is a need for the government to be a part of helping people to afford housing. I guess I'll go to my comments in Saskatchewan, where we see a provincial government pulling away from rental supplements, and a federal government that is now entering into trying to get agreements. And I guess I would like to hear from the Minister that he will advocate for that agreement with my provincial government, that rental supplements be an important part of that agreement, and that the Canada Housing Benefit will build on that so that housing is affordable to people in Saskatoon. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I again congratulate and thank members from the other side, in particular the member from Saskatoon West, for all the hard work that she's done in the last years to say how important it is for every Canadian to have access to a safe and affordable home. In this context, I'm glad that she's now aware and that we'll all be working together to make sure that the new leadership and new partnership provided by the federal government will be felt across Canada and certainly in her home province of Saskatchewan. I look forward to continuing my important discussions with the government of Saskatchewan to make sure that the introduction of the Canada Housing Benefit in the spring of 2020 will lead to a new set of tools for people in Saskatchewan, in particular people that struggle to make ends meet every day, have access to this important new benefit.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do thank the Minister for his passion on this file. I do know that he works very hard on this. That being said, we have very different opinions on how we get there when it comes to housing and the housing needs that are there. And one of the biggest issues that we have is we talk about federal leadership, but we have to understand the barriers that are actually at both the provincial and municipal levels. We talk about developments, though we know that there are sometimes 9-month delays, 6-month or 6-year delays. And this is something that if the federal government wants to take leadership for everything, what is that you're doing to make sure that things actually get built? There's all of this money here, but we know that it's not getting built. I've got things within my own riding, things in Toronto that they can talk about that are cancelled where the costs go up. And the problem is with this continuum, it is a full continuum. And if we know that housing isn't getting built, what is the federal government and the leadership of the federal government going to do about things that are happening at the ground?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her interest in the topic. May I say that the two key words in this conversation are leadership and partnership. Leadership because Canadians and housing leaders and experts for many years have been waiting for the return of the federal government in housing. And partnership because, as we've just heard, these investments make sense when they are made in partnership with provinces, territories and municipalities. That's extremely important to mention. And may I say that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities was one of those important organizations that had been advocated for a long time for the return of federal leadership and partnership, and they're working very effectively with us since 2016 to make sure that this new era for housing is going to be as effective as possible for their own ability to make housing a key element of their investments in their communities.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for la députée de Salaberry-sur-Loire.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for the speech. In rural areas, such as in my ridings, I've met with several groups. They've come to see me. They've told me that in some areas like Soulanges or near the St. Lawrence River, it's very hard to obtain money for social housing because the criteria for building social or affordable housing are very difficult to meet. For instance, the administrative criteria require at least a certain number of units, and this number is too high, and it doesn't correspond to the needs of rural areas. So what would the minister say to these people who need social housing, be it seniors or students who want to stay in school, or people who live in outlying areas who have trouble finding good jobs? How can they find housing? In fact, they can't find housing even though they're working very hard. The stock is very limited, and the federal strategy puts obstacles in their way. The Minister for Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Providing safe and affordable housing to all Canadians is the objective of the National Housing Strategy, and I'm happy that my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Loire agrees with these objectives and will help us to work hard to meet the goals of the strategy. I invite her to meet with staff in my office because the strategy is flexible and is ambitious. She said it is important that the strategy meet the needs of everybody in any circumstance, regardless of where people live in Canada. And I know that the CMHC, under its capable leadership, will be able to help the constituents in her riding.
Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his presentation this morning and for the work that he's helping connect communities to the needs within the community. Municipalities are a key part of this, where we have to get approvals for housing at the municipal level, then go through the bidding process, and then get funds released through our strategy, through the provinces to the municipalities. Some people have been criticizing the length of time it takes for the money to flow into these types of projects. Could the minister talk to us about the need for us to have a close relationship with municipalities and with provincial and territorial governments in order for this strategy to work effectively?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first thank and congratulate the member for Guelph. I've had the opportunity of working with him over the last few months. I know how strong he feels towards the objectives of the National Housing Strategy. I also feel, and we all feel, his desire to make sure that this makes a big impact in his riding. And again, the key words of leadership and partnership matter so much. And partnership because the National Housing Strategy is designed in part through the co-investment fund. Co-investment fund means co-investing with municipalities, provinces, territories, the social sector, the private sector, because it is when we do this type of partnership that the housing outcomes are the greatest that they can be. So it is certainly true that the ambitions are very significant, but it is certainly true that the outcomes will be very, very good in ridings like Guelph when we have the chance of having members like the member for Guelph.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister for his work on this file. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the key tenets of the ending homelessness strategy of the previous government was housing first for those experiencing housing as a result of mental challenges. But this government is killing that program. Mr. Speaker, Tom Richter of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness said this, quote, "The housing first philosophy and housing first programs are essential to preventing and reducing chronic homelessness. In fact, we won't prevent and reduce chronic homelessness in Canada without it." Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of working with groups in my riding, and they're very supportive of the Housing First program that our government initiated. And it's really disappointing to see this government not making this program a priority in their homeless strategy.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key to making good public policies in the federal government is to be able to listen to the views of others that may not be exactly aligned with views that we may have held for some time. Now, Tim Richter, I think that's the person to whom the member refers to. Tim Richter has been a key advocate of housing first. He's also been a key advocate of communities first, because investments in communities first, in part through housing first, is what gives communities the best abilities to make an impact on homelessness. So we're pleased and delighted to have been able to count on the advice of Tim and many others through, in part, the advisory committee that we built in order to generate the new Reaching Home program. We are delighted and so grateful for their effort, and we look forward to working with them in the next years to make sure that chronic homelessness becomes history in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll be sharing my time with the member from Sarnia-Lambton. I'm pleased to stand to debate this NDP motion, and for all the viewers, I am going to read it into the record so that we know what we are debating today, so that everybody has an idea. That given that the housing crisis is raging in Canada and 90% of the funding for the government's national housing strategy will only flow after the next election, key here, and that much of the funding depends on collaboration with provincial governments and the private sector, that the House call on the government to A, recognize the right to housing as a human right, and B, bring forward 50% of the strategy's funding before the next election to invest in housing for Indigenous communities, the construction of new affordable housing, new social housing units and new co-op units, a plan to end homelessness, the renovation of existing social housing and old housing stock, the expansion of rent supplements, the administration of programs that meet the special needs of seniors and persons with reduced mobility. So to begin, I will address the first portion of this motion. This is something that has been debated very much with the NDP on this, and it's the right to housing as a human right. And, you know, we have different philosophies on this, and we've all, I thought, what is the best? As a Conservative and as our caucus, we've sat down and discussed this. We've talked about the housing continuum. And to be honest, to be part of the housing continuum, one of my concerns is when we start talking about the legal and judicial system, is that the right thing to do? We should actually be addressing the homelessness and the housing issues one way. And I'm fearful any time that we try to put that into the judicial system. A good plan and a good program is what we need first. But the second portion of this motion is about spending the money and bringing 50% of it forward and allocated in the first year from the 11-year program. Now, as I indicated, first of all, we're talking about a program that is being brought forward that does come after the next federal election. As a reminder, this is a majority government. They were there, started in 2015, and they are now this is basically their platform. So thank you for giving us your national housing strategy, which is part of your 2019 platform. Unless the actually work is getting done, that's all I see this as being. But I want to go back to something that we're also discussing. We're asking a government to start spending money, to start getting things done. And unfortunately, I have to remind the House and the member that this is a government that has not got pipelines built. They have not been putting they have not had judicial nominations done. We have problems with trade negotiations, and if anyone watched updates from yesterday, we have immigration backlogs. Name it, thing after thing after thing is what we're seeing here. And we even talk about the money that Veterans Affairs left on the table. We're talking over $300 million. So asking a government that can't get the job done to get the job done is like blowing in the wind. I just don't know if that's going to really do it. But then from this, I started reviewing what we're doing and how money's been left on the table. What have they done for Indigenous communities? Where is new affordable housing being built? What has the impact on homelessness been? The current housing stocks, and looking at the needs of seniors. These are all things that we do need to look at and are all very, very important. So by no means am I trying to say that this is not an important issue. I look at housing as part of that. If you're looking at in your first year psychology, it's Maslow. It's knowing that basic shelter is one of the key things. But as Conservatives, we have a different philosophy on how we get there. And for me, a strong economy will allow for strong social programs. Yeah. And sometimes I would look at the NDP as saying, let's put the cart before the horse. I say, let's put the horse before the cart. And to me, that we need to have strong economic policies and a strong economic engine to drive these social programs so that we can make sure that all Canadians have what they need, have their essential needs. And that also comes into the cost of housing. And so beginning with looking at a simple business plan when we're looking at the business model of housing, you know, it's just like if you're owning a retail store. The higher the supply or the higher the demand, the greater the need, potentially the greater the cost if the supply is low. And in case where there's too much supply, we know that the costs can go down. And it's just one of those simple business philosophies. According to the data published by CMHC, since this government has taken place, they talk about all they have done. But if I'm looking at the data that I see from CMHC, that we see that for a one-bedroom bachelor apartment or for a three-bedroom apartment, we have seen absolutely no change since 2015 on these figures, that there has been no vacancy changes, that those rates continue. We talk about this government's talking about how much they're working on affordable housing. We have seen absolutely no change in 3 years of data. But if you're looking at a one- and two-bedroom apartment, we've actually seen that vacancy rates for these two-bedroom apartments, for these one-bedroom apartments, are actually on the decrease. I think it's 2.5% vacancy rates or 2.7% vacancy rates. I spoke to a person in the City of London, and they deal with affordable housing. It's an organization that was setting up basically a housing bank. And we recognize that there's many ways of finding housing now. Some people go on to Kijiji, some people go into these CMHC organizations and look for things like that, or within their community, social networks. But in the City of London, this summer, there were only 11 units, 11 places available in the City of London for a population of almost 400,000 people that had affordable places to live. 11 for a population of 400,000. So there we see the issue. Here is a supply issue. So we do need to get shovels in the ground. We know that. But we also know that there's issues when we start talking to CREA, which is the Canadian Real Estate Association. We talk about the new stress test that this government has applied for mortgages. And it's not just the first-time home buyers, but it's the people who are trying to get in and move from that first-time home into a larger home. We know that their hands are tied right now as well. Now, we have different philosophies on how that should work, but when they have come out and said that the degree to which the stress test continues to sideline home buyers varies depending on the location, housing type, and price range. And that was from CREA President Barb Suku, who had said this. All real estate is local and realtors remain the best source. So I go back to these realtors and I'll say to them, what are you seeing? Well, we know that we have seen skyrocket prices. We know that there was a high demand, and we saw some things explode almost 75% over 5 years, where the cost of the house went up by 75%. We saw that in some of our regions. I live in St. Thomas, Ontario, and I could watch the cost of housing go. You're in the city of Toronto. The next thing you know, it's hitting Richmond Hill, and then it's hitting Guelph, it's hitting Kitchener, it's hit London, it's hit Port Stanley. We saw this cycle happen. But we really have to talk about what can we do about this. We know the average price, if you're taking into consideration the Greater Vancouver area, the Greater Toronto area, that when we put those into the calculations, we cannot sit there and say an average cost of houses in Canada is X number of dollars when we're talking about Vancouver, a cost of a house being over $1 million, and in the city of Toronto, greater than $750 million or $750,000 as well. So we have to see what is affordable. And I think that's one thing that we really, really lost. What is affordable? There really is not a benchmark anymore. Is it affordable to go and buy a house for your first time that's $300,000? Well, possibly not. There may be some families that have that opportunity, but many families, many first-time home buyers, many parents and many families that are trying to get in there with their newborn child cannot afford a $300,000 home. So here's a housing market issue that we have here. But this is also about the continuum of housing. We have to talk about what does this do. And when we talk about affordability, we have to look at housing as being an entire thing. How does it all strategize together? I know a young woman, she has 2 jobs, and she also is going to school with 3 young children. She's left her husband and is currently living in second-stage housing. Her goal is to find a proper affordable house. There is nothing available for her. This is an issue. She would like to move on with her family. She would like to have a new life. But none of these things are happening because we know the shelves aren't getting in the ground. And this has been after 3 years of this Liberal government. We don't see anything happening. It's story after story after story of people trying to get into housing. But I really think that what this government needs to focus on is how can we get our economy rolling so that we can make sure that developers are able to go out there and develop so that people who want to buy a house can get out there and buy a house. We are knowing that in the city of Toronto, I believe 50% of Torontonians are now renting. Well, this has changed the way things are going. That whole idea of having a house as part of your retirement plan has kind of gone out the door. People are living differently. People are living paycheck to paycheck. We know that Canadians have greater debt. A whole bunch of things are happening here. But when it comes down to having a strong economy, this is where this government is absolutely failing. And that is what's concerning me. We could have strong housing, but if we can't afford to purchase those houses because we have no jobs, it doesn't matter. And what we're going to see is the housing continuum go out of whack. We're going to see that we need more social housing because people don't have jobs. We're going to see that the people who may have been in those really expensive homes are going to decrease their value because they're losing their homes. So until this government gets back on track and tries to actually negotiate deals like NAFTA and not losing our manufacturing to the United States, which makes up about 10% of our economy, we have to think of these things. I live in a community where NAFTA is the #1 issue right now, but that has not been addressed. I could carry on and share with you some of the stories that I saw when I visited places in London. We talk about places for shelters being 40% over capacity. So capacity is 65 people and they have 85 people because they're over. And this policy and all of these policies that this government has put forward is what these problems are in our housing continuum. So thank you for the motion, but this government needs to do better and make sure that the economy is hand in hand with housing as well.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thanks very much. It was a very interesting environmental scan of the challenges we face, but I didn't hear a single solution proposed for any one of the sectors of the housing market that the member opposite just talked about. And I do want to also correct the record from an earlier comment that a member on her side made that housing first and that the use of HPS dollars to put people into housing has been discontinued. That's not true. What's changed is the threshold has been changed and the mandatory threshold has been changed, but the program has remained exactly the same. There's a bit of extra flexibility for wraparound services to keep people in the housing, so we're not just paying rent for people. But for the member opposite who just spoke, she talked about the fact that a strong economy is what's required to create housing opportunities. The city I live in, Toronto, has probably one of the strongest economies right now in the country. That's exactly what's creating the housing crisis. The capacity to bid up the price of housing is creating a gap between those who can't compete in that economy and even those who are competing in the economy. With a finite number of houses, they're having a problem. And even though we've approved 34,000 units of housing in Toronto, my riding doubled in size in the last 3 years, largely as a result of the decisions I made at City Council. The reality is the gap in the middle is the problem. And so the member opposite has said that that's the area that she thinks she'd like to focus on. Could she provide one idea to create housing affordability that won't spur inflation and speculation in the market and make it even harder for people looking for the first home? One idea.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I think this is where we start talking about federal leadership and the federal being to everything. We have to recognize the municipalities and provinces are part of this. So one of the biggest issues, and he can laugh all he wants, the bottom line is when we know that developments are being cancelled, that have been on the books for 9 months, for 6 years, this is what's causing some of those costs to go up. When we know that people have put down payments and then the next thing they know, the building is being cancelled and they can reinvest it, but it's going to cost them $200,000 more. These are issues that we have. Are these federal government issues that we can solve? Not necessarily, but if we really have these partnerships that they talk about, then let's make sure the municipalities are getting these things built. Let's make sure the developer fees are within, that's a huge part of the cost. How can we reduce all of these fees? If we're going to be part of this, then actually let's have those answers as well.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and she's identified the issue in her community. In my riding, which is a rural riding, because of the spillover of the housing crisis in Vancouver, we're seeing a vacancy rate of less than 0.01%, Mr. Speaker. There's nowhere to live, and the mayors and the councillors and the communities in my riding, they're saying that free market isn't going to resolve this, that we need non-market housing. They can't build it without the support of senior levels of government. They're saying it's an urgent crisis. They need help, and they're calling on Ottawa to get involved and come up with the critical investments that they need. In fact, you need to earn about $140,000 a year to buy the median house in Parksville or the Comox Valley. And the Chamber of Commerce in the Comox Valley has said it's the #1 issue is affordable housing. So, Mr. Speaker, free market's not working. We need non-market housing. In the 70s and 80s, the non-market housing mix was about 10%. We're at 4% right now. We can look at countries like Vienna, where they've got over 40% of their housing market is co-op housing. But right now, clearly, free market is not going to create enough supply, and certainly people that live in our communities can't afford it. So the people who are going to maybe buy that supply are going to be the people that can have enough money. So inequality is just going to continue to skyrocket, and we're not going to have people owning homes in our communities, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I thank him very much for that view. I also was out in Victoria during the spring, and I was talking to many of the real estate agents and developers out there, and they were talking about the proposal that was put forward as part of the strategy so that people could have money and that they could go the portable benefit. And they said this program is not going to even impact or even take a chunk off the gap that's going to go between what people can afford and what the actual cost is. I do agree there is an absolute crisis in the Greater Vancouver area. It has to be a multiple approach here, but my biggest concern is that when we have the Liberal government doing this and the approach that they're doing it, I think they have their blinders on to see what happens in rural communities. When I talked about the fact that it travels down the road into those rural communities, we are seeing houses going up for $500,000 that are actually valued at $45,000, and it's now valued at $475,000 in Port Stanley. We are seeing things like this happening all over the country, and I do agree with them. There needs to be a base when it comes to social housing. We need to make sure that we do help those who need help, but we also have to make sure that people can afford to have mortgages, and in order to do that, you need an economic driver there. So it does have to go hand in hand. It just can't be we give them housing and then this will happen. It all has to be a whole package here, and I just don't think the government is doing that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and to speak on this topic today. There's so much to talk about within here. It's sad that I only have 10 minutes, but I'm going to start with the priorities. First of all, in this motion that's calling for the government to bring forward 50% of the strategy's funding before the next election, I'm glad they put that in this proposal. This government has a rather annoying habit of announcing funding that's only going to happen after the next election. So it's mythical funding if they don't get reelected, which I'm very hopeful that they don't. But that said, you know, we've seen the infrastructure money that was promised 10 years out. Well, that's assuming they'll get reelected twice, which, you know, is really scary. So I think we do need to spend infrastructure money in this country, and affordable housing is one of the areas that needs that funding. If I think about the promises that this government got elected on, they were going to run really small deficits and they were going to spend that money on infrastructure in municipalities. Well, here we are, third year into their mandate, and less than 40% of their infrastructure money has even been spent. What a disaster that is. Now, in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have a lot of opportunities to spend that money. It's really badly needed. The affordable housing situation that we have requires $40 million in renovations for the existing affordable housing in my riding. That said, I'm in the similar position to some of the other members that have testified in this House today. There is no place affordable to live for anybody looking for a house. I had one of my constituents call the office, a single mother just coming out of the women's SALT center, and no place to live for her and her two children that she can afford, and she's working full time. You know, the wage base has not kept up with the increase in the house prices, and we certainly need to do something about that. So I would love to see this government actually spend the money that was promised and put it into the affordable housing area. The homelessness call here, the plan to end homelessness. I was on the board of a homeless shelter, and we have a significant homeless issue in Sarnia. Maybe it's not as bad as in some of the larger cities, but still very serious. And what we find is that in many cases, there are mental health issues, addiction issues, and other problems that lead to people finding themselves in this homelessness place. Now, interestingly, the homeless shelter that I was on the board for put in place a very unique solution where by coming alongside these people and befriending them and helping them, we actually were able to pair them up with people that they became friends with at the homeless shelter. And then they were able to live independently, and we would help manage their money, because many times, you know, they weren't very good at managing the money that the government was providing to support them. And it was so successful, in fact, that the province of Ontario decided to donate money to the homeless shelter or provide funding to continue and expand this program, because we were very successful in getting people out of homelessness and into living. And part of the success of that solution is finding affordable housing. And so you can see how affordable housing is going to be so important to achieving a number of the things that are in this motion today. Now, one of the other things that's in this motion talks about the administration of programs that meet the special needs of seniors and persons with reduced mobility. And I was pleased to rise the other day and speak to C81, talking again about people with disabilities and how we're going to enable them to have the same rights and freedoms that other people enjoy in the country. And I shared an example there that I think speaks to the affordable housing area. We have a fellow in my riding who was unfortunately paralyzed in an accident and is in a wheelchair. But, he is such an inspiration in our community, and he partnered with the architect for a fundraiser that the hospital has called the Dream Home, and they sell tickets on the Dream Home, and it's a way of raising money for the hospital. But in this case, they worked together, Dan Edwards, and this architect, to create a visitable home. It's a home that's totally accessible for a person in a wheelchair and can absolutely cook and do all of the things in the house. And, with a reasonable price. I think that there's ideas out there that could be used to incorporate that into affordable housing, because many of the people that find themselves in need of affordable housing are seniors. Our seniors are struggling to make ends meet, and they are finding it very difficult to find places that they can afford to live. The size of their pensions or their CPP and OAS is not increasing, and they are really, as the price of places to live continues to inflate, they are the ones that are having difficulty. They are also, in many cases over the years, going to become less able to walk and have other disabilities that need to be dealt with. So I think certainly that's an area where if we were building affordable housing, we should also make sure that we're making it accessible and thinking about seniors and the needs that they're going to have. The other part of this motion that I want to talk about has to do with housing for Indigenous communities. There's an awful lot of rhetoric coming from the Liberal government about their nation-to-nation relationship. But, when I look at what is actually happening and the results, there's a lot of talk, but there's not a lot of results when we think of building housing, addressing the boiled water advisories, etc. And I think, there is a need out there, there is no doubt. But we want to make sure that we don't get back into a situation like what happened with Attawapiskat. I don't know if you remember this situation where $300 million was given to the community, and I think there was about 80 people in the community, but they were all living in tents and horrible living conditions, and there was, in my mind, no resolution on what actually went on there, because $300 million should have been enough to build affordable housing that should have been satisfactory. So I do think there is a need that the government is not addressing within our Indigenous communities, and I think it would be great for them to spend some of the money that they futuristically planned, spend it now, because the need is immediate, and it's important that they do that. Now, on the right of people to have housing as a human right, I'm not sure I'm really on that page, because as soon as you say it's a human right for somebody to have housing, then the question will be, well, what kind of housing do they deserve? And there's no definition provided of, what is acceptable. Do we think everybody should have a $300,000 house, or should they be all able to buy a house in Vancouver or Toronto? I think that, that is a point of discussion. My youngest daughter just recently purchased a home. They're first-time home buyers, and they're in London. And the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London did indicate that, the typical price of a house there is probably $300,000. Well, for a first-time home buyer, you need 20% down payment because of what the finance minister put in place. That's $60,000. What kind of first-time home buyers that are young have got $60,000? If they don't have, parents that are reasonably well off and generous, they're not going to be able to get into the housing market. And so another helpful suggestion I would give to this government is to get rid of that 20% requirement for down payment. I mean, if you're going to have a mortgage for $240,000, there's not that much difference between having a mortgage for that and a mortgage for $300,000, but it's a huge difference in terms of young people being able to have that dream of owning a home. And so I think that is important as well. Now, when we look at the motion and we look at all of the parts of it, I think there's so many priorities that the government could be doing something with. I hope they do spend money on the infrastructure. I hope they do meet the Indigenous community needs. I hope they do provide affordable housing by letting the members of Parliament that are in this House actually submit what the municipalities need in their areas. There's more than enough need to help them spend the 60% of the infrastructure money that hasn't yet been spent. I don't see a plan to end homelessness coming from this government, but I think in communities there are many wonderful solutions like the one I talked about that could help end homelessness. I think the Housing First program, I'm glad to hear that it wasn't canceled, because that's certainly something that we need, and we have to have a place that people can go, because that's part of getting people back to health and back to work. I talked about the human rights part of it, and I did not talk about one thing, which is the expansion of rent supplements, because I didn't really understand that part of what was intended there and what they'd like to see in place. I think that we see, because there's no affordable housing, that the amount of money that the government is giving for rent is not enough. I think that's fair to say, and it's worse in larger communities like Vancouver and Toronto than here. So overall, I'm glad to see that this motion was brought forward, and that's all I have to say on the matter, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your speech. This summer, I attended a lot of farmers markets around the riding and got to hear from constituents on a lot of issues. When you have 4 hours in a farmers market, there's lots of time to talk to people. I heard from a senior in Creston, and unfortunately, many of our single seniors are women. She lives in her own home. She gets the maximum amount of OAS and GIS, which is just over $18,000 a year. But she's really concerned that she's going to lose her home as a result of not having enough income. And of course, utilities increase, taxes increase every year. So would the member like to comment on the need for a special program targeted at keeping our seniors in their homes as long as possible so they don't become homeless seniors?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague in the NDP for the question. He's absolutely right. Single women that are seniors are some of the poorest in the country. And we know that what they're receiving as income is not increasing, but that everything else is inflating. And many of them are in this situation where they'll lose their homes. And then the question will be, well, where are they going to go? We don't have enough long-term care facilities. You know, there's a jam there as well. So we need to come with a solution, and it doesn't have to be a complicated solution. In some cases, we already have the way of giving money. They're receiving OAS, and we could make an adjustment to OAS. I know the government made a very small $60 a month kind of adjustment. I think it needs to be larger than that, to be honest. We're seeing disparities for people living rurally of $500, and for people living in large cities, probably $1,000 a month gap. So we do need to come with a plan, and that's a good place to start. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Good to hear people talking about the needs of seniors and the needs for senior housing. I'd just like to bring to the attention of the member what we actually are doing for seniors specifically within the National Housing Strategy and ask for her opinions on it. The projected number of new housing units will be 60,000 new units, 240,000 units repaired with the co-investment fund. Of that, 20% of the units are being set aside specifically for seniors build housing. Additionally, on top of that, 2,400 units for people with developmental disabilities. The first time in the history of the country there's been a defined spending program for people in that category. As well, 25% of all new builds, that's 25% above and beyond the seniors housing of the 60,000, must be built with universal access so that seniors can move in or age in place. Additionally, on top of that, the Canada Housing Benefit is a new rent supplement available to make sure that people who fall below the poverty line, who fall into core housing need, can be lifted up with rent supplements. Would she not agree that that is actually a program to help house seniors, and will she support it?
Well, member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. Now, interestingly, I'm not sure if these programs are only going on in Liberal ridings, because this is absolutely the first I've ever heard of it, and we have all the needs that he listed off on his list in my riding. So definitely it's a step in the right direction, but zero of the programs that he's talked about have made its way to Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I asked this question earlier. I want to thank my colleague for her comments, but I asked this question earlier of one of our NDP colleagues and I didn't receive an answer. But this motion, which outlines 6 different starting points, so to speak, it totally ignores the private sector in having a big role to play in providing the kind of affordable housing that Canadians need. So I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on why she thinks the NDP would have totally, I mean, with 6 points, they could have, you'd think, at least one in there about the private sector, but maybe my colleague would have some insight on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think philosophically, the NDP is always looking for the government and somebody else's money to do things rather than the private sector. But I would say that there is a real opportunity for the government to partner with the private sector. There are some very innovative solutions that talk about creating smaller spaces, smaller affordable housing spaces like maybe 800 square feet or 900 square feet. There's a program in my riding called Rebound that is looking for housing for youth, many of whom are homeless. So this is an idea that would fix the homelessness part of the program as well as the affordable housing. But in order to build that, there are people privately that want to partner with the government. So if the government would be willing to spend some of that infrastructure money in a program designed to build this kind of affordable housing, I think that would really help.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge honour to rise today on a very important issue, and I'm glad to be sharing my time and splitting my time with the member from Kootenay, Columbia. Mr. Speaker, just in 3 years, we've seen real estate in my riding go up 50%. We saw the housing crisis happen in Vancouver, that people have sold their homes, they've moved to Vancouver Island, to Victoria, and then those people have moved up island to our communities, which were very affordable, Mr. Speaker, for many years. And it's affecting people in our communities. Homelessness is on the rise. Seniors are living, more and more seniors are living in poverty. In fact, we're seeing more seniors at our homeless shelters than ever before. Young people are losing hope, Mr. Speaker. Working families are struggling to make ends meet, and people living on with disabilities or have accessibility issues are finding it harder and harder to find a place to live. Just this month, I held 3 town halls in my riding to hear from residents about this issue, and they made it very clear that this is the most important issue affecting people in our riding. And we were fortunate to have groups come and sit on panels to talk about the situation that were experts. We had one group that was there was the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and they brought forward the housing affordability definition, which I think we can all agree that if you're spending more than 30% of before tax income on rent and utilities, that it's no longer affordable. Well, in my riding, over 50% of renter households are spending more than 30% of their income. And in fact, a quarter of renter households in my riding are now spending over 50% of their income, Mr. Speaker. This is outrageous. And there's no way people can put money aside to buy a home at some point in the future, or just to make simple things, meet simple needs like clothing or medicine or food. So people are struggling. They're having to work 2-3 jobs just to make a living, never mind set aside money for retirement. So, Mr. Speaker, I think about the most vulnerable often. In British Columbia, you get a housing allowance if you're on income assistance of $375 a month. Mr. Speaker, the average price of a home in the most affordable community in my riding, which is Port Alberni, was $192,000 36 months ago. Today it's $303,000. So people are moving into our community and they're commuting out just because it's the most affordable place. But the problem there is you have to have an income that is almost 50% higher than the average median household income to be able to buy a home now that is $303,000 36 months later. So more and more people aren't able to buy a home. More and more inequalities happening. People are coming in and buying 5-10 houses that can afford it. They're renting it out. They're driving rental prices up. As we know, people that are living on low incomes struggle to make ends meet, then they can't meet rent, and they're pushed out onto the street to find a place. But when you have a vacancy rate of 0.01%, Mr. Speaker, you can't find a place to live. And those rents are now higher than the threshold of $375 a month. So more and more people are turning to the street or to the shelters or falling through the cracks or living in precarious situations. And I identified earlier in a question that to buy a house in Parksville or Courtenay, you'd have to have an income of over $140,000, Mr. Speaker. That's less than 6% of the people in those communities earn over $140,000. So it's completely not working for people in our communities. And we've heard loud and clear from local governments that they're calling on the federal government to invest in their communities immediately. This is an absolute crisis. You know, when there's nowhere to live and young people are losing hope, it's a big problem for all of us. And Mr. Speaker, we can look at where we were at in the 70s and 80s. 10% of our housing was non-market housing. Today it's 4%. We know the conservative approach, which is free market, we'll resolve it, we'll just build more supply, hasn't worked. It's completely failed, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberal approach will roll out money if we get re-elected over 10 years, and we're going to house 50% of the homeless people in Canada. Doesn't work for 50% of the homeless people because they're not going to have a place to live. And 10 years is too long. So we've seen bold investments from the province of British Columbia. They've shown the government of Canada what urgency looks like. They've rolled out $1 billion this year, Mr. Speaker, and they're going to roll out $7 billion over the next 10 years. It would be great to have a federal government that doesn't just give them $31 million a year in transfers, but actually matches them. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to support people that are falling through the cracks, but also the local economy. We've heard loud and clear, Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce say it's the most important issue. In fact, Diane Hawkins said employers and their employees have been impacted by the lack of affordable housing and income inequality which exists in our area. Access to safe, quality, affordable housing and the supports necessary to maintain it create one of the most powerful social determinants of health. The Comox Valley needs a continuum, a wide range of housing solutions that target a full spectrum of population groups. And they're saying that it's actually limiting growth, economic growth in our region and for our small and medium-sized enterprises, Mr. Speaker. So we need to create diversity, and there is countries that are doing it. We know in Europe that over 30% of their housing stock is non-market housing. Vienna, it's over 40%. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate enough to live in a co-op housing project that was built in the 70s and 80s when the federal government was actually investing in housing before they started downloading in the 90s under Paul Martin in 1993, where he cut money to the federal, cut federal transfers on housing to the provinces, downloaded on the provinces, then the provinces started downloading on local governments. And I sat in local government, and I remember how hard it was for us to come up with the capacity to deal with this complex situation. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, most municipalities don't have the capacity or the aptitude or the resources to take on this problem on its own. They're relying on senior levels of government to invest and get involved in this. We know when people don't have a place to live, that affects their mental health. It affects child welfare, actually, is a huge problem in British Columbia, and it is connected, Mr. Speaker, to housing. Our health, it's one of the most important determinants to health is housing. The stress that this is causing on families is unbelievable. Is this what we want? Is this what the type of society we want in the future for our children, to live under so much stress, working 2-3 jobs just to make ends meet? Or seniors. We know that 30% of single women that are over the age of 65 are living in poverty. And we're failing them, Mr. Speaker. And this is an opportunity. I think about working families a lot, Mr. Speaker, and I think about the most important investment you're going to make in your life is in a home. And right now, so few people are making that investment because they can't afford to. So the biggest economic leakage in your life is when you can't afford to buy a home. The biggest economic leakage in a community is when people from outside your community or outside your country are coming in and buying all the housing. And that wealth is leaving, Mr. Speaker. And we know that too well as rural communities, about wealth leaving our communities. It's something, unfortunately, we're getting far too used to. This is the beginning of a crisis, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a crisis that's going away. The people that have had to move to the more affordable places in my riding, now in the most affordable where it's compounding, they have nowhere to go. There's nowhere left to go. This problem's not going away, and they're not going away. And I thought about someone who I met in one of my town halls, and I wake up every day since I've had this town hall, I think about Marcy. And I met Marcy. She's lived in our community for over 30 years. She's been homeless for the past 4, Mr. Speaker. With low vacancy rates and rents that are sky high. She just hasn't been able to find a place to live. She's been living in her van. She actually upgraded to a trailer living on a property, and she's worried that the bylaw officer is going to come and move her out. She worries about that every day. This is what Marcy worries about. So free market's not helping Marcy right now. She needs help. And it's our duty to help Marcy, Mr. Speaker, to come up with the solutions. And we can do that. We can create more co-op housing. We had elders come, Indigenous elders come and say that there's nowhere to live on their reserves and in their communities, that there's overcrowding, that there's 16 people living in a house. This government's promise to fix that hasn't come to fruition. I have 10 Indigenous communities in my riding. I can't name one that will tell you that the federal government has lived up to their promise on supporting Indigenous housing. And I met Verna, 76-year-old Indigenous elder, who barely gets by on her pension. And she was hit with a rent increase and a big hydro bill as well. But she's like Marcy. She's concerned. She's concerned not just about herself, but she's concerned about the youth. And this is a problem, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad we're having this discussion today. And I could cite so many comments from my constituents, and I'm grateful that they came out and shared their experience, because we need to be vigilant. We need to be determined. We need to work collectively. And we can't wait 10 years. We need money to roll out the door right now, just like this government they believed they needed to buy the Kinder Morgan pipeline, which we think was a big mistake. We know was a big mistake. If they can come up with $4.5 billion for a leaky pipeline, why can't they come up with $4.5 billion for our seniors, our elders, our most vulnerable? Mr. Speaker, this is something that the government needs to do immediately, and they need to address it and get money out the door.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I appreciate and respect the passion with which the member opposite brings his voice to this debate but let me just assure him that the transfer to BC is well over $30 million last year. In fact, one project alone in Victoria, which will bring the City of Victoria, according to the Mayor Helps, down to functional zero in terms of homelessness, was $31 million from the federal government. It's one project. And then if you add to that the project that we built in Nanaimo through the Innovation Fund, not an Indigenous housing fund per se, but it went with the Friendship Centre, and we built one of the most amazing projects on the West Coast, in fact, across the country. Nanaimo, it's 26-unit housing, passive housing. It's providing housing for elders, youth aging out of care, families, kids going to university in Nanaimo. I can assure you that, as well as the modular housing program that was just unveiled in Vancouver last week, again, with federal money. There were substantial investments. He may want to talk to the provincial government to find out that half the money they announced comes from the federal government, because in our first year of office, we tripled transfers to provinces on housing. And in fact, our spending on housing went from $2.3 billion under the Conservatives to $5.86 billion in our first year of office. Next year, it grew to $6.8 billion, and it's growing to $40 billion over the next 10 years. My question for the member opposite, though, is this. It's this. If the situation facing renters is so critical, can he explain the BC government's decision yesterday to increase rents by 2.5% after taking a recommendation of 4.5% from the bureaucracy? How are you going to control rents in BC if the NDP government in BC is approving 2.5% rent increases?
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, there's so much to unpack there, especially his numbers, because all he has to do, if he says 50%, then his government, he's saying right now in this House that he's willing to match the province of British Columbia dollar for dollar. That's not happening, Mr. Speaker. And I'll do a question on the order paper, and I'll deliver that question on the order paper to the member myself, because he's not doing that. That government is not doing that. They are not matching dollar for dollar. The province of British Columbia scaled back the rental increases that were set by Christy Clark and the previous Liberal provincial government, because it was going to be 4.5%, Mr. Speaker. They scaled it back. So again, misleading information here in this House. Mr. Speaker, they don't understand the sense of urgency. They can find $4.5 billion for a leaky pipeline. Then they can find $4.5 billion for people that need a home today. The province of British Columbia is rolling out $1 billion this year. Why isn't the federal government matching them with $1 billion in British Columbia to make a difference for the people, the lives of people in our communities and the businesses in our communities, so they can grow? Because free market's not working. It failed under the Conservatives, and the Liberal government talks about the future. They talk about 10 years down the road. People need help now.
And questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
See, I want to thank my colleague for his comments, but again, I just want to ask a simple question. Nobody on this side of the House is saying the free market is going to solve all the housing problems in Canada. I've illustrated from my riding, and many of my colleagues the same. We work in partnership with those who are addressing the housing crisis. But, Mr. Speaker, simple question. Why in a motion, I haven't counted the words, but there's lots of them, in a motion of this length, would there not be one word about the free market, about the private sector, and partnerships that will help to create the environment where housing can be constructed and people can have the dignity of having a job that will actually lead to good housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtney Alberti.
Mr. Speaker, there's two components to that. The free market is involved. Free market is going to continue to move along like it has. That's not going to change. We need some non-market housing out of the free market to protect housing stock for people that need it. And that's going to help those people also be able to put some money aside and then be able to jump into the free market, because that is the most desirable place for people, is in the free market. Then there's other people that just need housing security. But also free market's going to help build these homes. Most of these projects aren't going to be built by nonprofit housing developers. Some will, but a lot of them are going to be done with builders and contractors and tradespeople that are small business people. So free market is absolutely part of the mix, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to be part of the mix. And they need to be a partner. We need to work with all levels of government, with the private sector, the nonprofit housing sector, with all of us together need to work more collectively, Mr. Speaker, but we need the resources, and we need this government to understand the important role that they need to step in and play, like governments in Europe have done. But we're so far off the mark, 4%, Mr. Speaker, and a goal of ending homelessness, or 50% of homelessness, in 10 years is too far. It's 10 years too far, and 50% is 50% short.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saskatoon West for introducing this critically important motion and for her leadership on housing in this House, which has benefited all of us over the time that I've been here, for sure. We've heard a lot today about the suffering of Canadians, especially the working poor, who are struggling more and more to afford their rent each month. But today I'd like to begin by telling you another side to the story. Last year in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, I held a number of public roundtable forums with small businesses to learn how we can, as elected officials, can help them succeed in rural British Columbia. I invited the provincial and municipal representatives to join with me so that business owners could speak to all three levels of government at the same time, which maximizes their time, and so that their recommendations wouldn't get lost in this finger-pointing that often goes on between the three levels of government around issues. I met with businesses from across the Elk Valley and Fernie, owners from central Kootenay gathered together in Nelson, and I also met with small businesses in Invermere. I wrote a report on the forums, and you can find a copy on my website. And I encourage all members to spend time speaking with their small business owners, and they may be surprised by some of the results. So what was the most consistent hurdle small business owners in my riding complained about? It wasn't taxes, it wasn't red tape, it was the lack of affordable housing keeping them from being able to expand their businesses. We often think about homelessness and housing issues as being a big city problem, but rural areas and small towns have housing issues too. The challenges for these businesses is finding staff, particularly during the high season, that then can find a place to live. It used to be that university students would flock to the Kootenays for a summer job. They'd work hard all day and spend their evenings and weekends hiking, mountain biking, canoeing, and enjoying the great natural outdoor experiences that we have to offer. But this is becoming more difficult all the time. Students and adults alike looking for work in towns like Fernie, Invermere, and Nelson are finding they have no place to live. What used to be affordable rental housing for the summer is now being often let out on a nightly or weekly basis for services like Airbnb. It means a lack of accommodation for small businesses to be able to expand their business. This isn't just a problem in my riding. A September 22nd CBC story titled "Housing Crunch a Concern" as Banff seeks workers for the ski season found that in areas like Banff and Canmore, there's very low vacancy rates and no place for people to live. To quote Daniel, I found lots of jobs, I got lots of job offers, but the accommodation is still the hardest part to find. That's why we need a strategy to increase rental housing stock across the country. We need to work with the provinces to give municipalities the ability to regulate and tax Airbnb units in their areas. And we need to take into account that the lack of affordable housing has an impact that goes beyond just the residents. It impacts our entire economy. In a country with weather as extreme as Canada's, the idea that housing is a human right should not be a question. No one can survive our -40 winters without shelter, nor should they have to. Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights makes it clear. It states, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of themselves and their family, including food, clothing, housing and medical care and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond their control. And housing is very much central to that. Canada is proud to have been signatory to the Declaration since 1948, and any government would do well to begin developing its policies and programs by ensuring that these very basic rights are met. However, 70 years of paying lip service to the Declaration is not good enough, and I truly hope the Liberal government follows through on making housing a right for all Canadians, which I believe I heard they plan to do later this fall. Speaking with my constituents in Kootenay, Columbia, it's clear that we have serious problems with housing in our community, and I want to just share some of the stories that they shared with me. Bill lives in a low-income seniors housing unit in Nelson. His monthly cost for living in the facility has increased significantly with very little notice. Central heat and air conditioning have always been included in their monthly rental. However, because of cuts in federal government funding, the landlord shut off the gas in May and began removing the furnaces. Baseboard heaters were installed in each tenant's unit in July. The consequence for Bill and other low-income seniors and disabled people living there was suffering through another exceedingly hot, smoky summer with no air conditioning, and now incurring expensive electric heating bills, because in British Columbia, the cost for electricity is significantly higher than natural gas. Tenants were called to a meeting in August and were told they would have to sign new rental agreements, all but Bill signed, fearing they would have no other place to go. In the village of Caslow, to the north of Nelson, a beautiful community on Kootenay Lake, there is no affordable housing at all. There is nothing available. There's no social housing, no assisted living spaces, no rooms. The Housing Society coordinator has a long list of individuals and families looking for housing. He receives calls every week from those trying to find a place to live. They are willing to move to Caslow, but they cannot find a place to live. George and Mary are an older retired couple who have lived and worked in Caslow for many years. They could no longer manage living in their home, so they sold their house last month and they have to move now, but they can't find any place to go in Caslow. There are no spaces available, and so they're being forced to move to Nelson, which is an hour away, leaving their friends behind. They are fortunate that they can afford a facility in Nelson. A disabled gentleman from Fernie discovered bed bugs at his seniors' residence. As a result, he effectively became homeless. He had nowhere to go, and he ended up sleeping outside. Traveling to Cranbrook wasn't an option for him either, as the Salvation Army shelter is only open in the winter. City of Nelson has affordable and social housing units, but vacancies are rare. Youth homelessness is a problem. There are families living in their vehicles. Alan, a Nelson senior with a minor disability which prevents him from driving, has been forced to move to less expensive accommodation in Selma, which is about a half-an-hour drive away. His pension was no longer sufficient to allow him to live in Nelson. Selma is more rural and has very limited public transportation, so he's feeling isolated and lonely. He used to stop by my office in Nelson frequently, but my staff haven't seen him there since July. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the saddest situations that my staff and I regularly face. Seniors who have worked all of their lives and planned for their retirement now finding that they can no longer afford to live in their homes. When I was at the farmers market in Creston this summer, a single senior woman, and unfortunately many of our seniors are single, came to me concerned about whether she can continue to live in her own home, that she's been lived in this family home for many, many years. She is maxed out on old age security and guaranteed income supplement, which is just over $18,000 a year. Her taxes are going up, her utilities are going up, and she doesn't know whether she will be able to continue to afford to live in her home. We need a program targeted directly at seniors, and we need it now to try and keep seniors in their homes as long as possible. When I was mayor of Cranbrook, I volunteered the city to be a pilot on poverty reduction in British Columbia, one of 7 communities. So we pulled together a coalition of agencies that help people in need, help people that are living with poverty. And when I asked them, what is the number one thing you would do if you had the opportunity to try and reduce poverty in Cranbrook? And their answer consistently, regardless of what aspect of social support they represented, they said housing first. You need to have a safe, secure place to live if you're going to get the rest of your life on track. If you're going to be able to seek employment, you need to start with a house. So these are problems, but they are solvable problems. It will take money to resolve them. It will take dedication, leadership to resolve them, but we have to do that. If we don't do that, we are failing Canadians. I would be supporting this motion. I would certainly ask all of my colleagues in the House to also support this motion. We need to work at ending homelessness today, and we need to make sure that every Canadian has access to affordable housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you. I share the focus and certainly the analysis that the best way to fight poverty is with a housing program, a good, strong housing program, such as the one we have through the National Housing Strategy. I have a couple of questions, but first, I really want to correct the record on this. The last 2 years, federal transfers to the province of British Columbia to BC Housing is $551 million. Not the $30 million referenced by the member opposite earlier, $551 million. Now, $500 million is a really interesting figure because that's the grand total of what the NDP promised in their platform in the last campaign to spend on affordable housing. $500 million for the entire country, not BC, the entire country, $500 million. And just like the bill they proposed today, they were going to front-end load it, which meant in this year, that party was promising to spend $0 on affordable housing. On homelessness, the boost was only $10 million, and they complain that our boost of $100 million is too small. They promised 10% less. Why did the member opposite sign on to a platform knowing that the housing crisis was as bad as it was, that was going to do nothing in this year to solve it? Why?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Well, Madam Speaker, I know that sort of response was directed mostly at my colleague that spoke prior to when I stood here. But, $500 million is a start. I think you'll see as we move into 2019 that we will have a very aggressive plan for housing. It'll be a plan that goes into effect immediately, not back-ending things as the current government is doing. And I think you'll find it quite an exciting approach to the future. We have not done a good job to date in providing affordable housing. We have started down a path that maybe will help us get there going forward, but we need to do a much better job, and I think you'll find that when we reveal our 2019 platform, that we have some very exciting plans for housing across Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I met a woman from Parksville that was at my town hall earlier this month. Her name's Lisa. She said, I'm here to represent the families. My children are moving away because there is nowhere to live. They're moving to Europe or come home to their parents' house because there is nowhere to live. Madam Speaker, we know, and I'm going to ask my honourable colleague that if in his community, if families are worried about where their children are going to go, if their children are moving away or what's happening to the youth in his community, and how that affects the culture and the intergenerational connect for families. Because we know with no affordable child care plan, a lot of families that are young and starting out don't have a place, don't have the money to pay for child care in their community and rely on their extended family. That's just one of the situations that you rely on your family for. But I'll ask my colleague to talk about if that's impacting his community.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you for your question. You know, the future of our youth is really concerning on a number of levels. First of all, many of our youth are now working in precarious jobs or part-time jobs where there's no certain future, there's no pension associated with it, no benefits associated with it. So we absolutely need to do a better job in ensuring that our youth have employment going forward. But housing is also an issue. You look at places like Vancouver, but even places like Nelson and Cranbrook in my riding, if you're looking at an average cost of $400,000 to get into a home, particularly if you have precarious employment, you will never, ever get a home with that kind of situation. So we need to have affordable housing. We need to have housing that fits the income, I guess, of the students that we have these days, of our kids going forward. There's nothing more important than having a place to call home. So we need to do everything we can on a number of fronts, and jobs are certainly part of that as well, making sure that there are good jobs available. But we also need to make sure that there are housing units available. The private sector market is not doing it, or we wouldn't have the homeless situations that we do today. So we need to do a much better job going forward.
Resuming debate. Reprise au débat. The honourable member South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Brampton Centre. Madam Speaker, as my colleague just said, nothing is more important than a home. And Canada has one of the best housing systems in the world, and it is getting even better. And that is why I am so pleased to speak to this motion brought forward by my colleague from Saskatoon West. I live in the southern part of Metro Vancouver, and housing affordability is a big issue. And as my colleague has just commented, a number of millennials are now finding it very difficult to stay living within that area. I know of two doctors, family doctors who are married, who have just found it impossible to still live in the greater Vancouver area. Many people are struggling to find housing that they can afford. And this is an opportunity to talk about the investments that government is making through CMHC to ensure that Canadians have access to housing that they can afford and that can meet their needs. Madam Speaker, a home is more than just a roof over one's head. It is a place where Canadian families can thrive, where children learn and grow, where parents find the stability to succeed in the job market, and where seniors can live in dignity. About 1.7 million Canadian households are in what is called core housing need. These people are living in homes that are either existing with more than 30% of their income, costing more than 30% of their income, or are unsuitable for their circumstances. Safe, adequate, and affordable housing underpins inclusive communities and economies that thrive. Community housing, or social housing, refers to government-subsidized housing that is funded under a range of federal programs developed over time to meet the needs of vulnerable populations. It has been the heart of Canada's response to housing challenges since the 1940s, when we created housing for veterans returning from the Second World War. It has since provided housing for a variety of low to moderate income Canadians, from immigrant families looking to start their lives in Canada to seniors aging in place in their communities. And that's why, for 3 consecutive budgets, government has made significant investments in creating affordable housing. In the past 2 years, the federal government has invested more than $4.7 billion in funding and subsidies on affordable housing projects in Canada. As a result, some 945,000 families will have a home that meets their needs and that they can afford. Like in Surrey, where government support for community housing has meant that 144 families in the Totem Housing Cooperative, the Common Ground Housing Co-op, and in La Casa Housing Cooperative have places to call home. Madam Speaker, in 2017, support of community housing took a step further forward with the country's first national housing strategy. This ambitious 10-year, $40 billion plan will ensure more Canadians from the smallest, most remote communities to large urban centers have a stable, affordable place to call home. The National Housing Strategy explicitly recognized the vital role of community housing, and one of the first initiatives launched as part of the strategy was a new federal community housing initiative. Administered by Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, this program, a 10-year, $500 million commitment that will ensure 55,000 community housing units across the country continue to be subsidized. Phase 1 of this initiative will deal first with operating agreements that are expiring imminently. It will fund them so they can continue to offer affordable housing to their tenants. Then in 2020, Phase 2 of the initiative will start to put in place new operating agreements for all providers as they expire over the coming decade. The Federal Community Housing Initiative gives housing providers much-needed stability and predictability to continue to offer affordable units and carry out long-term maintenance and capital repair plans. They will also be able to access a new technical resource center and a sector transformation fund to help smooth the transition to new operating agreements. Of course, federally administered community housing is just one part of Canada's community housing landscape. Roughly 80% of community housing is administered through provinces and territories. That's why this important housing sector is a central part of housing partnership framework signed with our provincial and territorial partners. Through a new Canada Community Housing Initiative, we'll be investing $4.3 billion to be cost-matched by the provinces and territories. This will ensure that 330,000 homes across the country continue to be affordable for Canadians. We are committed to community housing and its role in creating inclusive, sustainable, productive, and vibrant communities. The National Housing Strategy is the most ambitious demonstration of support for housing in almost 50 years, and it will ensure Canadians have access to housing that meets their needs and that they can afford. In South Surrey, White Rock, we know that many people are struggling to find housing that they can afford. And we are fortunate to have organizations and people bringing together the public, private, and nonprofit sectors to address this need. They are focusing on the most vulnerable of Canadians. First, seniors, women, and children fleeing family violence, children with disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, veterans, and young adults. Nonprofit organizations such as Semiahmoo House, which has developed an inclusive, open, and low-cost housing facility entitled Chorus. Their 71-unit project is catered to those of the income of the person and/or family, and it is inclusive. That inclusive means for people with disabilities, seniors, those living in poverty, and it has created a better sense of community. Semiahmoo House is pleased with the National Housing Strategy. As CEO Doug Tennant said, we very much agree and support the idea of housing rights as human rights. We are glad government is taking this seriously and consulting broadly to implement this strategy. Madam Speaker, this is a wonderful initiative, and I heartily support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, and everything my colleague has said is valid. We all know that we are facing a huge challenge, including in his province, but it is wrong to claim that the government's actions and what is contained in the budget is helping people, because the money will be spent only after the next election, and this is a bad habit on the part of the Liberals, and it's also bad because they are pointing fingers at the NDP and are going back to 2004. But for 13 years in the 1990s, the Liberals did nothing. So when you look at Toronto or places in British Columbia, when you look at Toronto and the cost of housing in those places, and when you realize the government is waiting until after the election to spend that money, my question is simple. Why not invest now to help people now? Why wait 2 years? And why wait when you can spend $4 billion on a 60-year-old pipeline?
Well, thank you for the question, and certainly I was at a groundbreaking announcement in June of this year in Surrey, where they were actually in the ground building a facility. I've just made reference to the 144 families that are experiencing the changes with respect to Totem Housing Co-op, Common Ground Housing Co-op, and La Casa Housing Cooperative that they call home. In my community, Semiahmoo House has recently completed a facility for 71 people of low income and different types of disabilities, and inclusive housing, which Inclusion International has seen as one of the best practices model in the world. So there is action being taken now, and certainly the commitment that this government's made over the long term is something that we should look forward to and be proud of. It's taking action today, tomorrow, and longer term into the future.
Questions and comments? Honourable member from the PN.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Ottawa, there are 10,000 people on the list for affordable housing, and I'm so glad that we have taken steps to invest money in the affordable housing sector. Just a couple of weeks back, under the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, we announced 2 projects to a private sector company to the tune of $75 million to construct affordable renting units. I would like to ask the honourable member if he agrees that the involvement of the private sector companies in constructing affordable rental units is one of the very good strategies. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Certainly, I think that a strategy that involves our community more broadly, whether it's the business sector, the nonprofit sector, whether it's the municipalities, the provinces, the federal government, this is an issue that we all should be involved in. We all have a stake in ensuring that the people of our communities have safe and affordable housing, and we should all be engaged in that process. And the more we can make access and availability to an interdisciplinary approach to it, the better off all people will be. So certainly I agree with that approach. Thank you.
Time for another question. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The concern expressed by the NDP was that the money won't come until after the next election. Is the member aware that we have taken spending from $2.3 billion was left to us by the Conservative government, and we moved that to $5.86 billion in our first budget and spent that in the first year of our government, and then in the second year of our government raised that spending level to $6.8 billion. In other words, almost a third of the money in our mandate that's been committed to housing has already been spent. The other 2/3 extends for the next 10 years. Is the member aware that it's not just a 10-year program that comes after the next election? It's a 12-year program with hundreds of millions of dollars being spent now and hundreds of millions of dollars being spent well into the future, up to $40 billion over the next 10 years.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
What a nice setup. I am aware of that. Thank you very much. And again, made reference to the money that's being spent right now and that's actually in the ground and making a difference in people's lives today. A big difference in people's lives today. So certainly over the next 12 years, we'll see many more of those changes. But it is a plan, and we should have a plan into the future. We should be responsible and respecting those greatest needs today, which is why the focus at the first part of this has been on those who are in greatest need, looking at those people who are at greatest risk. So that should be where the initial stages are and the initial investments, and certainly that's where they are. And over the long term, we'll see a change more broadly across the spectrum. Thank you for that.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a great pleasure for me to be part of this debate. It gives me a great opportunity to talk about our government's unprecedented leadership on housing through our national housing strategy. As Minister responsible for the housing mentioned in his opening remarks, our government recognized early in our mandate the challenges that Canadians face in finding affordable housing. We saw too many hardworking Canadians are being priced out of the communities where they work. People have to live in the communities close to their work. Even in my riding of Brampton Centre, the affordable housing is of great importance for me as well as for my constituents. We recognized the challenges and immediately took the action. Being a member of the HoC Committee, I feel proud to say that I have the first-hand knowledge of the study done by the Committee on National Housing Strategy. Through this National Housing Strategy, government wants to make sure that Canadians across the country can access to the housing that meets their needs and they can afford easily. We want to do more. We want to see that in co-investment funds, partners to play a critical role. We want to achieve this goal. This strategy will first focus on most vulnerable Canadians. This includes women and children fleeing family violence, seniors, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, those dealing with mental and health conditions and the addiction issues, our veterans and youth adults. To meet this set of tangible objectives, there will be a statutory body created to help the government to keep the national housing strategy intact. Further, there are provisions for the National Housing Campaign from time to time to know the public views on different housing types and tenures over the multiple years period. Government has decided to invest in the housing strategy as a national plan built by and for the Canadians. Over the next decade, it will invest $40 billion to build stronger communities to help Canadians to have, across the country, to have access to the safe, affordable house. The ambitious plan promises to tackle everything from homelessness, shortage of new home housing units, and repair of the existing units over the next decade, including the study will remove 530,000 houses from the housing, will cut chronic homelessness by 50%, protect 500,000 houses from losing an affordable home, will build 100,000 new affordable and will repair 300,000 affordable housing units, providing 300,000 households with the financial assistance, along with the rental benefits and the energy reduction plans. There will be a statutory requirement to have at least 20% of the units to meet accessible standards. Mr. Speaker, strategy commits to build the vibrant and inclusive communities where Canadians want to live, work, and play, so that Canadians have a chance to build a brighter future. The goal of this government is to see that the housing rights are human rights. Everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Strategy will make certain that it's the fundamental right of every Canadian to meet the needs of affordable housing, so that no one is ever refused a home because of their gender, religion, or background. Let's act in the Canadians' best interest by encouraging people in each of our ridings to access the program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I noticed that there's talk about the number of programs that have been put in place by this government where there's money flowing already. I have not seen that in my riding, and I wondered is it just Liberal ridings that this is being done in, or is it more broad than that?
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the question raised from the opposite side. Madam Speaker, this is the national housing strategy. It's the national plan. It's the plan for each and every Canadian, those who are affected and those who deserve to have affordable houses as per their basic needs. It's not for the Liberals only, not for the Conservatives or NDPs. It is the national plan for every Canadian. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to the issue of housing here in the House by asking my honourable colleague a question. And the question I want to ask has to do with the fact that for all that, the Liberal strategy does sound good on paper, I think we want to see more happening right now. Nevertheless, what I'm hearing from folks back home is that money's not flowing. There was an offer for a joint project in Manitoba. There was actually only one applicant, and the reason why, what we heard, is that the process is so cumbersome and convoluted that organizations that had an interest had a real problem navigating and satisfying the conditions around that funding. I'm hearing from organizations that have operating grants tied to, or federal funding for operating grants tied to their mortgage. It's coming up to expire. I understand that the government in some cases has extended some of those operating grants. In other cases, it hasn't. So for the organizations that aren't part of the pick and choose approach of the government, they're still facing the expiration of those agreements. They don't know what they're going to do. And for the organizations that were picked, it's just been put on hold. So we're hearing a lot about a great strategy on paper, but why is it that that's not actually what people are seeing at the ground level if the strategy really is working so well?
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for this question by my friend. And this is a program. It's expanded to all over, everywhere, and we want to, our government want to work with all the provinces and territories and the municipalities so that we can see the money flows directly to the needy person, those who deserve to have to meet the basic needs of their housings. So it's a question here that why we will not provide the funding to the people those who are in need. That's why housing strategy is this national-wide strategy, and this will be providing in funding to each and every province and to all the municipalities equally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brampton Surrey. Sorry. Brandon Surrey, is that not correct? Brandon Surrey, yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There seems to be a bit of a contradiction here between some of the government members, and I want to follow up on my colleague from Sarnia's comments, because we just heard from the previous speaker in the government that they have we've heard from a number of them that they have a $40 billion program over 10 years for housing. But the previous speaker just said that they have spent $4.5 million over 3 years, which is $1.5 billion. Not the $4 billion a year that would be there if you had $40 billion for a 10-year program. So I'm wondering if my colleague in his that just gave us the presentation can elaborate more about why there's only been such a small amount spent in regards to the $40 billion plan that they keep talking about, because as my colleagues have said here earlier, this is just the the tip of the iceberg.
A brief answer from the member from Brampton Centre, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for this question. Again, I would like to answer that the funds which have now started flowing, they are flowing in an even way to each and every municipalities. And we completed our study on the HoMA committee, then it was passed, and now the Funds Act has started flowing. The funds have started, and it will keep on. It is a 10 years plan, and it will keep on flowing in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I should have my jacket on for this, right? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise on behalf of Nanaimo Ladysmith as the Member of Parliament and also formally elected locally, and so I have a very deep understanding of the imperative in our region for full support for affordable housing. It's at the foundation of everything. We work from our homes, we have shelter, it allows us to be healthy, it's foundational, and so it's a very important role for all levels of government to be taking. I am going to be splitting my time with the member for Windsor West. So the need in Nanaimo is deeply described by a number of my constituents. I polled everybody this summer. We had at least 500 responses from people. I heard terrible things from them. For example, I am a 70-year-old single lady and I have to pay $1,700 a month, very hard on a pension. I'm not ready for seniors living yet. Another says we have lived in 6 homes in 4 years because we can't find long-term rental home. On my partner and my caregiving incomes, we can't afford to buy. Another writes, in a few years, I shall be entirely dependent on my CPP and OAS. My medication costs me approximately $500 per month. It's going to be very difficult to find affordable rental. It goes on and on. And most recently in Nanaimo, the crisis of homelessness has been made explicit by the establishment of now 300-person tent city, right on our waterfront, blocks away from where the Prime Minister and his cabinet met this summer at the convention center in Nanaimo. What triggered this was an offer from the provincial government for temporary affordable housing, a 44-unit modular housing that you can pop up. The land that the city offered, the city council voted no to allowing affordable housing to go there, and so the homeless community and the advocates in frustration created this very visible expression of the need for housing and their great displeasure at the elected city council refusing the provincial government's offer. And so I visited Tent City, and I heard stories that were heartwarming and heartbreaking. A young woman who said, look, I have a job, but I am on leave from it while I'm dealing with an addiction issue. I have qualified for addiction treatment, but because I have no address, I'm not allowed to do the final paperwork to get there. I mean, that's a jam that I don't know how any of us would be able to get out of. I heard other women describe to me the benefits for them of even having this really, hard-scrabble life on this vacant property with tents and tarps. They said, it used to be when I would go to a job interview with my shopping cart, it didn't go so well. But now that I have a little lock on the zipper of my tent and my neighbor will go and watch my stuff for me, well, I go over to the Salvation Army, I get a shower, I can walk down the street like anybody else can. I have at least the opportunity to get my life back on track. Another said, now that I'm not thinking every moment about where I'm going to sleep and keep my stuff tonight, I have time, I've reconnected with my family. So it's just such a small thing. And these people were very proud of the governance structures and the support that they had built within the tent city. Now, there is also, of course, a terrible downside of having that concentration of people in deep need fighting addiction issues and really just barely getting by. Crime has concentrated there. The neighboring properties, homeowners have certainly had thefts, so have the local merchants. So this is obviously not a solution, and I'm not advocating for a tent city, but I do applaud the organizers for making it front and center. The stats are extreme. The Nanaimo Homelessness Action Plan 2018 to 2023, just tabled with the City Council of Nanaimo, says, put bluntly, Nanaimo faces pressures that threaten the integrity and sustainability of the current system if not addressed. The service challenges in Nanaimo need to account for the challenges posed by changes in housing and labor markets, in particular, sharp rises in housing costs, low vacancy rates, and precarious income. And it goes on. And so I want to the government in power has got a budget set aside for dealing with housing. Homelessness, I mean, at every phase, everywhere on the progression of housing needs. If we build more units, then it takes the pressure off other sections. Homelessness is helped when people with some means can move into newly built places. It opens up some of the lower income spots. It takes the pressure off. And so we do need to get building. And our community is doing this. We've got some real success stories that I want to applaud. The Ladysmith Resource Centre Association is working with the Anglican Church, the Anglican Diocese of British Columbia, to build a 36-unit affordable housing project right downtown in Ladysmith. I'm really proud and glad to be supporting that. Also in Nanaimo, Brechin United is doing a really innovative, they've basically knocked down their church to redesign it completely so that it can have affordable housing built in. This is how the work gets done in our community. The Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre has added, I believe, 60 units in total to Nanaimo's affordable housing stock. They built the first multifamily housing that's been opened in British Columbia since 1999. It's a passive energy design, beautiful, innovative, full of art, space for elders. It's a beautiful place. And they've also taken over what used to be called King Arthur's Court, is now renamed Sanala. It was a real nuisance property, a problem for police. Their management, Chris Beaton and his team, have just transformed it. And it's become much more of a home for families. John Howard Society is hands-on in Nanaimo. They work with people on parole, men on parole, trying to transition into a better life. Their rate of recidivism is virtually nothing if they've gone through these restorative justice programs and lived within a therapeutic community where they reinforce each other's work and each other's healing, taking responsibility for what the crimes that they did and recognizing their own trauma from childhood or addictions that got them into this place. This is some anecdotes from John Howard Society. A formerly homeless person in addiction, he went to every agency in town, filled in every application, and except for the John Howard Society working with him, even when he was homeless, that made all the difference. We also heard from a previous to homelessness. This person had a career in the oil fields and a small contracting business, and through addiction lost all of it. You know, there's very hurt people out there, and I'm so grateful for the organizations on the ground that are helping them out. The United Way in Nanaimo is a tremendous leader. They're part of the umbrella group that coordinates response to homelessness and makes all the difference. Through our work on the Status of Women Committee, we've heard kind of stunning stories about the rate at which women who face domestic violence become homeless. Haven Society's Executive Director Ann Taylor told us at the Status of Women Committee, when a woman is forced to make the choice to leave her home because of violence, she's really being forced to make the choice to step into poverty and to bring her children along with her. Wage inequity, lack of accessible childcare, and safe, affordable housing are a few of the barriers she will have to navigate. This is on top of her safety concerns, the trauma she's experienced, and the high likelihood she may not be believed. In fact, she may be blamed. We've also got a fantastic group. The Island Crisis Care hosts the Samaritan House right on the downtown strip in Nanaimo, and they have told stunning stories about homelessness in our community. They said, again, to Status of Women Committee, we had an 82-year-old woman and a 76-year-old woman who so far have accessed our homeless shelter for the first time. They say 50% of the occupants of their women's homeless shelter just over the last 9 months are over the age of 50. Women who have worked all their lives, no fault of their own, housing pressures, have become homeless. And so we have work to do. The government's commitments to invest affordable housing are mostly after the next election. If they can find $4.5 billion to invest in a leaky old pipeline, surely we can spend as much money right now with these valued community partners and give Canadians the respect and the homes that they deserve. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, the member opposite will be very happy to know that we've spent close to $6.8 billion on social housing, affordable housing programs in the country last year, and that topped up our first year achievement of $5.8 billion, more to come. But the member raised a project which I think is actually one of the best projects that this country has ever built, and it's in her riding, and I know it because I visited her riding to help open the project. And the project, of course, has been built by the Friendship Centre under the leadership of Chris Beaton, a proud Mohawk from Six Nations in Ontario, but doing great work in Nanaimo. It's the Kwemut-Lalum housing program that in community houses 25 people. I know the member opposite is a big fan of Jane Jacobs and a big fan of making sure you build intergenerational, multimodal communities and building communities, not just building housing. The program provides housing for youth aging out of care and elders so that one can provide healing and opportunity and company for the other. It's a great intergenerational mix. It also provides the first affordable housing, as you said, that's been built. Is the member aware that that was built with federal money? Not through the Indigenous program, but through the Innovation program? And is the member aware that Indigenous groups are now allowed to apply for all of the housing money, not just the narrow band under the previous government?
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, I did mention that program specifically. It was well underway. We've been seeing it through its construction phases. We're very proud of it in Nanaimo, and the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre, as the proponent, has been fantastic about partnering and finding as much money as they can. I'll note one of the other Indigenous housing programs, which created a contest for Indigenous housing ideas, kind of a Hunger Games for on-reserve housing. And I'm struck by the comment of Mary T.G., Chair of the Delegated Aboriginal Agencies Provincial Forum. She said the issue of housing and poverty is not to be relegated to as something as demeaning as a contest in order to win prize money. I do believe that while ever how intentioned it may be, it absolutely misses the mark of dealing with the issues, which is really that housing issues within First Nations communities, they're at a crisis point. End quote.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. I remarked how much she knows about where the money is needed in her own municipality, and the same was true for some of the other members that have spoken. And so, it seems to me like the government, if they really want to make tracks on this affordable housing and addressing the homeless issue, should consult with the members of Parliament and give the money to the municipalities. Obviously, they know exactly where it needs to go. And would the member comment on that?
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, we absolutely want to be, invited when members of Parliament from the government come to our communities. That would be fantastic. An interesting piece that hasn't been a big part of this conversation, though, is the problems that rural areas face in particular. Because they're not inside a municipal structure, they don't have that direct link to money. And certainly on East Vancouver Island, because of the expropriation of Indigenous land to build the railway, there's very little public land available. So I want to flag something that I heard from my colleague Howard Hooley, who's the Regional Director for the Regional District of Nanaimo, that the RDN is developing a program. They hope that they're going to have voter assent to add this function that would create basically a housing authority within this unincorporated regional government. It could help community organizations facilitate land donations and then the management of housing agreements that would ensure that the people that need the housing most are the ones that get it. If you're outside a municipal structure, you've got a particular challenge, and we hope that the voters locally will accede to that, and we hope that certainly voters will have in mind very much that they want to elect councils and rural regional directors that will say yes to zoning applications in partnership with the provincial and federal government.
Brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I've heard the member from Sarnia-Lambton stand up several times now and say there's no money being spent in her riding. I just want to assure that, in fact, there is. In fact, there's $7.2 million at the following addresses: 369 Tank Street in Petrolia, 747 Copeland Street in Sarnia. There's additional dollars being spent at 16 Watt Street in Forest, Ontario. There's also at 1212 Michigan Avenue in Sarnia. Additionally, there's at 1625 Afton in Sarnia, Ontario. And as well, there's at 115 Victoria Street in Sarnia, Ontario, and at 911 Wellington Street in Sarnia, at 244 Jane Street in Bridgeton, Ontario, as well as at 4335 Petrolia Street in Petrolia, Ontario.
Thank you very much. I just want to allow the member to be able to respond, and so I just want the Parliamentary Secretary to know that the questions is to the member of the NDP, and I want to give her an opportunity to respond. The Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that the member opposite, if he's got a similar list for my riding, I'd love to see it, because we don't get informed by the government. We don't get invited. This is an issue that's nonpartisan. We need to work together to house those most deeply in need. And anybody on the government side that would like to work with the people that the locals have elected, I'm sure we would all do better if we were coordinating and communicating. So far, that's failed to happen.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today and to contribute to this debate. And I think one of the most telling statements and observations of today was the first statement the Parliamentary Secretary said was that 25 years of federal absence. And I was here, Madam Speaker, and I know you were here for part of that time, when Paul Martin cancelled federal housing, when the Liberals resisted time after time after time. And the Parliamentary Secretary is correct that Paul Martin and his administration, even the John Chrétien genre, where I was part of this House, were the ones that crumbled away a national housing strategy, that drove the distance between provinces, municipalities, and the federal government to be proactive, to build on the success that we had and ensure that housing stocks that we currently had were going to remain viable for the future, and new ones would meet the demand that would provide the homes for safety, for education, for quality of life for so many people today. So we are in a major, major catch-up scenario because of the 25 years the Parliamentary Secretary rightly described in the opening statements today. He is absolutely correct to put this where it belongs, to Paul Martin, to Jean Chrétien, not doing the work that was forewarned time after time by New Democrats and other people in this chamber, governments that were slashing social services, at the same time providing massive corporate tax cuts, including to sectors like the insurance industries, the oil and gas companies, a series of others that made record profits at a time when social investment today would actually make us a stronger economy and would deal with some of the humanity issues that we face so much with an opioid crisis and other emerging trends, that a safe place above your head for you and your family is so important to be able to achieve. And Madam Speaker, that is echoed across the country. And it's also important to notice in this motion that we have is the role of the private sector. And in the private sector, we have, Madam Speaker, a number of different options that are available, but also this government that continues to make decisions that erode housing options. And the area that I represent, Madam Speaker, is one of the highest rates of child poverty. And most recently, not only have we been waiting for investments for federal housing to take place, we have seen this government and this cabinet do an order in council to eliminate housing from our market. And I'll get to that in a second, Madam Speaker. I represent Sandwichtown, the oldest European settlement west of Montreal, where the War of 1812 was fought, the Underground Railroad. And today it has one of the highest rates of poverty, challenges with immigrations coming in, supports to make sure people get back to school, single families, parent families, and it's recognized even through third-party reports as being one of the most challenged in the nations. Most recently by Campaign 2000 to End Child and Poverty, the riding by riding analysis shows, sadly, we're just outside the top 10. And what did this government do, Madam Speaker? In this region, in this area, that has 1/3 of Canada's daily trade to the United States, they gave a private American billionaire, Matty Maroon is his name, who has his tentacles through the history of the Liberal Party, permission to build a new bridge and at the same time demolish single-family and multiplex homes for affordable housing that they bought up. And if that wasn't bad enough, Madam Speaker, the repercussions were already being felt because they bought these homes, they boarded the doors, they boarded the windows. We lost schools, most recently being Forester High School. We lost a post office, one of the longest standing post offices in Canada from the 1800s that used to deliver mail, the horse and carriage system. We lost places of worship and businesses. And so, Madam Speaker, those aren't familiar with an order in council. An order in council is essentially a decree from the Prime Minister and their cabinet that avoids all scrutiny, is the will of them and their moment, that they know everything, and they issue that law, that privilege, that right, without coming through this chamber or even the unelected chamber. It doesn't even have to go through the unelected chamber. It just happens. So they gave this billionaire, who in the United States, because of his conduct on the American side, was actually sent to a day in prison. They gave him the keys and the process to not only continue to have these homes and be rewarded for boarding and locking them up, they now want to do that to another 30 to 40 homes. In fact, the situation has become so grave that they decided, even at this point in time, to erect lawn signs on these properties calling for their demolition because they got the green light and the special permission and the privileged access from this government to do another border crossing without any terms or conditions, not even any terms for community benefits, which ironically, Madam Speaker, the Liberals voted in their own private member's motion to do a community benefit project, and they just ignored their own advice from their own members. And I don't know, I think it's buried in some committee somewhere, but we haven't seen the light of a day of it here. It's just another Liberal motion that's gone to another place, probably perhaps to show something they did during the actual tenure here in the last 4 years, but we haven't seen it even come back here at this point in time. But they didn't even do that. They didn't even follow their own member and their advice of their own member here in this chamber. So what do we have happen right now? We have another war on the city streets of Windsor at a time when housing is at a crisis point. Although Windsor has had the blessing of lower housing prices than other places, so affordable housing has been something that has been attainable to a certain level. That has shifted radically in the last 5 years. And hundreds now are without proper accommodation. The market is increasing. More people are flocking to the city. We have issues over opioids and other social problems that are multiplying. And the perfect storm is taking place at this point in time. And we have more and more people than ever before that don't have a place for them and their families at the end of the day. And the government is very cognizant of this. And they're very cognizant of their partner that's destroying these homes and asking for more homes to be destroyed. And we have seen no action. We have seen no action. So, Madam Speaker, I hope when they consider this motion, and in the motion is the notation of the private sector, is perhaps some of their responsibility with their partners, including the Ambassador Bridge and their project that they're proceeding on from the Order in Council, from the Prime Minister and his cabinet, including the minister responsible for today's debate here, to do something about the mere fact that their actions are eliminating affordable home options in my community. You literally have right now homes, single-family homes, others that are duplexes or quadplexes that could provide the safe place for a mother, a father, their children, and the economic basis for a community to survive being shut down because of their policies, lack of accountability, and the mere fact their promises are nothing less than the broken words they are.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member opposite raises a critical question, and it relates to the right to housing and the human rights framework that we're going to move forward with in terms of dealing with one of the most pressing issues in the country today, which is the economic displacement of low-income communities. It is a real challenge. Some call it gentrification. There are other issues that are attached to it. And I look forward to the members supporting us as we build into the National Housing Program a way to protect those communities that get economically displaced by economic forces beyond their control. But my question for the member opposite is this. The member talks about, with disappointment, the fact that we've spent $5.8 billion in our first year, $6.3 billion in our second year. Is the member aware that the platform that he ran on promised to spend $2.78 billion new over 4 years? $2 billion of which was the housing renewals, which we've already done, and it's not even part of the figures I just said. So in other words, only $700 million for homelessness and housing. That's the platform he ran on. Would he rather we kept his promise or fulfilled our mandate to build housing, which is way more than $700 million, the paltry sum that he promised Canadians when he stood for election?
Bravo. The honourable member for Windsor West.
What a sad response. And I think you should go back to his own comments himself, his own words about 25 years of being absent, including his former mentors being Paul Martin and John Chrétien, and the cast of characters that we had in here that denied the fact there was a problem in Canada. I am glad he has owned up to that 25 years of absence. His party can do action now to make up for that 25 years. And the mere fact, Madam Speaker, it reminds me of a quote. Promises are worse than lies because you make others hope for something that you're not going to do. That should be the Liberal credo.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments. He mentioned that this motion does include the private sector. Well, I'll give him the fact that the preamble talks about the private sector, and he mentioned it twice in his speech, the private sector. But there's nothing in this motion that talks about incentives to get the private sector involved and reducing red tape to allow the private sector to do its job, or reducing development fees. Madam Speaker, there are many communities where the private sector is eager to partner, but this government, this current government, is adding continuing red tape, increasing taxes, making us far less competitive. So plumbers and electricians and all of these people that are able to provide private sector housing are not able to keep their jobs. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage my colleague to include the private sector in some ideas as to how the private sector could actually be a part of the solution. No one's suggesting the private sector is going to solve all the problems. But, Madam Speaker, they're a great partner that we should be incorporating into our plan. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, there was a lot of models that were very important through the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation involving the private sector. And the member knows the Conservative Party did not use this really excellent asset. In fact, drove a wedge for some of its good work being done under the Harper administration. That's the reality. And so perhaps we can see a reemergence of CMHC as part of actually a proactive approach to including the private sector to accomplish some of those goals. And sustainable funding and regular funding as well is very important for the private sector so that they know that their projects actually are going to be viable as they are amortized over a series of different years. So, Madam Speaker, there's plenty of ways that the private sector could be brought in to do this, and it's also job creation and other programs that we can do for carpentry, for home building. A lot of these programs and services that have been cancelled in the past, retro eco-fit programs the Conservatives actually cancelled, were very good for local employment and development because they lowered the costs for people, they saved energy efficiency, they put more money back into people's pockets, and they actually employed a lot of local people. So the re-emergence of those programs in connection with the National Housing Program is a good way to put people to work and put roofs over people's heads.
Time for a brief question. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
For those who are listening at home, I think that nothing summarizes better the way the Liberals perceive the debate on housing. When you listen to the speech of an MP who proudly speaks on behalf of his or her citizens who have been displaced because of an American company. They go back to 2015. My colleague has been here for many years. Can my colleague talk about saying one thing and doing another?
From Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be concise here, but it's an important point. And I thank my colleague for the question. And this is it, is that it's the missed opportunities of this country, the mediocrity that we have right now, and the malaise from this government. And the problem is that they're saying it, they don't really mean it, they don't put the hard work behind it, which is really necessary. The example that I provided with the Ambassador Bridge is a classic one of the fact that their actions have consequences that eliminate the housing because they wouldn't do the hard work that's necessary.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Rivière de Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure today to rise today and take part in the Opposition Day debate on housing. It's not often that an opposition party gives the government a chance to talk about all of their achievements, but thanks to the member from Saskatoon West, we have that today. I'm not just going to speak about our record on housing. I'm going to talk about what we've done for seniors. I'm going to talk about what we've done for people living with disabilities. I'm going to talk about what we're doing for vulnerable Canadians. Most of all, I'm going to speak about what we're doing in the fight against poverty, because that's the reality of the core of this Opposition Day motion. What is the government doing to fight poverty in Canada? The answer to that question is simple. We're doing more than any government has done in generations. Let's start with seniors, for example. We all know that Canada's population is aging. However, you want to look at it as Canadians are living healthier, longer lives. With these demographic changes, our country will have both challenges and opportunities. Our government recognizes this, which is why one of our key focuses since taking office has been to improve the quality of life for an aging population. We increased the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors, improving financial security for almost 900,000 seniors and helping to lift thousands of seniors out of poverty. We enhanced the Canada Pension Plan for the first time in a generation, which will help the seniors of tomorrow with increased retirement benefits, particularly for disabled contributors, widows and widowers. Indeed, Madam Speaker, in my riding, I can't tell you how many times seniors have come in trying to survive off Canada Pension Plan, off OAS, off GIS, and they struggle. This is a huge accomplishment. And of course, we reversed the Harper government's disastrous changes to OAS and GIS eligibility, restoring the age from 67 back to 65, which will prevent 100,000 seniors from falling into poverty every year. Or let's talk about what our government is doing to promote accessibility and help Canadians living with disabilities. Today, 1 in 7 Canadians report having a disability, and disability continues to be the most common ground for discrimination complaints to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. That's why our goal is to make a barrier-free Canada a reality within the federal jurisdiction. And that's why last June we tabled C-81, Canada's first ever national accessibility legislation. Thanks to the Accessibility Act, our government is taking a proactive approach to get ahead of systemic discrimination across all areas of federal jurisdiction and achieving the progressive realization of a Canada without barriers. We're also putting money where it matters through programs like the Enabling Accessibility Fund and the Social Development Partnership programs. Initiatives like these support community-based projects across Canada aimed at improving accessibility and safety within communities and workplaces and get us closer to a barrier-free Canada where people with disabilities have a real opportunity to succeed. Or we can talk about housing. Our government is proud to have announced Canada's first ever national housing strategy. Over 10 years, $40 billion plan to give more Canadians a place to call home. Thanks to the National Housing Strategy, we're going to create 100,000 new housing units and repair and renew more than 300,000 housing units. We're going to reduce or eliminate housing need for 530,000 Canadian families across Canada. We're going to protect an additional 385,000 households from losing an affordable place to live. We're going to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% by 2027-28. It's important to note, however, our commitment to making sure Canadians have access to safe, affordable homes runs deeper than the National Housing Strategy. From the beginning of our mandate, we've been making unprecedented investments in housing, and these investments are already paying off. Whether it's eliminating chronic homelessness in Victoria, or funding new community housing projects in Calgary or Kitchener, or funding seniors and supportive housing units in St. John's, all across Canada, we're helping to create homes for people who need them the most. In fact, since forming government in 2015, we've invested nearly $5 billion in housing, which has benefited nearly 1 million Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I just want to pause for a moment and just say that again. $5 billion since we've come into office. By comparison, the party that initiated today's debate promised less than $3 billion over 4 years for housing, and they made those commitments conditional on first balancing the budget. Our government understood from day one that meeting Canada's housing challenges could not wait, which is why we've invested from the beginning of our mandate and why we've committed to providing stable, long-term funding to our partners for the next decade. That's what you bring. That brings certainty to our partners over the next decade that they can plan. They can start to look forward as to how they can help resolve some of these issues. Most of all, let's talk about poverty. As we outlined recently in Opportunity for All, Canada's first ever national poverty reduction strategy, we seem to be doing a lot of firsts coming along here, our government has a plan to achieve the lowest level of poverty in Canada's history by 2030. That's millions of people removed from poverty. We're also going to establish the first ever official poverty line so that we can accurately measure how we're doing in the fight against poverty rather than leaving it up to the government of the day to set their own definitions. Indeed, in the committees that I sit in, all the witnesses that came to us, I was the one who kept asking all about data. We need that data. We need to understand what's our basis line. How are we doing compared to where we were? How are we doing to meeting our future goals? That is critically important to executing any operational plan. Once again, we've understood that the fight against poverty isn't something that can wait, which is why we've invested heavily in that fight since we took office. To date, we've invested more than $22 billion in the fight against poverty. And I'm proud to say that those investments are paying off. Thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, enhanced seniors benefits, and starting next year, the Canada Workers Benefit, by April 2019, we'll have lifted more than 650,000 Canadians out of poverty. 650,000 Canadians out of poverty, including more than 300,000 children. This is an incredible achievement, and it's something that we're very proud of. Our government understands that there's still more work to do. As the Prime Minister likes to say, better is always possible. But however you look at it, by whatever measure you use, we're making real change happen. We were elected to help Canadians in the middle class and those working hard to join it through unprecedented investments in housing, in seniors, and in the fight against poverty. Our government is making it possible for more and more Canadians to have a real and fair chance at success. I'd also like to add, Madam Speaker, that from my riding, we see these issues being played out every single day. I have sat in on countless roundtables, town halls. I have been to some of these consultations with our colleagues. What we heard and what we are putting down as a plan is what the experts have been telling us. This is what we need. We don't need a knee-jerk reaction. We need to have a long-term plan that we can count on so that we can effectively move forward over the next decade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
While the honourable member from the Liberal Party is patting himself on the back, homelessness has tripled in Port Alberni in 2 years, under their watch. So we don't need to talk about campaign promises in 2015. We need to talk about people today. That's our job. That's why we're here in this House, to help people right now. More and more people are ending up on the streets. Our economy is struggling. Small businesses, as he knows, are struggling to find employees. They've rolled out a strategy. He's talking about 2027 and 2028. Imagine, you're on the street right now and 50% of people, they're promising to make sure they're not homeless. That number's skyrocketing. This doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker, to the person on the street, to our communities. What we're asking for is them to immediately roll out half the national strategy now. It's needed now. Urgency is now. The province of BC understands it. They're doing it. Why can't the Liberal government do it?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I thank my honourable colleague on the other side for his question. We have doubled investments into $200 million. When we look at the things that we have done, when you look at the investments that we have made to date, this is not a problem that happened overnight. When we look at the past, it doesn't happen overnight. You have to have a plan to be able to move, pardon me, Madam Speaker, you have to have a plan to be able to move forward. And this is our plan that will take us to where we need to go. And we are investing money. Thank you.
I just want to remind the member for Courtenay Alberni that he had an opportunity to ask the question without being interrupted, and he should provide that respect to the person who's responding, even though he may not like that response. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battlefords Westminster.
Lloydminster.
Lloydminster, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was able to hear some of my colleagues' speech, and I heard a lot about chronic homelessness. So what my question is we know that there are multiple reasons for homelessness. We know that factors such as mental illness, mental health, addictions, newcomers to Canada, English as a second language, for example, the lack of jobs. So the economy kind of has a hand in this, surprisingly. So I want to ask my colleague, what kind of tangible change is going to be reached by just throwing billions or millions of dollars at homelessness? How are we going to actually impact people and their mental health, or English as a second language, for example? How does this government plan to achieve that? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague on the other side for the question. When I started my intervention, I didn't start off with talking about housing. I started off by talking about poverty, because poverty is at the core of all of this. And when we talk poverty, we include mental health, because those are issues. We see these in my writings. We see mental health issues. We see drug addiction issues. We see the type of issues that are all across this nation. And there's a big debate, housing first or treatment. You can't have one without the other. That's the problem. The previous government had rolled everything into a $120 million Housing First program. Not enough. Not enough when you cut off housing shelters, when you cut off shelters for youth, when you cut off vulnerable women's shelters. It's not enough. That's why our plan includes, it's all directed towards poverty and helping those who need it the most and being able to move forward. It's not just housing, it's all the elements that go together to solve the problem. Thank you.
We have time for a brief answer, a brief question. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. The one thing we have talked about is investments, investments, investments. If this government was so talking about investments, how come the money is not on the table right now? And how come the money that they say that they're putting into all of these programs is not rolling out like they say?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, a brief answer, please.
Brief answer. Thank you for the opposition's question. When it comes right down to it, We have partners, and we need to be able to work with our partners, and our partners have to be ready to be able to move forward. And willing to move forward. That's it. She's telling me to sit down. Thank you.
What can I say? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to speak to the motion for the member for Carleton. The expenses which the member believes are not thought through are, on the contrary, thought by Canadians as being smart investments which will help grow Canada's economy and make it strong and inclusive. For example, we committed over $1 billion in new investment in housing, and this is the biggest share of the 2017 budget. Access to a safe and affordable housing unit is a key issue in almost every riding in the country, including that of Carleton and also in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, my own riding. I'm pleased to say that the government has shown national leadership, unprecedented leadership, in a file that is so vital for the health of Canadians and Canadian families. I would like to underscore the exceptional work carried out by the government last year to consult all Canadians on the way to improve outcomes in housing for all. In fact, the minister came to my riding with stakeholders and representatives from affordable housing associations. He took the time to consult the people in my riding. This is a commitment we made in the 2016 budget to collect innovative ideas and which could be included in our national housing strategy. At the end of 2016, a national conversation was launched following a very productive meeting of federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for housing, led by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. The consultants were called Let's Talk Housing, and they went on for 4 months. Between June 28 and October 21 of last year, the CMHC and provincial, territorial, and municipal administrations conducted all kinds of consultations on the national strategy. The consultations included online initiatives, in-person events organized by cities, and in regions throughout the country. We collected a great deal of information, opinions, ideas, and points of view of thousands of Canadians, and dozens of organizations were collected and taken under consideration. Madam Speaker, these consultations had 3 objectives. First, we wanted to encourage Canadians. We wanted to get them to actively think about housing and what housing means for our communities, and to talk about housing. And there is not the shadow of the doubt that this worked. Second, Canadians were invited to share their opinions on a long-term housing vision for Canada and to pinpoint themes and outcomes related to housing and to identify innovative approaches to housing. And that was also accomplished. The third objective of the consultant was to develop a national housing strategy, and I'll come back to that in a few minutes. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about some of the engagement activities which were held last summer and last fall. Specifically with regard to online consultations, the CMHL launched the Let's Talk Housing online consultation on social media sites, and Canadians shared over 1,900 ideas. The campaign was so innovative and efficient that it received 2 Platinum Markham Awards from the Professional Marketing and Communications Association. CMHC also won 4 Gold Awards in various video categories and online categories, again for its Let's Talk Housing consultations. Over 6,300 Canadians also participated in a national inquiry on housing. Over 130 suggestions were submitted on the Ideas platform created by CMHC, and over 775 online briefs were received from individuals and organizations such as the Canadian Federation of Municipalities and the Pan-Canadian Housing Collective. The CMHC also led targeted consultations on the National Housing Strategy.
In all, 22 roundtables of specialists and experts and interveners were organized by the CMHC. People who had experience with homelessness and new arrivals, Canadians with low income and disabled persons, in order to ensure that people living with these problems, housing problems, would be able to take part in developing a national strategy on housing. We also undertook research on public opinion, and some members organized meetings in their ridings, town halls. I'd like to also say that all members of this House got information and material to help them communicate with their constituents. We have engaged with First Nations and on the conditions of life and whose conditions of living conditions are among the most difficult in Canada. There were meetings with Indigenous organizations and we supported their consultation forums. This led to the publication of a report, What We Heard, by the Minister of Family, Children and Development. There was an event on Facebook on November 22nd, 2016, the National Housing Day in Canada. I would invite all members to visit. Parlons logement, let's talk about housing, and read the report. A clear message came out of these consultations. Canadians want better results with respect to housing for those who have greatest need. There were other themes that came out of these consultations. For example, Canadians and stakeholders want that the national strategy include all aspects of housing. We have to integrate housing with other support services for vulnerable persons who really need them. Housing providers need better access to capital to facilitate developing a greater number of affordable housing units. Certain solutions were proposed, and more precisely, Canadians want that their national strategy on housing mitigate or eliminate homelessness in Canada, give priority. In my riding, there's an area where there are groups who help people who are homeless, because it's not just in urban centers, it's in all kinds of areas, because there are people in my riding who live with homelessness, and there are all kinds of homeless people who apply for shelters every year. We'd have to also, another point, give priority with respect to housing to Canadians who have a low income or vulnerable Canadians. We'd have to deal with particular challenges faced by Indigenous peoples wherever they live. We'd also have to help Canadians with low and middle incomes, especially in our large cities, and come up with communities that are both inclusive and enduring, and ensure the vigor of the social housing system. Participants in the consultations helped us to identify problems, and their points of view have been taken into account as the government puts the last touches to the National Housing Strategy. As the Minister has already indicated, the National Housing Strategy does not aim to duplicate or replace plans and strategies that are already being implemented provincially, territorially, or municipally. It rather allows for the government to harmonize efforts by all interveners, governments, housing stakeholders, Indigenous organizations, and other, so that we will come to common results in a spirit of mutual respect. Now, at first blush, a pan-governmental approach was adopted with respect to the national strategy in order to consider housing within a overall general context, which considers regional needs with respect to housing and respects all jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, the main stakeholders are very favorable to what we have done with respect to our national strategy and the orientation we have adopted. I'd like to quote the Mayor of Vancouver, who approves it. I'm sorry, your time is over. Perhaps the member might add more in the answers to questions she may get. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to risk contradicting my colleague, saying the government had done a great deal for housing. There is an organization which says that in 2016, young people, compared to those in 1966, have to take 4 to 5 longer a time to get together the money necessary to put a down payment on a home. So this is far more difficult for young people. There are people who are trying to build a life after having completed their studies, and mortgages are far more difficult. The rates are far higher countrywide, so all of this is much more difficult for them. Now, following the Canadian housing strategy, an association of renters in Quebec has said that it is highly critical of this policy. He said they're talking about $2 billion. There will be time for other questions as well, so I will allow the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Midi to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question, and I know that people in my riding have met with Minister Duclos, and everything they've read about the National Housing Strategy was something that seemed great at first splash. But when you look at the details, it's quite sure that in 2015, we made unprecedented investments in housing, and people in my riding seem to be happy with the strategy. But rather than, if people don't have access to affordable housing, it's clear that it's going to be, if they have access to this, they'll be able to buy a house more easily later.
Thank my colleague for her comments. And the Liberals try to take credit for this major national housing strategy, but again, as the first part of this motion points out, it's over 10 years. So it's fine to promise something 10 years, Madam Speaker. My colleague and her members on that side often talk about the middle class and those working hard to join it. Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, what they need. The middle class and those working hard to join it need a good job. This government's policies on economics, from the failure of to negotiate NAFTA, to increasing tariffs, to failing to give green light to Trans Mountain and Energy East, all of these negative factors on our economy are driving away jobs. The jobs are actually going to the West. I met with a number of people in my riding this summer, small business owners. Many of them are actually talking about relocating to the U.S., taking their jobs with them. So how can my colleague actually say that we're addressing the housing problem when people can't even get a job to be able to afford a house in the first place, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Midi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. We talked earlier about the middle class and those who want to join it. I would remind the Honourable Member to address her comments to the Chair. Yes. So, my colleague on the other side who talked about people joining the middle class, imagine, since we've been in government, 500,000 jobs have been created. The unemployment rate is at its lowest in 40 years. It's clear that we have created jobs, and our national housing strategy is meant to help people have safe, affordable housing.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to notify you that I'm going to be splitting my time with the honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Madam Speaker, it's a great honour to stand in this House, as always, on behalf of the wonderful people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and talk about an issue which is very near and dear to my heart, but which is also consistently one of the top issues that is raised by people where I live. And, you know, I got into politics because of the work I used to do as a former caseworker to former Member of Parliament Jean Crowder. I worked in her office 7 years, and I really got to see how the policies and the legislation enacted in this place affected people on the ground. And there were far too many occasions when I was sitting across the table with a tearful constituent who was at the end of their rope because they were having to make a decision about whether they could pay the rent or put good quality food on the table. And in a country as wealthy as ours, that is a shameful thing that is still going on today. These are problems I was dealing with in the last decade. They're still going on. It's 2018. And so, Madam Speaker, the reason for this motion today is because we have this sense of urgency. This was an urgent issue 10 years ago. It was an urgent issue in 2015 when the Liberals won the election. But there has been a delay, and we have not seen the action live up to that urgency. We all have those stories as members of Parliament. We all have to sit in our constituency offices and try to explain why we're not doing enough to meet it. So, Madam Speaker, let's look at the motion before us, because it's got two very important constituent parts. The number one part is going to call upon this House to recognize the right to housing as a human right. And I right away want to acknowledge the hard work of my friend and colleague, the member for North Island Powell River, and her attempt earlier in this Parliament to actually put that into law through Bill C-325, which was unfortunately voted down by the Liberals. That bill would have basically enshrined the right to housing in the Canadian Bill of Rights. And I know the Liberals at the time criticized it. They said, you know, using a legal avenue, a rights-based approach is not going to be effective. I think members were saying that you need to have a plan. Well, Madam Speaker, the point they were missing is that when people actually have a legal avenue, that's how you hold your government to account. When you have a legal avenue, you can go to the courts, you can make sure that not only the legislature, but the executive branch is actually living up to that legal obligation. I know it's not the only answer, but it certainly is a very important and constituent part of the issue that we're trying to deal with today. And Madam Speaker, the second part, and this is probably the critical part of the motion, is that we want this government to bring its funding commitments forward and spend it before the 2019 election. You know, the Liberals are masters, absolute masters of the long promise, right? They will announce something, and it's usually made up of previously announced funding. It's grossly inflated to include both territorial and provincial funding announcements. And then when you look at the fine print, you see that it's spread out over a whole bunch of years, and the funding is actually not going to come into effect in a big way until after the next election. And so, yes, the National Housing Strategy was rolled out with great fanfare, but when you look at the budgetary numbers, it's all back-ended to fiscal year 2019, 2020, and beyond. So we have to get into the next Parliament. Yes, there is federal money being spent now, but it's nowhere near enough to acknowledge the crisis that exists on the ground. And that's what we're calling on this government to do, to move the spending up, to treat this like the crisis it is, to actually get those units to be built. Now, I want to talk about some of the amazing local initiatives that are going on, because it's in the absence of this critically needed federal funding, or the fact that we have to wait for it. I look at associations like Macola Housing Cooperative, the Cowichan Housing Association, who are really trying to lead with local efforts to actually get the ball rolling. And in fact, where I live in the Cowichan region, the Cowichan Valley Regional District, we're going into municipal elections this fall, and we're going to have an important referendum question on whether we are going to allocate some funding to the Cowichan Housing Association so that they can start taking firm action. So I'm really heartened by the incredible work being done by constituents in my riding. They have seized the issue. They have done homeless counts. There's also that part of housing, the housing crisis that's frequently not talked about is housing insecurity. People who are one paycheck away from being evicted or have threats from their landlords or who are couch surfing. It is a big issue. And so I wanted to salute that. You know, I don't want to prejudge what the referendum question is going to be, but I hope that the voters in the Cowichan Valley look at this referendum question and treat it with the seriousness that it deserves and really try to recognize the local efforts that are being made on this particular issue. The other thing, Madam Speaker, you know, I mean, the Liberals, I know, in questions and comments are going to come up with all kinds of facts and figures and try to say, well, look, we really are doing something. But the really bad thing, and I hear the chirping on the other side, but the really bad thing is that this government is prepared to spend $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money on an old pipeline to deliver diluted bitumen to our coast. Something that flies in the face of our climate change commitments. And furthermore, they want to expand the export of diluted bitumen. You know, it just makes an absolute mockery of our climate change commitments. So they can find that kind of money pretty quickly and easily. And I'm left trying to explain to my 6-year-old kids whose future that we're trying to work on in this place, I have to explain what our current government is doing and you know, try to put that in the context of the housing crisis that we are having. Now, Madam Speaker, I think it's always very helpful in this place to, you know, when we are talking about particular issues, is to bring the personal stories, because that's ultimately why we're here. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk a little bit about a couple of constituents who wrote to me and gave me permission to use their names and talk about some of the things that they're going through. I'd like to talk about Wilfred Stevens. He's a single father who can barely make ends meet because he's trying to prove that he's the primary caregiver to his children. He has been struggling to get the child tax benefit. And all of this financial difficulty is basically not allowing him to have that kind of security of making his rental payments. There's a woman named June Thomas in my riding who has been waiting for quite a long time to get her GIS application processed. She's currently couch surfing at her age in different family members' homes to try and make ends meet. And, you know, it's just absolutely unacceptable that our seniors, the people who in previous generations and previous decades built this country to what it is today, that they are still having to live in such abject poverty and trying to find a place to live, one of the most basic human needs that we have. So, Madam Speaker, and another one, you know, I've got Peter Emily Smith, you know, he's having problems with the CRA and so on. Like, these are all issues that relate to people's ability to find housing. And when you don't have that kind of security, it actually affects your entire life, your outlook on life, the way you're able to function in society, your ability to hold down a job. That kind of stress wears down on people. And it can lead to further costs down the road, both in their mental health, their physical health. And so there actually is a real intangible economic cost to not solving the housing crisis. People will, maybe my Conservative friends will argue that it's too costly a venture. I would argue that it's too costly not to do things and take this issue with the way it goes. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I think given that, you know, my time is running out, I will just end on saying that I recognize how critical this issue is. I'm going to be hosting 2 town halls on housing during the October constituency week. And it's really to try and juxtapose what the traditional federal role used to be in housing what it is now, but what more we could be doing from the senior level of government. So, Madam Speaker, I hope all honourable members will look at the spirit and intent behind this motion, recognize its urgency, and support us on addressing this very critical issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to thank the member opposite. His commitment and his comprehension of the seriousness of the issue and the value of investing in housing and the transformational impact on people's lives is exactly why we've invested into the National Housing Strategy. I also would like to follow up on the two cases he referenced, because those are also within the ministry I work, and would be more than happy to help those individuals that attain the benefits they're entitled to. In terms of what he can say to a 6-year-old, you know, we are actually spending in the first 2 years of office, we spent 3 times more on housing than we spent on the acquisition of the Trans Mountain. In fact, we've spent close to $12.6 billion in new spending. That's not part of the $40 billion of the National Housing Strategy, but that's the down payment we made to get into the National Housing Strategy. And I'd also like to say that over the next 10 years, we'll be spending close to 10 times more than we spent on TMX. So you can rest assured that our investment in housing is by magnitudes of tens of billions of dollars, much, much, much more than anything we've spent on that one particular project. But my question for the member opposite is this. In the Nanaimo area, the following projects have been invested in and built and created in the last 2 years. 312 Hearst Avenue. There's another one at 940 Hectate Avenue. There's another one at the nonprofit on-reserve site of the Tishat First Nations. Additionally, there's another one at the North Cowichan First Nations with the Penelaktuk tribe. Additionally, there's another one in Tofino. There's an additional investment in the reserve at Tishat. And it goes on. There's another one at Malahat. There's an additional investment of $960,000 at Oyster Bay. An additional investment in Nanaimo, Alberni at Marktosis. There's about $18 million in investments that have gone into the area that he represents. Which one of those projects is his favorite, and how does he explain the joy of seeing it to his children?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I need to provide my friend and colleague with a map of Vancouver Island with the electoral areas, because then he would realize that Nanaimo is in fact not in my riding. So that's a bit of an oops. Secondly, what I would say to him is that I love the Library of Parliament, because when you submit a question, you get a clear and concise answer. And Madam Speaker, I'm holding in my hand right now a response from the Library of Parliament that says there are $0 announced or committed in the riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a great speech and for revealing what most of us on this side of the House are aware of, that $0 have been spent. Now, the propensity of this government to predict spending in the future is, in my mind, wishful thinking, because they don't even know if they're going to be here in 10 years. And I wondered if the member finds the same.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full question. I think it was about wishful thinking that the Liberals have. Yes, I mean, you know, I think I referenced that in my speech, that they are masters of the long promise, and a lot of what they announce is kind of predicated on re-electing a Liberal government. That's what they like to package these things up, bring them to the electorate, and make it seem like they're actually doing work. But when we get down to the fine print, you can expose the inaction for what it really and truly is. We see that on their environmental commitments, here in housing, and I really hope that the Liberals will understand the intent behind this motion, that we are seeking to move the funding that's been allocated in later years, get it going now, because here and now is where the crisis is. Here and now is when the money needs to be spent. Thank you.
Question, the comment. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris. Oh, sorry, not. I got the wrong one. For Souris, Moose Mountain. I always get that one wrong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and appreciate his comments. And so, sorry, he touched very briefly on seniors, and I realize we all have issues in our own ridings. And likewise, in my riding with the demise of the oil industry, we have a lot of seniors that have homes that they cannot get rid of, and that's their retirement. and short of them investing their money on cruise ships and spending all their investment on that to travel around the world, they are not going to have a home to live in because the price of the market has died. Does he not believe that this motion would be better spoken if it had something about the economy in it to advance so we create those jobs that this Liberal government is not investing in?
The honourable member Cowichan Malahat Lang for a brief answer, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think, the intent behind the motion is pretty broad. It's trying to get the government to specifically act on something right here and now. His comments about seniors, however, are very welcome because many seniors are on fixed incomes. They are, very much the most vulnerable members of our society. They are less able to have the agility to adjust to economic shocks, which is why we have to pay particular attention to them when we are designing policy in this area.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to talk about housing today because it is a critical issue in my riding, which is very rural in nature. And this is an issue that has been problematic for several years now. In several locations, there is no social housing. Nothing has been built since the end of the 80s. Nothing has changed or moved. And for the most part, what we're seeing are units for aging couples or people. And so in most small villages, all there is in terms of affordable housing are residences for older people. So nothing for families. There are a few projects that have been in place in some of the cities, in the municipalities. And when I spoke to the mayors in these cities, they've all told me just how complicated it is to put these projects together with all of the requirements. And sometimes it's so discouraging that they just want to give up because there's no end to the bureaucracy. Oftentimes, administrative requirements for putting forth social housing projects for rural communities are exactly regardless of the size of the project. So what you're required to fill out in terms of paperwork and requirements is exactly the same as if you were building a 200-unit building in downtown Montreal or a 4-unit building in Saint-Vital or another small location. And in addition, oftentimes, there needs to be a minimum of 24 units for it to be deemed a project. So if there are 300 people in a town and they need to build 24 units worth several $1 million, that's what they would have to build to get funding when it doesn't meet their needs nor their reality. So if we have the same requirements across the board, until we understand that there is a wide diversity in terms of geographic realities, then rural communities won't have access to funds for housing units when, in fact, they really need funding, but they're simply left out of the funding programs. Oftentimes, the administrative burden increases the cost of the project. Now, if the same thing is being asked in terms of administrative requirements that need to be provided, well, those plans are the same, whether it be a matter of building 4 units or 24. So the cost of all of the specifications and paperwork that's required means that these projects become extremely expensive because the administrative costs are not amended based on the size of the project. Oftentimes, when it comes to putting the project together, a lot of money is invested to obtain the expertise, specifications, etc., to have a project that meets these standards without even knowing whether or not the funding will be coming through. And so as a result, that increases the financial risk for the municipalities because, for example, if we're talking about $100,000 in with a budget for a municipality of about $800,000 for all services, well, that's
a significant amount of money being set aside without even knowing whether or not the project will be completed. It's huge. So as a result, large municipalities have many projects that are underway. They're in the drawer, and when programs come out, all they have to do is open up the drawer and pull out the project, and, well, this is the one we're going to be going ahead with. We're ready with it. We also need to take a look at the organization in these very small municipalities. In large cities, there's architects, urban planners, all types of professionals working for the municipality. But in the small ones, there's a director general, the municipal secretary, who might even be working part-time, an inspector, and a general worker who does snow removal and all kinds of things like that, extra tasks. So putting together a project, a social housing project for a small municipality with a number of specifications is such that they have to get an architectural plan, engineering studies from outside sources. It's very costly. They don't have the resources inside because they simply don't have those resources. That results in a number of challenges, and I think that at some point we have to say that we will change these requirements, the administrative nature of these projects based on the size and resources available to the municipality, so that larger urban centers don't attract all of the funding for their projects. There needs to be a significant portion earmarked for projects in municipalities with fewer than 3,000 people to prevent all money from going elsewhere than to these very small municipalities. They need the housing units, but they simply can't see how they could possibly succeed in going ahead with the project. Then the government announces a lot of projects, some money, but nobody knows when it'll be spent. Now we're hearing that 80% of the budget will come after the next election. So if there's a small municipality that wants to put together a project, well, the municipality has to commit funds, significant funds, to put together a project without knowing whether the government will be reelected or not. So I may have done it for nothing. There won't be funds available when the time comes to proceed with my project. So that's unacceptable when it comes to management. I think that if funds are announced for housing, then it needs to be stated that the funds are available immediately and that there's, say, a 3-year period for the project. What we're doing is seeing a smokescreen that's been created for people. People don't even know whether, in the end, ultimately, the project will go ahead. They don't know what will happen with the election. They won't know what's going to happen 2 or 3 years down the road. Maybe, as with the democratic reform, announcement will be made, oh, it's too complicated, there's problems, we won't go ahead with it. So then they still don't have their housing units. So in the meantime, people are living in poverty. They can't overcome it. These are situations where we're mortgaging children's futures. They are remaining in violent situations, too. Now, if we look at housing for Indigenous peoples, where nothing's been built in several communities for a long time, we see situations where a woman is exposed to domestic violence and she wants to throw her partner out. When she throws him out, this person is thrown out of the community because there isn't any other accommodation available anywhere. But oftentimes these women are too afraid. They're saying, well, I can't throw my husband out on the street because there are no other options, and so they give in and remain in these violent situations. Oftentimes it's similar. If a woman wants to leave, she doesn't leave from her house. She has to leave her entire community without knowing whether or not there's a space elsewhere. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, there is a shortage of workers, a shortage of housing that has gone on for decades. Nothing is moving forward. People can't pay their rents. They live in unhealthy conditions. They face intimidation from their landlords. But people seem to think that it's okay to leave people living in that kind of situation, as if they weren't important. There are options to develop rural economies in regions like mine. There is a huge potential, but at present, we can't get that economy moving because we can't house people. We can't send in workers when there's work available, when companies are closing because there's not enough labor. So how can the government say we're going to be investing this money in the next mandate, another mandate, when the needs are urgent? Now, once the funds have been granted, well, housing doesn't grow like flowers. We have to find entrepreneurs, construction workers. It doesn't happen overnight. They're not built overnight. So now, these young children's future is being mortgaged for several years now. I mentioned larger cities, and I mentioned places where the last time housing units were built was back when I was about 5. Well, this is, in fact, mortgaging the childhood and teenage years of children. There won't be any housing built before they become adults, and that is unacceptable. So paying 75% of one's income for housing, that mortgages as many other things. Those aren't people who are going to be able to be earning money. If 75% of your budget goes to housing, well, how are you going to pay for a car that would enable you to get a better job, earn more money? Because you need a car, because if you don't have one, you can't get to your job. There's no public transit, because there isn't the critical mass in terms of population. So it's extremely important to understand that housing needs are urgent, they're immediate, and I hope that the government will understand the realities of my riding. It's high time the light went on their side.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
De développement social.
Merci pour l'opportunité.
Thank you for this opportunity to put a question to the member opposite. 3 very serious points with respect to...
Basically in English, I apologize not to be able to do it more comprehensively in French, but it's this. First of all, and I'd like the member to know this, that the Homeless Partnership Strategy money has a new definition for rural homelessness and is also enrolling new communities so we can move prevention upstream and into rural communities where much of the homelessness problem in Canada emanates. Secondly, the co-investment fund does not require a set contribution from the province, but it must involve the municipalities. But the municipalities aren't required to provide matching dollars to receive these funds. They're simply there to provide, to tie them into municipal programs to make sure we get the housing built. And the final point, which I think is critical to this, is that the dollars that are set aside for this have already started to be spent. $12 billion has already been spent prior to the announcement of the National Housing Strategy. Our first 2 budgets pushed the housing strategy into communities right across the country, and the next 10 years adds on top of that. It's well more than $40 billion that we've promised, well more than $12 billion that we've already spent.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quickly, no money has been invented in depuis
rapide. On sort du parquet. Poulari, Macamier, Côtier, Chazelle, Tachereau, j'en passe rapide.
And I'll go to Témiscamingue.
Du Nord, Anglier, Saint-Eugène-de-Guigue, Saint-Bruno-de-Guigue, La Verre-le-Châtre, Fugerville, du ML-Ouest, Lorrainville, Ville-Marie, Béarn, Saint-Édouard-de-Fabre, Témiscamingue non plus, Kipawa, il n'y a rien.
Nothing invested in Témiscamingue, neither either. So if we look to the east of my riding now. Nothing in Lyonnais, nothing in Saint-Félix-de-Delquet, nothing in Rosaire, nothing in La Vérendrère, nothing in Bellecour. Shall I continue with the list, or do you think he's gotten the message that nothing's been invested in my riding for small communities? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have 3 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House resumes debate on this motion. Now, statements.
Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend was tragic and shocking for thousands of people in Ottawa, Dunrobin, and Gatineau. As horrific as the tornadoes were, the one thing that came out of this natural disaster was the way in which neighbours, even strangers, came together as a community. I want to thank the first responders, Hydro Ottawa and Hydro One staff, especially the linesmen, the fast food workers and gas station employees, and all of the people that went out of their way to check up on seniors, bring food and hot water to families with babies, and deliver ice to help keep food and medicine refrigerated. This shows, Mr. Speaker, that in times of crisis, when our neighbours' lives are shattered by events beyond our control, our community comes together. I am incredibly proud of the people of our city. If you want to help, please consider making a donation to the Red Cross, Salvation Army, or the Food Bank. Thank you to all those who came forward in this time of need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, along with the member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex, I was able to attend the amazing international plowing match held in Chatham-Kent this year. From the fantastic array of exhibits to the great farm displays, incredible entertaining, including Chatham's own Canadian cowgirls, thousands of visitors from across all over Ontario and beyond were able to experience good old-fashioned Kent County hospitality, as well as see firsthand why I call Kent County the Garden of Eden. We had terrific weather with only one day of rain, but everyone pitched in to help navigate through the challenges a fall rainstorm can do to Dover clay. 1,000 plus volunteers, including my wife Faye, worked for countless hours to plan and execute this successful event, which would never have happened without all of their efforts. Congratulations to everyone for making this year's international plowing match in Chatham-Kent such a great success.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Sage Creek community will hit the trails for their first annual Run Sage Creek. There will be a 1-kilometer fun run for younger children, as well as a 3 and 10-kilometer run-walk options. Quelle belle activité!
What a great activity to bring the community together and encourage physical activity in the great outdoors.
Hard since last year to put together this great event. They even organized a run club over the summer to help initiate adults and kids to the sport and get people active.
Even though the main objective is to get outside and be active, any profits will be returned to the Sage Creek community and the Parent Advisory Council of École Sage Creek School.
All there, registrations end on October 7th, so sign up today.
So see you on October 7th in Sage Creek.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Today, New Democrats initiated a debate on one of the most pressing issues facing Canadians, the need for decent, secure, and affordable housing. Indeed, we face a crisis. Millions of Canadians are struggling to find appropriate housing for them and their families. In every province, the dream of home ownership has been crushed for young couples. Renters cannot find affordable housing and face reno and demoviction. Employers cannot attract the employees they need, small businesses are closing, and families are being separated as folks are forced to leave the communities they grew up in. Despite their rhetoric, Liberals refuse to treat this as a crisis or provide meaningful relief now. The federal government must re-enter the housing file and finance projects directly. We need to build co-ops and affordable homes of all types, create incentives for rental stock, and curb offshore capital that destabilizes residential markets. Housing is not only a commodity, it is a necessity. It's time the federal government treated it as such.
Excellent.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Hamiltonian Byron Rawson was the youngest wing commander in the British Commonwealth during World War II. Barney, as he was known, was an 18-year-old McMaster student when he enlisted in the RCAF. By April 1945, he had piloted bombers in 51 missions and earned 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses. Wow. And yet, until last week, his grave was not marked by a military headstone. 3 months after returning home in 1945, at only 23 years of age, Barney Rawson took his own life 2 days before Christmas. Did he die in the service of his country? Yes, according to the Commonwealth Graves Commission, and as a result of their inquiry on September 22nd, with surviving family and RCAF members looking on, a war graves headstone was unveiled in memory of Wing Commander BFN Rawson, and overhead was a flypast of an RCAF Globemaster and Hamilton's restored Lancaster bomber, the favorite aircraft of this great pilot and hero. Barney Rawson, may you rest in peace.
All right. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ride for Pitt Hopkins was a great event held in southwestern Ontario September 9th. The event brought awareness to a rare children's condition, Pitt-Hopkins syndrome, affecting the 18th chromosome. There are 650 cases worldwide, 31 in Canada and 11 in the province of Ontario. And it is estimated that there are 30 cases in Ontario right now, but because of the disease being undiagnosed, that many people don't know that they're living with it. That is why the Widow Sons Thames Valley chapter organized this special event. I got the chance to meet Jacob and his mom and dad at this event. His parents shared with me their daily routines, their story, and how they work to make Jacob's life better each and every day. His mother shares his story at Steps with Jacob on Facebook, sharing the impacts of Pitt-Hopkins on Jacob's life and living with Pitt-Hopkins-like syndrome. Thank you to the local Masons, specifically James Rose, for the invite and gear. And thank you for sharing the great work that our volunteers do in our community.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Casey Wright and Danny Virtue. Casey and Danny are true role models in my riding that have dedicated their lives to helping others. Casey has fought cancer since he was a child. He has suffered from many other health complications. Casey remains positive and has led countless fundraising initiatives for hospitals and community organizations. In addition, in 2002, Danny established a non-profit Virtue Foundation in my riding, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, which is dedicated to raising awareness for children with physical, mental, and financial challenges. I would like to commend both Casey and Danny for their outstanding community service as they continue to inspire us with their hard work at Virtue Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, I had the pleasure of participating in the celebrations for the 75th anniversary of Branch 94 of the Royal Canadian Legion, located in my riding of Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Fellow comrades and friends of Greenfield Park Legion Branch 94, in recognizing the vital role it has played in supporting our veterans and the wider community for 75 years and counting.
Wow.
From a membership of 15 in 1943 to more than 500 today, Branch 94 has grown into a thriving organization that has proven it's here to stay. In fact, last year it was named the best legion in Quebec by Provincial Command. De sa campagne de coquelicot.
From its well-run Poppy campaign to its annual Veterans Picnic at the St. Anne's Hospital, the Greenfield Park Legion continues to organize hundreds of activities every year.
MPs to join me in congratulating Greenfield Park Legion Branch 94 on its Diamond Jubilee.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, October 1st is National Seniors Day. It's a day to pay tribute to Canadian seniors who have built our country and continue to make valuable contributions. I love to meet with seniors and learn from them. One of those incredible seniors is Maria Mellersteg. On October the 21st, she turns 104 years old. Wow. I've visited many seniors, including Chartwell, Langley Gardens, and Renaissance, beautiful retirement communities that are still giving through charitable programs. But seniors have concerns. They have items that seniors must buy, they need to buy, and they would like those items to be GST exempt. Right. They don't like the Prime Minister buying pipelines, they don't like illegal border crossing, and they don't like the high price of gas. They wonder why it took the Prime Minister 3 years to appoint a minister for seniors. Why? Seniors deserve our help to age with dignity, and Mr. Speaker, I love seniors, and I want to wish them all a National Happy Seniors Day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted today to celebrate Don Valley West resident Dr. Gina Parvena-Cody's lifetime contribution in engineering and her generous $15 million gift to Concordia University in Montreal. Born in Iran, Dr. Cody arrived in Canada in 1979 with $2,000 in her pocket. In 1989, she became the first woman to earn a PhD in building engineering at Concordia. She went on to become president and principal shareholder of CCI, an internationally known consulting firm. In recognition of Gina's achievements in her field and her generosity, the engineering school has been renamed the Gina Cody School of Engineering and Computer Science at Concordia the first engineering faculty in Canada to be named after a woman. Gina Cody, toutes mes félicitations. Merci pour votre générosité.
Thank you for your generosity.
Equity and diversity and inclusion for the next generation. Our world is changing. It is better through your hard work. Thank you, Gina Cody.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was National Tree Day. Trees are essential to our lives. They provide us with oxygen, clean our water, purify our air, and elevate our mood, and so much more. A tree can sequester 10 tons of carbon dioxide by the time it's 40 years old. So trees are invaluable to our battle against climate change. Not only must we take care of our forests, but we must also expand the living infrastructure within our cities. Successive Canadian governments of all stripes have supported healthy forests and bringing more trees into cities. That's why Tree Canada, Canada's leading national tree organization, has recognized the people of Canada with its coveted ETERN Award. In 2011, this House passed a motion by MP Royal Gallipo to proclaim Canada's first National Tree Day. Yesterday, in his honor, a sugar maple tree was planted with Royal's widow, Ms. Anne Palacio, and the clerk of the Privy Council to mark this special occasion of National Tree Day 28.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, like many across the country, the first day of school for my family meant new shoes, clothes, and that famous awkward family photo. It also included the children returning excitedly home at the end of the day to share stories about their new teacher and who they got to sit beside. But for many residential school survivors, the first day of school was often a day of horror and pain. Orange Shirt Day was launched in my home province of British Columbia based on the heartbreaking story of Phyllis Webstad. She was 6 years old when she began attending St. Joseph's Mission School in Williams Lake. On the first day, a gift from her grandmother, a bright new orange shirt, was taken away from her. As she wrote, the color orange has always reminded me of that and how my feelings didn't matter, how no one cared, how I felt like I was worth nothing. This week, children in schools across Canada will wear orange shirts to commemorate the legacy of the residential schools. As each shirt proudly declares, Mr. Speaker, every child matters. Their traditions, families, communities, and dreams matter.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
On World Tourism Day, we thank the 1.8 million dedicated Canadian tourism workers. The tourism and motor economic
Tourism is an economic driver which creates good jobs everywhere from one coast to another.
sector provides more jobs for Canadians than oil and gas, mining, agriculture, aerospace, and auto manufacturing industries combined. This fall, we will gather to celebrate Canadian tourism and the amazing award finalists from across the country at the 2018 Canadian Tourism Awards. This year's nominees represent amazing companies and experiences from coast to coast to coast, including Acadian sturgeon and caviar from my own riding of Fundy Royal. Alors que l'année de tourisme.
This is the Canada-China Tourism Year, and it's going strong, so I'm proud to be part of a Canadian government which is committed to growing Canada's tourism industry in the interest of creating even more good jobs for the middle class. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Liberals were elected on a promise to defend the environment and to end subsidies for oil companies, but what have they done? They've spent $4.5 billion of our money to buy a 65-year-old pipeline, which translates into a 670% profit margin for a Texas oil company. The Liberals were elected on a province of reconciliation with First Nations, but what have they done? They've mismanaged the Trans Mountain consultations and were criticized by the federal court. Now the Liberals are saying they'll be holding yet more consultations, but that the pipeline will nevertheless go ahead. This shows disdain for First Nations. As for the Conservatives, they just want to take us back in time. We thought that Energy East was dead and gone, but the Conservative leader, it seems, wants to bring it back to life like a zombie. But in a nasty surprise, the Liberals are opening the door to just that. We're looking at the Liberal-Conservative Pipeline Coalition. Thankfully, the NDP is there to defend the Quebec consensus and to fight for the environment.
First Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, this summer, the failures of this Liberal government grew exponentially. Their high-tax agenda continues to chase away economic growth and opportunity. Trade agreements would help increase our competitiveness, but they can't seem to get that job done either. The Liberals refuse to prioritizing passing the CPTPP and left Canadians on the outside looking in on NAFTA negotiations. Provincial support for the costly and ineffective federal carbon tax is plummeting. And the special deal the Liberals cut with large corporations is an admission of their own failed policy. A month after the federal court's decision against the construction of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, there's still no plan to get that pipeline built. Whether it's the economy, trade, taxes, ethics, pipelines, or immigration, the failures of this Liberal government are hurting Canadians. And one thing is certain, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks the end of almost a quarter century of service in Canada's Parliament by the Honourable Art Eggleton, who is celebrating his 75th birthday this Saturday and is retiring as a senator after 13 and a half years. Before serving in the Senate, Art was a member of this House for 11 years, elected in the riding of York Centre, which I now have the honour to represent. He served in the cabinet of Prime Minister Chrétien in 3 portfolios over 9 years. Before that, he spent 22 years on Toronto City Council, 11 of them as the longest-serving mayor of the City of Toronto. Altogether, he has spent over 45 years in public service. He has been a friend and a mentor to me and was one of my very first supporters. Art, on behalf of all members of this House, I say thank you for your service to Canada and best wishes to you and Camille as you head into this new stage of your life.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadian jobs depend on NAFTA. The consequences of a failure would be devastating for us. Canadians are more and more afraid and they fear for their jobs. This Prime Minister did not have ask for an interview with the President, although they were both in New York. I'd like the Prime Minister to say why this meeting was not necessary. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, as we've been saying since the beginning, our goal has been to update and modernize NAFTA for the good of Canada. Our attitude is a constructive one. Our negotiators are firm because they're doing their job. Our responsibility is to obtain a good agreement for Canada, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Becoming more and more nervous, especially the millions of Canadians whose jobs depend on NAFTA. Now, RBC Economics says that 500,000 jobs alone would be vulnerable if NAFTA fails, and the Canadian Auto Dealers Association says an additional 100,000 jobs would be lost in Ontario if auto tariffs are imposed. Can the Prime Minister inform the House if he has received any assurances that new tariffs on the auto sector will not be applied next week if no deal is reached this week?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said from the outset, our objective in these talks is to update and modernize NAFTA in a way that is good for Canada and for Canadians. We are constructive at the negotiating table, negotiating in an ongoing fashion to make sure that the deal is right for Canada. That is our job, to get the right deal for Canada and for Canadians, and that's exactly what we are going to do. Now, the Conservatives want to sign any old deal quickly at any cost, but we will not agree to a deal that is not in the best interests of Canadians.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister had multiple opportunities to inform Canadians as to whether or not he will reverse the decision by Corrections Canada and put Tory Stafford's killer back behind bars. I'd like to give him another opportunity to do so today. He knows he has the power. Will he use it?
Honourable Prime Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, our hearts all go out to the family of Tory Stafford for the loss they endured. The offender in question was moved from maximum security to medium security in 2014 under the Conservatives. She remains in medium security now. As the Conservative member from Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis said in his capacity as Public Safety Minister, I do not control the security classification of individual prisoners. However, the Minister has asked that the Commissioner of Correctional Services review this decision to ensure that it was taken properly and in accordance with long-standing policy.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister knows he's playing games with words. Tory Stafford's killer was behind bars and behind razor wire. Now she's living in a condo. He knows he has the ability to force this decision to be reversed. Section 6 of the Act gives him that very power. I know he'd like to talk about every other aspect about this case, but it's a very simple question. Will he put Tory Stafford's killer back behind bars?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, to be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, the offender in question was moved from maximum security to medium security in 2014 under the Conservatives, and she remains in medium security now. The Conservatives should know that the Minister does not control the security classification of individual prisoners, because that's exactly what the member from Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis has confirmed in the past. The Minister has asked the Commissioner to review this decision, but as the Conservative member from Kamloops-Thompson-Caribou once said, we need to let the many steps of an...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that Tory Stafford's killer was behind razor wire and bars and is now in a condo. And he also knows that he does have the ability. Let me read to him what the Act actually says. It says, the Governor and Council may appoint a person to be known as the Commissioner of Corrections, who, under the direction of the Minister, has the control and management of the service and all matters connected with the service. Will he use the authority he has to put the killer back behind bars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I will let Canadians determine who is playing word games with talks of condos. The facts of the matter are clear, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, under those Conservatives, the offender in question was moved from maximum security to medium security, and that individual remains in medium security to this very day.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of Saint-Éléazar de Témiscouata, Saint-Louis-du-Has, Saint-Honoré de Témiscouata, and this is something that has been repeated by various organizations. The Conservatives seem to want Energy East to return to Quebec. I want to hear from the Prime Minister that he intends to eliminate Energy East. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Energy East project was withdrawn by the company who intended to put it through because of market conditions and because of their business plans. If people have projects to put forward, we'll look at them, but we want to make sure that this be done in respect of Indigenous communities and by respecting science and the protection of the environment. All Canadians expect this. The Honourable Member.
That this government's lawyers are trying to keep findings of allegations of CSIS spying on anti-pipeline activists private. It is deeply concerning and alleges that CSIS considered oppositions to the petroleum industry as a threat to national security, that they shared information with the National Energy Board about so-called radicalized environmentalists, and that they passed this information to oil companies. If any of this is true, it is highly concerning. When will the government stop using the Hopper approach and respect environmental activist rights?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can certainly reconfirm that this government believes in the rights of all Canadians to protest and communicate their positions in peaceful manners. In 2017, the Security Intelligence Review Committee investigated and dismissed the complaint. CERC's decision to maintain the confidentiality of its report and related documents will be reviewed and addressed by the federal court. Of course, as this case is currently before the courts, we cannot comment further at this time.
Député d'Abitibi Bay James Nunavik.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James EU Nunavik.
On projects affecting Indigenous people's rights. But he is determined to push ahead with a pipeline opposed by First Nations. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is not a talking point. It requires true understanding. Will the Prime Minister commit today to having his full cabinet sit with Indigenous knowledge keepers to learn what free, prior, informed consent really means?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question and his deep passion for this file, one that we all care deeply about as Canadians and we need to continue to work on. We recognize that there is much to do in terms of reconciliation, and that's why we're moving forward in consultation in supporting the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples. We know that we will continue to work and listen to all voices, those in favour of projects and those opposed to projects, to make sure we work together to get the right path for Canada.
For Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, this is becoming a file-to-file relationship. the Prime Minister,
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister committed to obtaining the free, prior and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. But he's determined to go forward with a pipeline that First Nations have rejected. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is not an empty word. It implies true understanding. Now, the Prime Minister, will he commit in French to going forward to have his cabinet sit with Indigenous knowledge keepers and really get free, prior and informed consent? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the Honourable Member, but he should be careful when he says that all Indigenous people reject. There are several Indigenous communities who have signed an agreement for this pipeline and others. He can't simply talk for those he agrees with. We have to listen to all organizations, all Indigenous peoples, not just ones who are aligned with his point of view.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister was asked more than a dozen times if he would reverse the decision and put Tory Stafford's killer back behind bars. Today, he was again given the opportunity. Instead, he chose to play word games around correctional services, security levels at prisons. Mr. Speaker, the fact is this killer is in a healing lodge, which is not something where child killers should be. Tory's family is outraged. Does the Prime Minister not understand what they are going through? Will he stand up and simply commit to do what he has the power to do, and that is reverse this decision?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, Tory Stafford's brutal death in 2009 was a horrible, gut-wrenching crime for the whole country. The killer, McClintock, was reclassified as medium security in 2014. The government of that day did not challenge that decision. And in fact, McClintock remains in a medium security correctional facility today. I've asked the Commissioner of the Correctional Service to review every dimension of this case to ensure that all policies have been properly followed and that all those policies are in fact the right ones to handle inmates properly.
Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that minister could immediately ask the Commissioner to reverse that policy, make the necessary changes immediately so that Tory's killer is behind bars. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are outraged by this. Tory's family is outraged and sickened by what's going on. We are outraged. The question is, why is the Prime Minister not outraged? Why are Liberals not outraged by this? And why will they not stop making excuses and do the right thing and act on the authority that they clearly have?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying in response to the previous answer, not only is the Commissioner of the Correctional Service examining every dimension of this case to ensure that all laws and all policies as they existed at that time were properly followed, she is also examining the question of whether those policies are in fact the right ones for the proper handling of inmates and to keep Canadians safe. I will be very anxious to have her conclusions.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Monsieur le Président, les libéraux ont...
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals took the serious decision to transfer this child killer from a prison to a healing lodge. Life in this kind of facility is much easier than life in prison. The Prime Minister has the power and the responsibility to reverse this decision. When will the Prime Minister rectify this situation and send McClintock back behind bars?
Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation, in fact, does not give the minister or the government the authority to intervene in the day-to-day operations of the correctional service. That, Mr. Speaker, is a power that is vested under the law in the hands of the Commissioner of the Correctional Service. And I have asked her, Mr. Speaker, to review all of those policies to determine whether or not they are, in fact, the right policies to keep Canadians safe in this case and every other case.
Order. It's not surprising that everyone wants to have a say in these kinds of debates, but we can't all have them at the same time. This doesn't work. So I'd ask members to not interrupt when someone else has the floor, to try to maintain their calm. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, McClintock admitted and was convicted of committing these heinous crimes. The Liberals are now defending her transfer from a prison in Ontario straight to a healing lodge. The lodge is a place for people transitioning back into society, but McClintock is not even eligible for parole until 2031. She is not transitioning. The Prime Minister has the authority and the responsibility to reverse this decision. Will he do the right thing?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the very issues that have been referred to by this honourable member in her question are issues that will be very carefully examined by the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada, who has the legal authority and is responding to the request that I made to her to make sure that all policies were properly followed and that those policies are in fact the best ones to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The Minister of Public Safety in a CTV News program called Terry Lynn McClintock's role in the abduction, sexual assault, and murder of an 8-year-old girl, quote, bad practices. Shame. Yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to commit to Canadians that he would use every tool at his disposal to reverse the decision to transfer this woman from behind bars to a lodge. Will the Minister apologize for trivializing McClintock's crimes and revoke this transfer?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, no member of this House has ever trivialized the circumstances that we're dealing with. In fact, it was a horrible crime that all Canadians were repulsed by. In light of that, Mr. Speaker, I have made the request to the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada to investigate the circumstances of this case, to make sure that all policies were followed, and also to make sure that the policies are in fact right, in this case and all cases, to keep Canadians safe and to manage and handle inmates in the proper way.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Terry Lynn McClintock went from behind bars to a lodge where single and family residential units with bathrooms, a bedroom, a kitchenette, and an eating area, and a living room exist. That's where she's at right now, not behind bars. That might be where somebody with bad practices might go, but not somebody who is an atrocious, evil child killer. The Minister has the power to
this transfer. He needs to apologize for calling it bad practices, and he needs to revoke the transfer today.
Right. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has referred to an atrocious, evil child killer. In fact, that description applied in 2014 when the decision was taken by the previous government to change her classification from maximum to medium. That's what happened in 2014, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for order. Order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil will come to order. Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, speaking of crime, Mr. Speaker, I was just in Grassy Narrows with Jagmeet Singh, where people live on the most beautiful lakes and they can't drink their own water. Now, the poisoning of the people of the Wabigoon English was not an accident. It was a corporate crime of massive proportions, and the federal agencies covered that up to this day, the ongoing contamination. So to the Prime Minister, he promised to clean the river once and for all. He's put no money into it. He's refused to meet the communities. What's it going to take for this Prime Minister to stand up and end the ongoing poisoning of the people of the Wabigoon River once and for all?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to hear that the member opposite had the opportunity to visit this important community. I had the opportunity to meet with their past chief just a number of months ago, and I look forward to having the opportunity to meet the new chief very soon. The issues that this community has had to deal with are issues that no community should have to deal with. We have been firm in our commitment to support them. I have promised to support them in the development of a treatment centre for the people who have suffered from contamination of their water sources in the community, and we will continue to work with them to address all of their needs.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I was pretty shaken up to see the visible impacts of Minamata disease on the children, who don't just carry it in their bodies. 80% of these children are suffering permanent cognitive damage, and yet this government has cut all the special education funding to the school. There's not a school board in this country that would deny special ed funding to children with such needs. So will the Prime Minister explain to the people of Grassy Narrows why he refuses to spend a dime helping the children who will carry the impacts of this disease for their whole lives?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's always important that we raise the issues of Grassy Narrows and that we all stand behind supporting this community. As I said already, we have supported them in working towards the building of a new treatment centre. I'm surprised to hear what the member is saying about special education, and I will look into that immediately. We have made it very clear that we will support the needs of children through Jordan's Principle and other mechanisms, and I will absolutely ensure that that happens.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Sean Brouillet is a veteran and one of the leading advocates for veterans. I didn't always agree with Sean when I was minister, but I always showed him respect, unlike now, and I always knew that he knew his stuff. The current minister chose instead to disrespect Sean and to attack him publicly. My question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister rise in this House today, show respect and stand by that veteran, and apologize for publicly attacking Sean Brouillet?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring that veterans and their families know about the benefits and programs available to them is essential to my job as Minister of Veterans Affairs, and that's why it's so important to explain what is involved. It's why I've hosted over 40 veteran town halls across the country. It's why we are working so hard to explain Pension for Life as clearly as we can. These new benefits are not simple because the problems we are trying to solve are not simple. Our programs are about dealing with the problems that some veterans face and facing them in a very effective way.
Honourable member for Durham.
What's tragic, Mr. Speaker, and why Mr. Brouillet brought his small claims court case is that the Department of Veterans Affairs told that minister that Mr. Brouillet's complaints about broken Liberal promises on pensions and other things were in fact correct. That minister ignored his own department and sent 3 government lawyers to crush Mr. Brouillet's lawsuit. So I'll ask again. The minister all week has said he stands by veterans. Will he show respect to Mr. Brouillet, stand today, and apologize?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
We are committed to supporting Canada's veterans and their families and ensuring that they are aware of all the benefits that they are entitled to. I engage regularly with veterans from coast to coast to coast. I hosted over 40 veteran town halls, and I am always open to different viewpoints. It is important to note that we do not take veterans to court. However, it would not be appropriate for me to comment further on this specific case because it is currently being appealed.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, when the veteran, Mr. Sean Bruyere, criticized the new Pension for Life program that was promised our brave veterans, the minister decided to attack the credibility of the veteran rather than listening to him. Why? Because the minister knew he was wrong. Department officials agreed with several of the assertions made by Mr. Bruyere. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister for Veterans Affairs listen to his officials and apologize to Mr. Bruyere, the Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs? Mr. Speaker, we want veterans to be aware of the benefits and programs available to them. It is essential for me as Minister for Veterans to make sure this is the case. We have to, this is why I explained what was implied, and this is why I had held 40 town halls with veterans, and this is why we wanted to explain the Pension for Life as clearly as possible.
Affairs attacked and humiliated veteran Sean Bruyere. He attacked him despite his own officials confirming that Captain Bruyere's assessment of the Pension for Life program was, quote, largely correct. When Captain Bruyere dared to stand up for himself, the minister slapped him down in court, sending high-priced lawyers after him. Why is the minister continuing his shameless attack on this veteran?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Ensuring that veterans and their families know about the benefits and programs that they are entitled to is essential to my job as Minister of Veterans Affairs. That's why it is so important to explain what it is involved. It is why I have hosted over 40 town halls from across the country. It is why I am working so hard to explain Pension for Life as clearly as I can. When I see an article that has misleading rhetoric, like we're trying to make people swallow our programs, or that the $10 billion we're investing is flim-flam, it is my responsibility to say no. No, it is not, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Député d'Abitibi James Nunavik EU.
The Honourable Member. I want everyone here to understand that I do not appreciate having my rights explained to me in this place by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister and his government have made it very clear to me that they do not understand our rights. So let me ask again, will the Prime Minister commit today to have his full cabinet sit with Indigenous knowledge keepers and learn what free, prior and informed consent really means?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Our government recognizes that Indigenous peoples have inherent and treaty rights, and we are committed to removing colonial barriers that impede the exercise of those rights. That is why we work so hard in partnership with First Nations, Inuit and Métis people to create a new recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework. The framework will ensure that Canada moves from a denial of rights approach to one that recognizes and affirms those rights, and we'd be glad to work further with the member of opposite in perfecting those rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
We've all got lots to learn. People in coastal communities tell me this. They're appalled this Prime Minister is still recklessly pushing the expansion of Trans Mountain. The court ruled the assessment process was deeply flawed and didn't even consider the sevenfold oil tanker traffic increase and the risks it put on orca whales and our coast. And yet Liberals still have taxpayers on the hook for billions, buying TMX instead of investing now in the housing people desperately need. So what will the Prime Minister do? Will he finally listen to coastal communities and cancel this pipeline expansion before...
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, in the context of this project, the government took the position that environmental sustainability and economic progress needed to go hand in hand. We followed with that mantra all the way through. Even though the scoping of marine shipping was scoped out by the previous government, We focused very much on marine shipping. We focused on the plight of the killer whales. We've worked very hard on those issues, and we will be taking some of that information and providing to the National Energy Board as it moves through the process that has been now established.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Canada's forests are important in a number of ways. They help mitigate the impacts of climate change and support innovation, economic growth, and biodiversity, all the while creating good middle-class jobs. Can the Minister of Natural Resources update this House on what the government has been doing to promote Canada's forest industry and to protect the health of our forests for future generations of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Calgary Centre for his question. I look forward to working with him in his new role on the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of tabling the 28th edition of the State of Canada's Forest Report. The report reinforces our commitment to grow the economy, create jobs, and protect the environment as we highlight the innovative ways people work and study in our forests. I encourage all members of this House to review the report. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, following pressure from the opposition on Tuesday, the Minister of Veterans Affairs announced that a civilian would no longer receive veterans' benefits while in prison. However, the government has refused to say whether Christopher Garnier, the one who murdered a police officer, continues to receive those benefits under the program. Can the Prime Minister tell us clearly if the government has stopped paying this criminal? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Hearts go out to the family of Constable Campbell. As I said, I asked the department to review the decision and the findings. I directed them to, first of all, ensure that the services received by a family member of a veteran are related to the veteran service, and where they are not, that the case be reviewed by a senior official, as well to address its policy in relation to providing treatment to family members under extenuating circumstances, such as conviction of a serious crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Tuesday, we presented a motion calling for the government to immediately stop paying benefits, veterans' benefits, to the criminal Christopher Garnier, who savagely killed a police officer. Everyone voted in favour of it. The NDP, the Conservatives, the Green Party and the Bloc. But who didn't? The Liberals. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has the power to change the decision. What is he waiting for? To put an immediate stop to the payments going to this murderer? The Honourable Minister.
Our hearts go out to the family of Constable Campbell, as I said. For privacy reasons, we cannot comment on the specifics of this case. But let me say this. Unlike the Harper Conservatives, we understand that when a veteran serves, the family serves with him. We take mental health seriously. That's why we opened a new Centre of Excellence for PTSD and mental illness. We launched a joint suicide prevention strategy. And I say once again that if you are a veteran in need of mental health supports, we will give you the resources that you need when you need it. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, while our veterans have faced the most unimaginable of horrors, our Prime Minister can't stomach the truth of those horrors. For veterans, PTSD is a burden they carry from serving a grateful nation. Chris Garnier developed PTSD strangling Officer Christine Campbell, putting her body in a compost bin and dumping her under a bridge. Chris Garnier is not a veteran, so why is he getting veterans' benefits?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts do indeed go out to the family of Constable Campbell. For privacy reasons, we cannot comment on the specifics of this case, but I will say that unlike the Harper Conservatives, we understand that when a veteran serves, a family serves with them. We take mental health seriously. That's why we reopened 9 offices across the country which had been shuttered, closed by the previous government. And I say once again that if you are a veteran in need of mental health supports, we will give you the resources you need when you need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
When veteran Sean Bruret question the rhetoric of this government, the first thing the Minister of Veterans Affairs did was have his staff fact-check his claims. But when they confirmed the numbers, the minister sent in high-priced lawyers to shut Mr. Bure up. Why does the minister protect the rights of convicted murderer Chris Garnier and attack the rights of veterans like Sean Bure?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring that veterans and their families know about the benefits and programs to which they deserve and which they are entitled to, it is essential to my job as Minister of Veterans Affairs. It's why it's so important to explain what's involved. It's why I've hosted over 40 veteran town halls across the country. It's why we're working so hard to explain Pension for Life as clearly as we can. More effective programming will help veterans transition to civilian life with dignity. More effective benefits will help in supporting families, and more effective supports will help get ill and injured veterans well again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, on the shop floor at Rio Tinto, Resolute, and in SMEs in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, there are hundreds of men and women wondering what will happen to their jobs. For them, the NAFTA negotiations aren't numbers, an ego war, or comments by the U.S. president. It's their futures that are at stake. If NAFTA's over, will the Prime Minister tell us what he's going to do to help workers in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region and across the country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the U.S. 232 measures have created real challenges for Canadian workers and their businesses. That's why we've made up to $2 billion available to defend and protect their interests. These measures include extending work-sharing agreements, increased funding for skills training, funding to bolster the competitiveness of Canadian manufacturers, and support for companies to diversify their exports. Other measures since July 2018 include 130 loans authorized already by BDC for a total of $100 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Yesterday, U.S. President Donald Trump signaled the NAFTA renegotiations are not going well, and he threatened once again to tax Canadian cars. Erica and Jason are auto workers who live in Belle River in my riding. Like tens of thousands of other auto workers, they are very concerned about these repeated attacks. They're worried that their jobs will be lost if Canada fails to secure a better NAFTA. My question is to the Prime Minister, is NAFTA dead in the water? And what is his plan to defend Canadian jobs if the U.S. moves ahead with auto tariffs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, an important truism of trade negotiations is nothing is done until it's actually done. We continue to work in a constructive atmosphere with good faith on all sides. However, we've always been clear that no deal is better than a good deal. And we're going to remain firm on that. I beg your pardon, no deal is better than a bad deal. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We're going to remain firm in that principle because Canadians expect us to stand up for them. And that's exactly what this government's going to do, especially for the auto industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Alors. The honourable members will come to order.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's be clear. For the past 3 years, the Liberals have been attacking small business owners, our job creators, our wealth generators, and the next one will be what? The Liberal carbon tax, and that's unacceptable. But here are the results, Mr. Speaker, of the last 3 years. A 5% drop in investments in Canada, and an increase in 66% of Canadian investments in the U.S. Why is the Prime Minister doing so much to help Donald Trump? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. We are moving forward with a plan that's going to grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. In particular, I note the support we're giving to small businesses by lowering the small business tax to 9%, the lowest in the G7. We are investing in the clean economy that's adding jobs and communities in every province in Canada and territories as well. Mr. Speaker, if we are moving forward with the plan, I expect all parties should get on board. We are going to protect the environment, grow the economy as we have been for the past three years, with 500,000 jobs added to the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Lyrics, Mr. Speaker, but look at the result. Real fact. Since this government is in power, what we have seen, less than 5% investment in Canada, less by 35% on foreign investment in Canada, but growing investment of 66% by Canadian where? To USA. So why the Liberals are helping so much the President of the United States, Donald Trump?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps we should remember that when we came into office, we were in a technical recession. What's happened since then? We have made investments in Canadians. We found ourselves with the fastest growth among G7 countries in 2017. Where are we at today? More Canadians are working than ever before. And we're in a situation where, to inform this House, business investment has been going up for the last 6 consecutive quarters, 8% up. Those are the real facts, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to invest on behalf of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after the summer of failures, the Prime Minister is going against his word. He promised lots of jobs, and now he's given some crumbs to Davy. But the problem remains the same. The Navy desperately needs a second supply ship. After the unprecedented success of the Asterix and the naval strategy, what are the Liberals waiting for? To grant a contract for the Obelix to the Navy shipyard. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We are very proud of our partnership with the Davy shipyard, Mr. Speaker. After 10 long years, we are bringing in an interim ship thanks to the workers of Davy. I had an opportunity over the summer to visit them, and I announced a contract worth $610 million for 3 icebreakers for the Coast Guard in partnership with Davy. That partnership continues, and we're proud of it, Mr. Speaker.
Donan St. Paul.
Our government has partnered with the Métis through the Canada-Métis Nation Accord. Through this accord, Mr. Speaker, the Métis Nation has identified improved access to the delivery, control of affordable and social housing as a key priority. Would the Parliamentary Secretary of Crown Indigenous Relations update this House as to the progress of this shared priority?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Kildonan St. Paul for her question. This summer, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations had the pleasure of signing the co-developed Métis Nation housing agreement with governing members of the Métis National Council. The design, delivery, and administration of the housing services for citizens of the Métis Nation will now be undertaken by their governing members and supported by a $500 million investment over 10 years as set forth in Budget 2018. This will improve socio-economic conditions for members of the Métis Nation and drive progress towards their vision of self-determination.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, the development needs across the world are enormous. Despite the Liberals' refusal to meet our previous Conservative government's level of development funding, the Prime Minister claims to have a plan. He has announced that he is going to set up yet another bureaucracy to try to convince Canadian pension plans to invest in other countries. Why should Canadians trust these Liberals to invest their pension funds abroad, where they failed so miserably to attract investment into this country?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to support sustainable development goals and address climate objectives. Meeting 2030 targets will require more resources than just what governments can provide. That's why we will contribute $20 million to the Global Infrastructure Hub that will bring together public and private investors to develop critical infrastructure projects that will benefit everyone, including women and girls, strengthen their communities, and connect global markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister came out with some old lines about his commitment to cultural industries, and what we've heard is that the key industry players said to French CBC that this is a stunt, this Netflix business, and they're to please the web giants, and they're being forced to broadcast our culture. But the minister says we'll wait for the committee report. That's 2020. It's 5 years too late. Does the minister understand the urgency of the situation? We're going to disappear by then. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite knows that our government is here for our creators, for our artists. We've invested $3.2 billion in culture, Mr. Speaker, in the ONF, the National Film Board, cultural exports, CBC, etc. He knows that, and he knows that we've asked a committee of experts to look at it. We will get to the results, and we'll come forth with a very clear position. We'll be contributing to the system. He should at least understand that.
Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 announced a decisive change for equality. As of June 2019, we're implementing the EI parental sharing benefit, which will enable parents to more fairly share the education of their children. Could the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development tell the House if the government is still on track to keep this promise? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Prescott Glengarry Russell for his hard work for families. We know, Mr. Speaker, that greater equality leads to better prosperity for all, and that's why we are so proud to announce that Budget 2018 puts in place the new 5-week parental sharing benefit. It was announced yesterday. It will come into force 3 months earlier than scheduled in March 2019. This will enable 20,000 additional families to benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice shamefully scolded 9/11 widow Maureen Besnecki for understandably criticizing this government's $10.5 million payout to al-Qaeda terrorist Omar Khadr, and even went so far as to compare Maureen's husband, a victim of terrorism, with the convicted terrorist Khadr. Will the Parliamentary Secretary stand in his place and apologize to Maureen Besnecki?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the deaths that occurred on 9/11 as a result of an unspeakable act of terror at the hands of al-Qaeda were a tragedy. I apologize for not being more sensitive at the Standing Committee about the loss of Ms. Besnecki, a 9/11 widow. Nevertheless, I remain firm in my conviction that all Canadians should also be outraged, Mr. Speaker, whenever a government is complicit in the torture of a Canadian citizen in direct violation of the Charter of Rights, no matter how heinous that citizen's crimes. When that complicity and torture occurs, a government should acknowledge it and take responsibility for it, as we have done.
The
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Order, please. Well, there's no shortage of commissions of inquiry at the federal level, Mr. Speaker. There have been some on minor subjects like the sale of salted fish or horse racing. There have also been some on tragedies like the terrorist attack Air India. But it's impossible to get one on the biggest rail tragedy in history, which killed 47 people in Lake Megantic. So I will reiterate my request. Will the Prime Minister order a commission of inquiry on Megantic and laxism in rail transportation regulations? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Transportation Safety Bureau looked in great detail at the situation in Lake Megantic and made many recommendations that we are currently adopting. Many of them, in fact, were adopted by the previous government, and we continue to make rail safety better so that we can protect Canadians who live along the railways and for those who take the train. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, the Chamber, or the House, in fact, endorsed the conclusions of a UN mission accusing military authorities in Myanmar of having committed the crime of genocide against Rohingyas. And this was under the watch of their de facto head of government, Aung San Suu Kyi. A week later, nothing's been done to revoke her honorary citizenship. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to put the question to the House, as he implied he would? Is he aware that if he does nothing, until he does nothing, we will continue to be honouring someone who's complicit in a genocide? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the honorary citizenship for Aung San Suu Kyi is something that Parliament can reflect on. Our government is focused on actions that will make a real difference for Rohingya refugees by providing food assistance to more than 1 million refugees, and we are committed to provide $300 million in humanitarian assistance. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work concretely to protect lives, to protect the Rohingyas. The Honourable Member for Boats.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
partners have repeatedly said that there will be no deal on NAFTA until we get rid of our 300% tariff on dairy products. Time is running out, Mr. Speaker. Is the government willing to sacrifice our auto industry and also put at risk 20% of our economy simply to protect the cartel of supply management at the expense of 35 million Canadians? Is no deal is better than a good deal?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but I do not. The fact of the matter is, we are the party that implemented supply management, and we're the government that's going to support supply management. My honourable colleague is fully aware that supply management farmers supplies top quality, safe food for Canadians and receive appropriate return. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support supply management in this area.
The Honourable Member for Joliette is rising with a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think you'll find that there is unanimous consent in this House for the following motion. That the House, A, reiterate its support for the motion that was unanimously adopted by this House on September 20th, calling the crimes against humanity committed against the Rohingya a genocide. B, and that consequently the House revoke Aung San Suu Kyi's honorary Canadian citizenship, which was awarded in 2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to move the motion? Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopted.
Adopted.
The Honourable Member for Durham is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order, and I'm citing Beauchene's 6th edition, the document cited provision at page 151. And it's a convention of this House that when...
Order. I'm having trouble hearing, and I'd ask members, if they're going to be leaving to go to other things, to do so quietly. And I ask members to assist me by saying, thank colleagues for their assistance. The Honourable Member for Durham has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My point of order relates to a convention of this House, and I cite Beauchene's 6th edition, page 151, with respect to documents cited. It's a convention of this House that when a member of the government, a minister or parliamentary secretary, reads a document into the record of this House, it's convention, then that document will then be tabled. Today, the Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations, the member for Ottawa-Orleans, appeared to read into the record the Liberal NAFTA plan when he said, I quote, no deal is better than a good deal, unquote, Mr. Speaker. We would like him to table the official Liberal NAFTA plan today.
This sounds like it might be more into debate than a point of order, but I don't see anyone rising to respond to the debate, if you call it that. I believe the honourable orator, the honourable opposition House Leader, is rising with the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see the House Leader. And I would like to ask the Government House Leader if she could let us know what the business is of the House for the rest of this week and for next week. Thank you.
Government House Leader. I asked. Answer. Okay. I want to remind members, including the member, my honourable friend from Cape Breton, Canso, that members under the standing orders are not permitted to walk between the person speaking and the chair. This is to be avoided in the future. The honourable, I know that he would, I know he wishes he could go back in time and correct that. The honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will be continuing debate on the opposition motion of the NDP. Tomorrow we'll be starting a consideration at report stage of Bill C-82 concerning multilateral instruments. And then we will be resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-77 on the Victims' Rights Charter and Bill C-78 concerning families.
Tuesday, October 2nd shall be an allotted day. Finally, for the rest of the week, priority shall be given to report stage and third reading of Bill C-79, the CPTPP Implementation Act, and to the Senate amendments on Bill C-65, the Framework for the Prevention of Harassment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Resuming debate of the opposition motion regarding housing as a human right, standing in the name of Ms. Benson.
Il reste 3 minutes.
There are 3 minutes remaining in the question and comments period following the speech of the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her very cogent speech on the right to housing. I need not remind this place that the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Housing, Leilani Farha, called upon this government to finally act on their commitments to provide the right to housing. Nowhere is that more critical than our Indigenous communities in Canada, both in the far north, for the Inuit, for First Nations, and for Métis. But I wonder if she could also speak not only to those concerns, but the concerns of the need for rural housing.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my speech, the needs in rural communities are huge, and often there are no investments made in social housing. And there are many Indigenous people living on reserve where housing is not accessible to everyone. But the situation on reserve is really pathetic. Often there are no new houses that have been built. You can see, if you look at the architecture, that nothing is changing. And so there are families who are incredibly crowded, often living in the same house. And many people can't flee domestic violence because they don't want to leave their spouse living out in the streets. So it's a very important issue, and it's high time that we act. We can't wait for the mandate to expire. We need to make investments immediately in social housing, both in rural communities and Indigenous communities. And that's true for all of rural Canada. Questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Brief question, please.
Interest to the member opposite say that there are no federal investments in housing in her riding, and I beg to differ. In fact, if you take a look at the investments in affordable housing, which is a cost-shared program with the province that is 50% federally funded, there are programs underway in her riding at 541 Chenier Avenue in Rouyn-Noranda. There's problems at Témiscamingue with the Eagle First Nation. There are additional programs on the Council Premier National at Abitibi-Témiscamingue. There are additional programs right across her riding. In fact, there's a grand total of almost $7 million being invested since we took office. But the real question for the member opposite is this. She has made a very strong case for investments in rural housing, and we absolutely agree with that. But if you read the motion from the NDP, they don't mention one single time the word rural. They don't prioritize rural investments. They don't mention a target for rural investment. They don't qualify or talk about a program for rural.
Order. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, brief response, please. Mr. Speaker, if we had to list all of the problems related to housing in our motion, the motion would have been over 600 pages long. So clearly, we had to simplify things a little bit to make the motion more comprehensible. Now, when I talked about investments in rural communities, I know that my colleague has probably never been to my riding, but in Noranda, we have several thousand inhabitants, but I'm referring to communities of 300 inhabitants. So, yes, there are around 100 little towns and villages that may have amalgamated or not within my riding, and things can be confusing, so I understand that my colleague may not know that about my riding, but you need to be able to make a distinction between a small town and a tiny little village that really can't get funding.
Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Spadina, Fort York. Yes. I'm going to use my time today to talk about Reaching Home, our government's new initiative that will give communities the tools and funding to work towards a 50% reduction in chronic homelessness over the next 10 years. Reaching Home will officially launch on April 1st, 2019 as part of Canada's first ever national housing strategy. Our government's 10-year, $40 billion plus plan to lift thousands of Canadians off the streets and get families out of inadequate and temporary housing. These are bold changes, Mr. Speaker. And under the National Housing Strategy, our aim is to see the building of 100,000 new housing units and 300,000 repaired or renewed housing units. This will create a new generation of housing in Canada. Our plan will promote diverse communities. It will provide housing that is sustainable, accessible, mixed income, and mixed use. We will build housing that is fully integrated into the community, close to transit, close to work, and close to public services. I want to emphasize that these goals and these numbers didn't come out of nowhere. They came after more than a year of consultation from coast to coast to coast, a year in which we met with people with lived experience of poverty and homelessness and allowed them to guide the process. I mention this because not only does it highlight our commitment to developing effective solutions, but because it stands in stark contrast to what the NDP has done and said on this issue. They first promised only $50 million per year for the fight against homelessness in their 2015 platform. Our government recognizes the need for substantial investments to be made in housing and is taking action. Our goal is for a more equal Canada for all, including the most vulnerable. One where women and men are empowered to make positive changes and benefit their own lives and our economy as a whole. As all honourable members appreciate, a stable and permanent home is a launchpad for alleviating poverty and improving health and well-being for those Canadians who find themselves marginalized. Without a permanent, stable home, Mr. Speaker, all else can seem unattainable, and hopelessness gradually pervades until no room remains for even the most modest of personal ambition. And as we know, Mr. Speaker, homelessness has a negative economic and social impact on every community in Canada. So the aim of our government's homelessness strategy is to provide new and expanded supports, because we believe that one homeless Canadian is one too many. As I said, Mr. Speaker, communities participating in Reaching Home will work towards a 50% reduction in chronic homelessness over the next 10 years. And we are investing $2.2 billion over that period to achieve our goal. By 2021-22, we will have doubled annual investments compared to when we took office. We will build on the successful adoption of Housing First as a best practice and work with communities to develop and deliver data-driven system plans with clear outcomes. This new outcomes-based approach will give communities greater flexibility to identify, test, and apply innovative solutions and evidence-based practices that achieve results for vulnerable Canadians. Reaching Home funding will also provide communities with the tools they need to deliver systems plans, coordinated access to services, and better local data. While providing a strong framework within which the communities can work, the government recognizes that there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all solution. Through Reaching Home, we will be reinforcing the community-based approach, delivering funding directly to municipalities and to local service providers. Throughout our engagement process, the government heard that the greatest asset of the current homelessness partnering strategy is that it is a community-based program. Through Reaching Home, the government will reinforce this approach and expand the program's reach to new designated communities. New communities will be added through an open and transparent application process to be launched later in 2018. This expansion will not affect the funding received by the existing 61 designated communities. In Quebec, Mr. Speaker, the homelessness partnering strategy is delivered through a formal Canada-Quebec agreement that respects the jurisdiction and priorities of both governments in addressing homelessness. Since 2001, 5 agreements for joint implementation of federal homelessness programming have been concluded, including the current agreement for 2014-2019. In order to implement Reaching Home and allocate funds in Quebec beyond April 1st, 2019, negotiations will be undertaken with the government of Quebec with the objective of concluding a 6th Canada-Quebec agreement. We also need to better understand and address the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in Canadian homelessness population. And to help achieve this, our government will increase dedicated funding for Indigenous-led homelessness initiatives. This funding will support the availability of culturally appropriate services for Indigenous peoples living in vulnerable conditions, including Indigenous women, youth, and mothers with children. Reaching Home will also create a new territorial homelessness funding stream that will collapse existing regional funding streams into a single envelope and offer more flexibility to how funding can be used, to address the unique homelessness challenges in the territories. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, we worked in consultation with stakeholders, provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to understand how Canada's federal homelessness program could be redesigned to better reduce and prevent homelessness across Canada. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, before that consultation, my committee, the committee that I chair, Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of People with Disabilities, conducted a poverty study. And many of you that have read that study know that a huge pillar of that study was, in fact, affordable housing. And I like to say, at least in my riding, that we helped frame the National Housing Strategy with some foundational work that we did on that study. Our Reaching Home initiative is possible thanks to the points of view and encouragement we gathered from Canadians throughout those numerous consultations. So to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, as a starting point, we will continue to deliver funding directly to municipalities and local service providers to support the most vulnerable Canadians in accessing and maintaining a safe, stable, and affordable home. We will also give communities more choice. Of course, the Housing First model has proven to be very useful for reducing homelessness in Canada, and it will continue to be a priority for Reaching Home. However, we will remain open to innovative in-service delivery to better support any vulnerable population that are at risk of ending up on the street, such as youth, women fleeing domestic violence, or people suffering from addiction and mental health problems. We will work with communities to help them target and reach specific results together. Our National Housing Strategy supports community engagement to meet local needs, and this is why Reaching Home supports a collaborative, community-based approach. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, Reaching Home will adapt to people instead of making people adapt to the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has referred to the Canada-Quebec agreements, and I had the opportunity, and anyone who had done the walk could have done this. This is with people from the Frappru. About 3 months ago, they left Ottawa to go to Quebec City, walking for 3 months, 150 kilometers, and they'll be arriving tomorrow. They've gone through many towns and villages to talk about social housing. I was fortunate enough to be able to welcome them to my riding, and we walked together for 1% of that route, and those people have profound convictions on behalf of a whole community of people who need social housing. In Longueuil, well, they came to our riding for a reason. We have very great needs. I have such a long waiting list. A lady from my riding said that she's a single mother, she's a young professional, and she came to see us because she only has $20 to devote to rent. So luckily, those people have fantastic solutions, but there are people who took things in hand. This march was welcomed, for example, where senior citizens were able to have access to social housing with a wonderful quality of life. This is something very basic, and yet that is something that is urgent. So I'm wondering why we're talking about this today, whereas the reality is that, you made beautiful promises, and they're beautiful promises, but 90% of the funding is only paid out much, much later. So I find it absolutely Machiavellian. I just blast the Minister of Culture because it's going to be after the elections. They're putting things off. It's really pathetic. The needs are dire right now. So why don't they look at the reality in the face and think about the people in my riding and across Canada?
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And I too have met a number of times with homelessness activists in my riding, people that are very passionate about this issue, and it is an issue that we should be passionate about. In my riding specifically, it's a gentleman by the name of Paul Tavares, who I've actually stood in this house and spoken to before. He did a 90-day out in the cold program where he literally spent 90 days out in the middle of the winter out in downtown Cambridge to bring awareness to the homelessness issue in Cambridge. We have this same issue. We have a waiting list that has over 3,500 people in it. We know this is a big problem. This is why this government has made this such a priority. This is why not $50 million, but $2.2 billion has been put to this. And I understand the passion of the member opposite. I understand the desire to snap our fingers and have this all done immediately. This is a 10-year plan. We are moving forward with this. In fact, we've already seen programs in my riding. We have a brand new facility, $4.2 million facility in my riding to help with our issue. But the problem's not gone. We will be working towards fixing it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the 2015 mandate letter given to the Minister for Family, Children and Social Development, it talked about the federal land surplus. And the federal government prior, the Conservative government, had worked on a surplus list. And part of this whole development could be what could they do to help when it comes to affordable and social housing. I'm wondering if this member can share with me, if we're looking at the surplus list, how is that going to be helping out with this strategy? Because I still have not seen how those inner workings are going to be there and what the government is going to do when they give up these surplus lands.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you. And I'd like to also thank the member who actually joined me for the travel that we did for the poverty study on our committee, and we miss her on our committee, and we welcome her back anytime. And she knows perfectly well that this is something that we are looking at. We have given incredible attention to. I'm reminded of the situation that we had in Medicine Hat, Alberta, where they took a very innovative approach to homelessness. They partnered with the province to build. They brought land to the surplus land that they had to the table, and they were able to show that given the assets that that particular community had, they could leverage that to actually build homes for those that were truly in need. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Began some of my remarks earlier today with questions about it never being a bad day when the Parliament of Canada is focused on providing housing for Canadians in need, and today has been a very good day for that indeed. I want to quickly push away some of the mythology which has been presented to us by the side opposite, that there is no new money in the housing system right now. Let me assure Canadians, let me assure Parliament that in our very first budget, not waiting for the $40 billion National Housing Strategy, but in the first budget, we tripled the dollars being partnered with the provinces. That tripling of those dollars has had a huge impact. We also immediately doubled, for the first time in the program's history, the dollars going to the Homeless Partnership Strategy. That went from $100 million to $200 million, which is a lot more than the $10 million that the NDP promised to increase the fund by. It was a substantial increase, and those dollars are being spent year by year, day by day in communities right across this country. So when we inherited government, the previous government was only spending $2.36 billion on housing. We immediately, with those commitments in the first budget, boosted spending to $5.8 billion. In the next year, last year, we spent $6.8 billion. Those are new dollars building real housing for real people, and we're proud of that. That was referred to at the time as the down payment to get us to the National Housing Strategy. So this myth that the money comes after the next election is just wrong. We started spending the day we took office. We've invested in strong housing programs from coast to coast to coast. We have also renewed the housing operating agreements, in particular with federal co-ops. Those dollars are real. They're in real people's lives, protecting affordable housing right across the country. The $40 billion that we have now put into the first ever National Housing Strategy is an important investment. And the NDP in today's motion asks us to front-end load half of that into this calendar year and then just let the next 9 years drift off to God knows where. When we build 100 units of housing in Sarnia, or when we build 100 units of housing in London or in Abitibi, when we build 100 units in Montreal or Toronto, Vancouver, if we do that year after year after year, you go from having 100 new units to 200 new units to 300 new units. If you don't back-end load housing programs, inflation and the growth of the program itself effectively dehouses the people you house in the first year by the time you get to the end of a 10-year program. Every expert we consulted with, from every university, every housing sector, every government provider, every nonprofit agency said, if you put money on the table for housing, do not front-end load it. Make sure you come in with a substantial investment and then make it grow over time as the housing sector grows. That's what we've done with the $40 billion investment, and we are very proud to have done it that way, because that's what's called listening to experts as you develop new policy. I would also like to talk about the new Homeless Partnership Strategy, now called Reaching Home. The Conservatives have criticized that we've moved away from simply doing Housing First. Let me tell you what the things that Housing First did to young people in this country. You had to be homeless on the street with no support for 6 months before that program would help you. We took the most vulnerable youth in this country and said, we're not going to help you until you've lived on the street for 6 months. And you know what? The few that came back with more complications, more damage done to them, and more hardship, and the cost of fixing those problems was off the charts. One of the most critical things we heard as we reprofiled that money was to stop forcing young people onto the streets before governments would step up to help them. And the same situation was emerging for women. Women who are escaping violence were told, go anywhere but the government, provide your housing money somehow, but don't come to us for help until you've been on the street for 6 months, because we won't help you with the Housing First program unless you lived on the street. And for young women in particular, it literally pushed them into the sex trade on the streets. The most dangerous, most precarious, most violent situations encountered by women in this country are a direct result of a housing policy that refused to help people unless they'd been acutely homeless for 6 months. That was wrong, and so we removed that. So we allowed the program to move into prevention as opposed to response. But we've also allowed communities to make the decision for themselves as to whether to provide services that keep people housed or rent supplements to house people that have fallen into hard times. That blend, as you start to house people, needs to be flexible so that local communities can solve the problems in a local way. We are very proud to have changed that policy, but communities across the country know that if you're going to deal with addiction issues or violence against women issues, or if you're going to deal with mental health issues or brain injury or all the other dynamics that cause much of our homelessness, you've got to house a person first before you deal with those other issues. And if you force them onto the street for 6 months, all of those issues compound and get worse and quite often multiply. I also want to talk about the fact that we doubled that money in the first year. We took it from $100 million to just over $200 million. We've now locked that in with provincial agreements and federal agreements over the next 10 years, and that's good news. And if the NDP wants to know what their approach was, they can check their platform. Their promise was to increase spending on homelessness by $10 million. That would not have solved the problem in any one of the major cities, let alone the new centres we're extending funding to as a result of our 40-year program, of our $40 billion 10-year program. Part of that program is the co-investment fund, and this, I think, is one of the most innovative new proposals to come from a federal government in a generation. These dollars don't require matching grants from the provinces. We now have provinces, and we heard about Saskatchewan, that's pulling out of the housing sector and literally pushing seniors onto the street by cancelling rent supplements. The new co-investment fund is not a program that flows through provincial capitals. The federal government will work directly with housing providers anywhere in Canada, including rural Canada, northern Canada, coastal communities, major urban centres and small towns, to realize housing projects that they bring forward. We work with municipalities in particular to deliver these programs, but this $13 billion program is already building programs from coast to coast to coast. I spent my summer opening those programs. In fact, every time a member opposite stood up and said there's no housing in my riding, we listed the new housing that's being delivered as a result of the doubling and tripling of the funds that we put on the table already as we move towards the $40 billion mark. Now, the other component to this is the Canada Housing Benefit. Previous governments used to attach subsidies to addresses and bricks and mortar. We've changed the approach in the new Canada Housing Program. We've put the money into the hands of provinces who deal directly with individuals. They're the best and most likely to have the intimate relationship with those people to assess what their housing needs are, what their rent needs are. The Canada Housing Benefit is now tied to people. So that if you're living in a big town and a job is available across the city, you can actually move your subsidy closer to the job and cut your transit time to make the new salary you're getting even more effective at supporting your life. If you're living in a small town and want to move to a larger town, if you're in a large city but want to move home to take care of your parents but live in public housing and see an impediment to that, the subsidy can travel with you. This gives people of low income flexibility and choice and agency in their lives, and we think this is an extraordinarily important investment. It starts in a year because the provinces have asked for time to deliver those programs, but that investment is substantial. It does force provinces to match, which is good because as Saskatchewan pulls out, we're going to be making sure they move back into that sector. Finally, the whole program is framed with an approach to housing called the Right to Housing Framework. It's a human rights framework that effectively frames the program and requires Parliament to be held accountable if there are sectors of the population not being housed. We heard about rural communities that are having trouble getting funding. We know that certain populations don't get the housing they need. Veterans are an example in some parts of the country. People with significant disabilities are another problem in other parts of the country. We've got targeted programs for some of those groups now, but as new groups emerge and systemic failures in the system are presented to us through the Housing Advocates Office and through the People with Lived Experience Council that we're putting together, what we have is a way of remedying those situations systematically to make sure we realize in a progressive fashion the right to housing. No UN covenant, no UN official, and the UN rapporteur quite certainly has never said the right to housing should be a charter right and something you prosecute legally as an individual through a federal piece of legislation. What the UN talks about, what the UN rapporteur talks about, what our legislation is aimed at achieving is making sure we have a systemic approach to create a housing strategy and to create a housing response across the country, to make sure there's a systemic way of measuring and assessing its strengths and weaknesses, and a systemic method of remedying those failures when we see them so we don't fail Canadians ever again. The right to housing legislation will be presented to this House as soon as we have finished with the drafting and the presentation. We have done consultations all year on that. And finally, on Indigenous housing. We will not achieve reconciliation. We will not address and reduce significant poverty. We will not end the housing crisis in this country without 4 forms of Indigenous housing. We have to have First Nations housing on reserve strengthened substantially, and there are investments above and beyond the $40 billion to achieve that. We also have to work with the Métis, and you heard in the questions today, a $500 million program with the Métis to achieve just that. We also have to sit down with the Inuit and specifically address through their council how they want housing built for their communities. And there are additional investments, close to $2.5 billion in investments in last year's budget that add to the $40 billion we've already committed. But we absolutely, fundamentally, must deliver an urban Indigenous housing strategy. In Ontario, 80% of Indigenous peoples live in urban centres. If we don't have an Indigenous housing strategy for urban Indigenous populations, we will never solve the housing crisis. We will never achieve true reconciliation. We will never solve the problems that colonialism, racism, and history have delivered to this Parliament. And on that file, you have my unwavering commitment not to rest my voice until that urban Indigenous housing program is funded equally to the rest of Canada's programs. And in the interim, what we also have done is made every one of the programs I just described available to Indigenous housing providers. Previous government said you will only go through INAC to get Indigenous money. The program that the member from Nanaimo talked about, which was a brilliant program in this country, was funded through the Innovation Fund. It's additional dollars added to our Indigenous housing commitments. We don't disqualify Indigenous housing providers from our regular program, and that's part of the way we're reprofiling dollars to make sure we house every Canadian and give them safe, affordable housing as part of a human rights approach to making this country fairer. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker. Well, thank you for your speech to the member opposite. Mr. Speaker, when is a right to housing framework not a right to housing when it's a framework? Contrary to what the member alleged in the House right away is simply not fact. And I will quote to you, Mr. Speaker, this is what Lelani Farha, the United Nations Special Rapporteur, actually said. It is impossible to have a human rights-based housing strategy that does not recognize the primacy of the right to housing as a legal right subjective to effective remedies. End of quote. Very clear. A right is only a right when it's binding in law. And Mr. Speaker, how much longer are we going to hear from the Liberals, now in power for 3 years, they are working on, thinking about, consulting on. Eventually, we'll have an urban Aboriginal housing strategy. They've had 3 years. And then we look at the funding that is allocated, the vast majority of which will be released after the next election. So I would wonder if the member would like to speak to that. Why do we not have that strategy right now?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We do have this strategy right now. We didn't wait for the housing strategy to be launched as a set piece over the next 10 years to double and triple our investments with provinces, municipalities, and Indigenous groups immediately. In fact, close to $12 billion has been spent on new housing programs in the first 2 years of office. And to put that into context, that's approximately $10 billion more than the NDP promised. It's real money for real housing. The NDP thinks you can build housing, I guess, with fairy dust. But the issue is this, is that on the right to housing, what the UN rapporteur, and I talk to her on a regular basis as we move forward, what she talks about is having a systemic approach that requires the government to provide a housing system that people have a right to access, that system needs to be held accountable in a public way through Parliament, and the remedies have to force government into a position where we have to remedy those situations. There is at no point where they have talked about individual rights being assigned to Parliament. Those individual rights are covered through provincial law and provincial human rights codes, and individual cases are managed under our system by provinces. But the system we create, the national housing system we create, needs to be held accountable. People have a right to expect it to meet their needs, but not necessarily deliver a specific house to a specific person in a specific way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I do have 3 points I want to ask the member, the parliamentary secretary, on this. First of all, the portable housing benefit is up for debate. For some areas, including the Greater Victoria area, they indicate that, or Vancouver area, they indicate that up to $250 perhaps will not even close that gap whatsoever. I want to know what his parameters are on that, including those who choose to move from smaller communities into larger communities where their rent may double. What is it going to be the government's role in that? Secondly, Federal government lands. We talk about the federal surplus. Where is it and how is it being used? And he asked me earlier, affordable housing. What's he going to do about affordable housing when we know that some of the affordable housing or some of the housing markets have gone up from 25 to 75% across Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, the Canada Housing Benefit is an $8 billion program and is spent through provinces, and provinces are designing how it applies to individuals. It's hard for us to say at this point exactly what that looks like, because province to province to province and territory, it will be different. However, what we said in the budget, and the numbers you referenced, is if this was the dollar amount that a person received, this is how many people would receive it. It was just simply to try and put it in terms that individuals can understand, because $8 billion doesn't necessarily translate into someone's rent check very easily when you're trying to conceptualize that, because day by day, person by person, it will be different. It'll wrap around the person rather than simply be a sort of a one-size-fits-all program. In terms of federal lands, it's been very frustrating. We got a list of federal lands when we asked the departments, and on some of those lands there already was public housing. It just wasn't being used by the department. It was part of a 99-year lease to affordable housing providers in the city of Vancouver. Getting the surplus piece down pat is absolutely essential. It's part of the $13 billion co-investment fund, and we will be using federal lands like we are in the city of Toronto on the waterfront to deliver affordable housing to people as part of federal housing programs. Is being very successful. The final piece of the puzzle to which you reference is housing affordability, which I think is the intent of your question. As we see in the private market, where 80% of Canadians get their housing needs met, housing costs are being pushed beyond the reach of even semi-affluent Canadians. In the city of Toronto, the average one-bedroom apartment rents for $2,300. It requires a $90,000 salary just to live in a one-bedroom apartment. We need to focus in on this part of the market very clearly. There are eligibility components to the program that allow for nonprofit home ownership programs that are becoming more and more successful. We continue to work in this area, but it's a very tricky area, because if you put new purchasers into the market very quickly, you'll stimulate inflation. And if you drop the price of housing very quickly, Canadians will lose the equity they have in their homes. And so on that particular piece, there's work to be done.
Resuming debate. We're well past the 5 minutes there for questions and comments. We're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Hey, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a great honour to rise in this House and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik EU. I'm going to begin on a bit, maybe people think is a side issue, but I think it's fundamental to it, and it's the issue of children. We just brought home the body of 13-year-old Carla Kamawatawin to Bearskin Lake this weekend. We lost a 10-year-old there last year. And I mention her name because she died in a home with no electricity in Canada. No electricity. So, you know, we're going to sit and talk about the mental health needs of children, and we're going to say, well, how is this crisis happening? For a child to have no water and no electricity, she was ground into hopelessness and poverty. Yesterday, we just got the report on the 12 children who died in Ontario foster care. 6 in 3 months, 12 in 3 years. And I'm going to name some of their names and tell some of their stories because it pertains to what we're talking about. 12-year-old Amy Owen from Poplar Hill First Nation, whose parents said she lived in so much pain that she was broken by the age of 12. 16-year-old Courtney Scott from Fort Albany. I met her family, her sister. What they went through in the foster care system is a horror story, and nobody defended those children. She died. Chantel Fox and Jolyn Winter from Wakapika were 12 years old, and this government was found culpable in their deaths by the Human Rights Commission because it did nothing to respond to the community's urgent pleas to help those girls. Kanina Sue Turtle, who also died in care. And I don't have the names of the other children. Those are names that are protected. But what the report told us was that these children grew up with inadequate shelter, unsafe water, lack of access to food, no access to equitable education, health services, or mental health in Canada. And it said that many of them lived in overcrowded houses without electricity or running water. That is the face of the housing crisis in this country. Like 13-year-old Sheridan Hukama from Attawapiskat, and I know her family so well, who was ground into poverty from the sewage backups and living with 21 other people in an overcrowded, mold-infested home who just gave up one day and couldn't live anymore and died by suicide. The cost of complacency of this nation for the treatment of its children is being counted in the body bags that are flown home to Treaty 9 and to all the other communities of the far north. And it's the poverty that has ground them down. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when you go into Saskatchewan and Attawapiskat and the other communities, and you go into the homes, you can smell the bleach. Because the mothers and the kukums try and keep the homes clean for the grandchildren and the children. They are proud. The walls are full of pictures. And boy, when there's a graduate, those pictures are everywhere. And yet you look at the floor in the living room and everything's been moved out for the mattresses because there could be 18 and 21 people living there, sleeping there at night. That's the nature of the housing crisis. And for government, it's always an issue they're going to deal with next year and the year after. They're going to have another INAC program. They're going to have another funding plan. But the obligation to ensure that children in this country don't live in fourth world conditions, that's never been a priority. And it will never be a priority until we insist on the fundamental principle that housing is a human right. So that the 300 families in Saskatchewan who have no homes, who live with their relatives and their cousins and travel around and around trying to find a bed in that little community, that they'll have homes. That is the nature of the housing crisis. And Mr. Speaker, we saw recently the government, they're coming up with all these solutions. And then one of them was they're going to have a contest for First Nations to find an innovative solution. What is this, the Hunger Games? Now, the Liberals love this stuff. They have smart city challenges, you know. They got one of their smart city challenges is they're going to use AI to help us deal with climate change. And they got an app. Gotta love Liberals. They're gonna promote an app for homelessness so that homeless will know when the shelters are full. They think they are ridiculous, but they think people are stupid. So when they announce that they're going to deal with the housing crisis on First Nations, we're going to put $30 million away for the most innovative solution. And we're going to work with them, winners and losers. And I'll tell you, from having worked on this file for a long, long time, that the impediment is not the people's innovation. The impediment is government bureaucracy and government policy that time and time and time again sit on projects that are good, that undermine self-financing projects in communities where they can go to the bank and get their own financing, yet they have to go through the Minister of INAC because he acts like the Great White Father and he can sign off on their financial plan when they've already got an agreement with the bank. And we can have innovative housing, but you need the government as a partner. So the idea that we're going to have a smart challenge for Indigenous people to, compete for the money, to me, is probably one of the most ignorant things that I've seen from this government and shows their lack of respect. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come out of many experiences on the issue of housing. I see it across my region. I see it with seniors who can't move from the old housing that they grew up in with their kids into affordable seniors housing. It doesn't exist. A waiting list, you'll die before you ever get one. I worked in the urban centres in downtown Toronto with the homelessness before Paul Martin killed the National Housing Strategy. And when we were working with the homeless in Riverdale, in Toronto's East End, it was possible to get people into rooming houses. We still had rooming houses, and you could get someone sobered up, you could get them into cheap housing, then you could get them on the list for social housing. And the turnaround in lives. I saw it, Mr. Speaker, I've known people who I spent every night of the week and the year at detox and emergency wards, and we got them stable housing. They weren't a burden on the system anymore. And some of those people that I've known over those years went on to live very good lives because of housing. But at that time, when Paul Martin pulled out of the National Housing Strategy, the housing market was already beginning to change. And the neighbourhoods in the East End of Toronto were starting to change. And Paul Martin told us not to worry because the private market, of course, Paul Martin, the king of the private market, they would step up, but they didn't step up. And we've seen a steady gap growing. So my old neighbourhood of Riverdale, which we had some amazing cooperatives that were mixed income cooperatives, where single moms and university profs lived, and these were solid neighbourhoods But when I go back to my old neighborhood now, it's become a neighborhood of the super rich and the super poor. And that the balanced neighborhoods that we had are disappearing because people can't afford. They call it the hollowing out of these neighborhoods. So that young people who want to raise families and who work in the city can't afford to live there. And I'll give you a side example coming from the musicians community. There was a time when Toronto was the center where all the bands went, and Montreal was sort of seen as the dance capital. Well, Montreal is the center for music now. Do you know why? Because there's no musicians who can ply their trade in Toronto and pay the rent. So all the young artists are moving to Montreal. And you see creative communities can no longer live because they've been forced out of the city. So what's the solution? Well, the solution is mixed income. There will still be the private sector, but we need to have a commitment for housing, to build cooperative housing, to build mixed income housing, to maintain neighborhoods where we can still have young families that go to school and their parents can work in the inner city. But it also comes down, Mr. Speaker, to this fundamental notion that housing is a human right. And that's something this government will not recognize. They talk about it, but we had Lalina Farhar, the United States Special Rapporteur, who expressed her deep concern about this government. And what this government is doing, of course, the two great tricks of the Liberal Party in the last 150 years is, number one, all the promises they make to First Nation people, they will break as soon as the people turn their back. And the number two great trick of the Liberal Party that's gotten them in power time and time again is, vote for us in the next election and we will do something right. If you vote for us, if you return us to power, we'll look after you. So they're saying they're going to have a housing framework. But the United Nations Special Rapporteur, she says she's concerned that this government is not recognizing the right to housing in implementing legislation, and it will not recognize that the primacy of the right to housing as a legal right subject to effective remedies. So until we have a government that's willing to actually commit to that, there's no reason to believe, Mr. Speaker, that if you vote for Liberals, like you did in 1993 and 1997, 2000 and 2003, that red book of promises, it's always just over the hill, just waiting for the next election, just waiting till the right moment, as long as you re-elect us, will get done. So if the government's serious, they're going to commit to that strategy as a human right. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
First off, I'd like to acknowledge and pay respect to the strong advocacy on behalf of both individuals, communities, and treaty organizations, the Indigenous people of this riding that the member opposite is a tireless advocate for, and we respect that, and it helps us do our job better, even when it hurts sometimes to listen to the failures that all governments in this country have delivered to those communities. And in terms of the right to housing, let me assure him that the UN Rapporteur to Housing, Lalani Farah, and I and the Minister are in constant conversation about how to get this right, to make sure that the right to housing is exactly what the UN expects of us, is consistent with the covenant we've signed. We will work and we will not stop working until we make sure we achieve that. But I have a very interesting question for him, because the member opposite, through you, the Speaker, and that's this. The NDP, who complain about us spending money, more money than they promised, and spending money well into the future, more money than they ever envisioned, when they put their platform together for the last election, in this calendar year, their total commitment to all Indigenous organizations right across the entire country for critical infrastructure, which includes housing, water, schools, hospitals, everything, was $25 million. How can I take the tears seriously if $25 million was the extent of their imagination and response? Would the member opposite not agree that $25 million is a pathetic gesture? And put it in one last piece of context. They were only going to do that if they could balance the budget.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't really matter to me whether he takes my tears seriously or not. I don't cry for him. I cry for the children that we lose, and I'm never going to apologize for that, because our nation should be crying about that. As for my honourable colleague, I've noticed that over the years, when he's not picking fights with Twitter, he's always trying to find one line item that he can stand up, say, this makes us better. He's looking at his line items, I'm looking at their line items, where what they promise to Indigenous communities is so underwhelming. My poor member is like, he's an angry man. He's going to have to go back to Twitter to express himself. But when I look at what they promised First Nation communities, it isn't even close. So I know the member believes that rural is anything north of St. Clair, but I would certainly invite him to come up and meet the families of Saskatchewan, and then he could see how pitiful the numbers that he's crowing and he's saying is a great standard for the world is actually a pitiful standard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say that I deeply respect and admire the commitment by the honourable member to this very, very important file. I am from the city of Winnipeg. I'm deep diving into some of the issues are in his community, and look forward to working together with the honourable member to find solutions. However, to say that we are not investing in Indigenous communities is simply wrong. It's dead wrong. The very first budget in 2016, Mr. Speaker, had $8.4 billion of new money. Let me stress, it's new money over and above what was in existing budgets for housing, for infrastructure, for water, to get rid of the water advisories. In my own community, the Métis community of St. Boniface, for the first time in history, we have a $500 million commitment to Métis housing. Now, I know the burden is so heavy, the challenges are so wide. We need to work together to solve these. But I want him to make that comment. How can you say we are not investing any more money? We've invested.
Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous Conservative government also invested money. But what this government did was they made a great promise that they keep repeating, the 8.4, the 8.4, the 8.4. But if you look at it, the majority of it's back-ended to the next election, re-elect Liberals, and you'll get it. On education, the first commitment this Prime Minister made was $2.8 billion in new funding. But you know what? They turned around and said, oh, we don't have new funding. We thought the Conservatives had put money aside. So the Prime Minister then turned around and shortchanged First Nation children $800 million. But they don't say that. What they're doing is they're back-ending money further and further and further away. And when people are not paying attention, that money gets repurposed. So on all the monies that they promised into the communities, I'd ask him to go and talk to the grassroots, because they'll tell you, where's all this great Liberal promise? Just like other governments, it gets promised, it gets repurposed. On education, on housing, and on water, they're not getting the job done, and being in grassy narrows where people can't drink their own water, I would ask them, where is this great commitment? Because they don't see it on the ground.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour for me to rise in this House to talk about such important and fundamental issues, particularly in my riding. Also, it's also always an honour to listen to the member for Timmins, James Bay, speak. He is such an excellent speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, for over 7.5 years, I've represented the constituents of Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. And I've traveled all across my riding, which is one of the largest ridings in Canada. It actually occupies over 50% of the land in Quebec. And every time I met with Indigenous or other leaders in the North, the number one theme on the agenda was always housing. Every single time, no exception. That is the number one priority for people living in the North. So I think that my colleague's motion is absolutely relevant and urgent as well. I think that we do urgently need to address these issues. So I thank my colleague for bringing forward the motion.
First, about a student in my riding. His name is Ken Cameron. His Inuktitut name is Papikatuk. Ken comes from a community of Salawat, about as far north as a person can travel in my riding. A couple of years ago, Ken was in secondary 4 when I spoke at a school. Yesterday, he reached out to me asking why the government doesn't care about natives at all. It's his words. Ken wants to know why the government is using the natural resources in his home while treating natives like dirt, he said. He wrote, Puisque vous avez tous...
Since you all decided to become politicians in Quebec, and when you talk about Quebec in general, do you think of people in the north? You should. That's the question that he asked.
In the north continues to rise, while northern communities have no additional housing. Established northern communities simply cannot accommodate this number of people, which is creating a dangerously high level of overcrowding in our communities. Many housing units have problems with mold, need major repairs, or are simply too small for families. The lack of housing in Inuit communities is at a crisis. Just over 100 houses are built each year, but never enough to meet the housing needs of the region. Nunavik needs 800 units today, now, Mr. Speaker, to eliminate the housing shortage, and that number is not being addressed. A housing construction program needs to be established to eliminate the overcrowding in Inuit communities. The Director of Public Health for Nunavik Regional Board of Health and Social Services concluded in this remark, in this report, and let me quote, "The problems of housing and overcrowding in Nunavik constitute a major risk factor for the population's physical and psychosocial health," end of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, his prediction came to pass in 2012 with an outbreak of active tuberculosis in Nunavik, with over 90 cases of the disease reported. 1 year ago, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said housing rights are human rights, and everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Those were his words, Mr. Speaker, but this government has not proven that statement to the members of my riding. The NDP has long advocated for housing as a human right, in keeping with Canada's obligations as a signatory to the international treaties, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Speaking of human rights, Mr. Speaker, Article 21 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recognizes that Indigenous peoples have the right, without discrimination, to improvement of their social and economic conditions, including inter alia, in the areas of education, employment, vocational training, and restraining, and housing, sanitation, health, and social security. Article 23 of the UN Declaration states that Indigenous peoples have the right to determine and develop priorities and strategies for exercising their right to development. In particular, Indigenous peoples have the right to be actively involved in developing and determining health, housing, and other economic and social programs affecting them, and as far as possible, administer such programs through their own institutions. The poor condition of housing, overcrowding, major renovation needs, and lack of suitability for traditional lifestyles in Quebec's far north has devastating effect on Cree and Inuit communities. The inadequacies are changing the way of life. Overcrowding is associated with the spread of disease, higher rates of suicide, as well as gender-based and family violence in those communities. Many local leaders have already suggested solutions and innovative initiatives developed right in their community. They only want to be consulted and given the support to implement them. We must apply a policy of free, prior, and informed consent to housing. Conditions cannot be improved in the north without having a meaningful consultation. Once people have appropriate housing, attendance at schools goes up, gender-based violence and suicide rates go down. A variety of social issues are addressed when people have secure housing. The NDP is asking the federal government to forge a partnership with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, to assess housing needs and design durable housing suited to traditional Indigenous lifestyles and climate conditions. Culturally appropriate on-site construction trades training would not only achieve these objectives, but also help create jobs within the communities. The remote nature of northern communities is not just their defining feature. It's often their most complicated problem, Mr. Speaker. The North has an infrastructure deficit that many Southerners do not consider. The vast majority of northern communities are inaccessible by road year-round. Communities know that what needs to be done, and we need to work with them. For example, Grand Chief Harvey Yesno of the Anishinaabe-Eskin First Nation said, and I quote, "The ultimate goal is all-weather roads to network the communities, a regional infrastructure strategy by both levels of government," end of quote. Ice roads can cost 60 to 70% more than all-weather roads and are substantially more dangerous to traverse. Patterns of land use in northern communities have gone through extensive changes, Mr. Speaker. This is intensified by Southerners imposing ideas, imposing legislation, imposing regulations to territories and communities that face a very different reality from those in the South. Relocation settlements and introduction of wage-based economy have permanently altered existing Indigenous land use and cultural practices. In Val-d'Or, we see a large shortage of affordable housing, making cost of providing for one's family more and more difficult. And throughout northern Quebec, we hear the same stories, Mr. Speaker. In EUHG, there's a shortage of approximately 2,560 units. You heard me right, Mr. Speaker, 2,560 units just for northern Quebec, James Bay Cree. Over the next 10 years, there is an investment of $1 billion required for infrastructure to address the housing backlog and projected needs. I'm on the waiting list for my community of Waswanipi, Mr. Speaker. And according to the rhythm of construction of houses in my community, I probably won't get my house before I'm 82. That's a long time from now. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that this situation has created many social problems in Indigenous and northern communities. I wish to finish today by quoting my dear friend Cindy Blackstock when she says that, and I quote, "Children only get one childhood. They can't wait for studies. The government knows what to do for this generation of children. They just have to get down and do it." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
It is always an honour to stand in the House with the member opposite and hear his good words, his truth, and his demand that we do better, and we have to do better, on precisely the issues that were referenced. And I'm asking this question not to take the focus away from the challenges in northern Quebec in different Indigenous communities, but it's in the honest pursuit of advice from a wise soul. And the question is this: urban Indigenous housing programs are just as deficient, in particular in cities where a number of Indigenous members of both the Cree Nation and the Inuktitut Nation come south for school, for hospital, for a whole series of reasons. There is not a structured way to get at providing housing through a First Nations or an Inuit lens or a Métis lens, really, in some of these communities and urban settings. And I wonder what his advice would be as we embark upon putting together that urban Indigenous strategy, what his advice would be as a good way forward for us so that we can realize their housing needs in parallel to the housing needs he just described in rural Quebec.
Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend for his question. I think it's an important one. I think one of the things that I have said over and over in the past is that in any national housing strategy, there needs to be a very distinct and clear Aboriginal or Indigenous component to that strategy. I think that's important to do, and this needs to be done in collaboration, in cooperation with Indigenous communities and Indigenous people throughout the country, those who live in urban settings. I think we all know in this House, Mr. Speaker, that there's a very high percentage of Indigenous peoples that do not live on reserve, but live in urban areas. So that's the importance of taking that component very seriously and having a good discussion and dialogue with the Indigenous peoples themselves.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague and neighbor, I frequently go to my colleague and neighbor's riding, and there are a lot of people who come from Lac-Simon who have decided to go live there because it's the nearest town, and often they have better access to service there, to grocery stores and other stores. So this is one of the areas where the housing crisis is the worst, and it has been for decades. People live in housing, Indigenous and non-Indigenous people live in housing that is completely inadequate at prices that are totally unaffordable. And I'd like to know, if I were to say there's no limit, I'll give you as much housing as you need based on the needs that exist in Val d'Or, what would you need? The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her important question. I think that she knows as well as I do how difficult life can be for Indigenous people who decide to move to Val d'Or and to settle there. We did the math. I mentioned a few numbers earlier, 2,650 for the Cree, around 1,000 for the Inuit in Nunavik, and about 300 housing units for the Algonquin communities near my riding. Now, the community of Sakik, which is an Algonquin community, does not have electricity or running water, despite the fact that they are right next to a hydroelectric dam. This is 2018 in Canada. These are very serious issues, urgent issues. When I looked at the last budget that the Liberal government issued, they had planned for something like $500 million over 2 years for Indigenous communities. Now imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you were to divide that $500 million up over 2 years and divide it among 600 communities across the country, well, that's about one housing unit per community, and perhaps even less in the north, because the cost of construction in the north is higher, so you might get half a house in the north. So where is the sense of urgency?
Debate. The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Kitchener-Conestoga. So I am happy to have this opportunity to speak on this motion today. Housing is a basic need, and I have no doubt that it is an importance of having this need met is recognized on all sides of this House. So if we agree that all Canadians should have a realistic opportunity to own their own home, and all Canadians should have access to safe and affordable housing, the question then becomes, how do we meet these goals? How then do we empower vulnerable Canadians to help themselves lift themselves out of poverty? And what action will have a long-lasting and meaningful impact? To start, the very first line of this motion has been identified as a significant problem with the Liberal government's housing strategy. The problem is that 90% of funding that the Liberal government has announced is scheduled for far beyond the next federal election. This is not the first time that we've seen this, and there seems to be a pattern from this Liberal government where they make a great big funding announcement and with intention to spend that money well beyond their mandate. So for the most part, what the Liberals have offered Canadians in their housing strategy is promises. And unfortunately, we know that failing to deliver on their promises is the norm. So action should be taken today. in the medium term and in the long term to strengthen our communities. For this action to be successful, the federal government cannot go at it alone. The text of the motion we are debating today calls on the federal government to take specific actions, and what it seems to be missing is the inclusion and the discussion of the roles of other levels of governments and the private sector in addressing a housing need in Canada. Social housing falls under provincial jurisdiction, and this is not recognized in the motion. The federal government certainly shares some of the responsibility when it comes to housing in Canada. But again, I would state that the exclusion or even the downgrade of the involvement of the provincial government from the motion before us is problematic. Another concern that I know has already been raised by many of my colleagues today, but I would like to reiterate it, is the language used in the text of this motion relating to housing being a human right. The legal implications of this language could be could be tremendous. And the recognition of a right to housing in federal legislation again conflicts with the jurisdiction of this issue. And I would caution that its adoption could have many unintended consequences. And while this motion offers opportunities for the federal government to spend money, this approach is probably too simplistic. A discussion on access to safe and affordable housing must recognize that a need for housing is often a symptom of poverty. A fulsome debate must also consider poverty reduction and the barriers that many face in lifting themselves out of poverty, whether that is education, addictions, health issues, disabilities, and so on. A strong economy is key to reducing poverty. In fact, a strong economy is key to helping make housing more affordable and accessible for all Canadians today and in the long term. Firstly, any government-funded social program is dependent on a strong economy to ensure that funds are available in the long term. When the economy is succeeding, government revenues are available. But if we tax our economy to death and chase away investments and opportunities, the shelves will be bare for social programs. That is why it is so important to have a realistic plan, a plan to create jobs and opportunities for economic growth. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is no such plan. The Liberal government has been failing Canadians when it comes to the economy. Their high-tax agenda is chasing away business and investment opportunities. The energy sector is a perfect example of lost economic opportunity. Prior to this Liberal government, there was 3 private companies willing to invest in 3 pipeline projects. These projects would have created tens of thousands of jobs and generated billions of dollars in economic activity. But now, the Prime Minister's disastrous policies have chased away all of the investment interest. Not only is this government not succeeding in growing the economy, they are, in actuality, hindering it. The average Canadian is paying more and higher taxes with less money in their own pockets to spend on their priorities. That includes less money to spend on their rent or their mortgage. Canadians want to work, provide for themselves, and make meaningful contributions to our communities. The federal government should not be creating barriers to that goal. Unfortunately, the failed policies of this Liberal government are hurting Canadians. The availability of rental housing has also been part of the discussion today. If home ownership is encouraged and achievable for more Canadians, then that has the potential to address the vacancy rates in Canada for rental housing. But the Liberals have not encouraged home ownership. In fact, they've discouraged it. This Liberal government made changes to mortgage rules that make it harder to qualify for a mortgage and essentially makes home ownership out of reach for many Canadians, particularly young Canadians. A federal housing strategy should also recognize the need for measures to increase affordable and responsible home ownership across the country. And when it comes to homelessness reduction, it's important to consider programs and strategies that have already seen some success. One such program is the Housing First approach that was introduced by our former Conservative government. This program reversed the traditional approach of addressing homelessness by providing a home first with no strings attached to a homeless individual, and then made social programs and services available to them. The pilot program of this approach was successful in helping many move along the homeless continuum into independent housing and ultimately become self-sufficient. The success of this pilot program was followed with an expansion of it. The expansion of this program and the Housing First approach received widespread support from stakeholders across the country, including the support of the sponsor of this motion, the member from Saskatoon West. At the time, the member had stated, "We're most excited about the emphasis on housing first, getting people into safe, affordable housing and bringing support services around them so people can stay housed." This program was helping Canadians through proven, evidence-based homelessness reduction programs. If a program is helping to reduce homelessness, it should be continued and even expanded. That's why I, like many, was discouraged when the Liberals diverted 65% of the Housing First investment target to other programs. While the Liberals' housing strategy commits a lot of taxpayer funds to address the need for housing in Canada, there is a reason to question the strategy's ability to make real progress in this area. I thank the member from Saskatoon West for tabling this motion and providing the opportunity to have this important debate. Moving forward with measures that will help provide a better quality of life for vulnerable Canadians and all Canadians should always be a priority. And access to safe and affordable housing is essential to a better quality of life. As the federal government looks to address the housing need in Canada, the focus should be on proven and evidence-based programs. We need to identify and remove barriers from home ownership. We need to take concrete action to support the Canadian economy, and we must acknowledge and address the cause of the housing need and not just address the symptoms. We have to not only respect the provincial jurisdictions over housing, but also work cooperatively with other levels of government and the private sector. And, as I had said in the beginning, let's look at solutions that can be implemented today and not down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, la députée de Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The NDP really cares about this topic, obviously, and I can tell you that in my riding, it is an issue that is particularly dire because I'm thinking of a number of organizations in my riding. For example, there are 3 founding members of this organization who I have just mentioned, and all those 3 people have been directly involved in wonderful projects where we're converting 170 housing units that were dilapidated, but gradually they've been recovered and they've been renovated and to create a new living environment for the underprivileged. And so we sure hope it's going to go very well. I would like to know from what my colleague thinks about the CMHC position, because between 2006 and 2013 there were 45,000 housing units that were added, and then it went up to 140,000. I'm thinking of co-op housing, and I met a lady. She was about 82 years old, and she said that she was expelled from her housing because she'd lost her subsidy. So when is the CMHC going to get involved? And doesn't you think that her government was sort of asleep at the switch at the time?
Goodminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I actually believe that if we had investments into our economy and we allowed private sector to flourish, I see this in my riding of Battleford-Lloydminster a lot. For example, there's a program, Habitat for Humanity. When we see the economy being allowed to prosper and grow, they give back to community. And in my riding, even in my town that I live in, Lloydminster, we have many housing that's been. They work with the provincial government and whatnot, and they actually donate so people can have places to live. They literally get the keys, and here you go. You can live there. And I've really seen it, especially in Lloydminster, just with the energy sector and the lack of interest that this government has in it, how that's affected private sector being able to give back. But when private sector has that ability, they are very generous.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I couldn't agree with more with the point that was just made in the question by the member from the NDP with reference to the surrendering of operating agreements and the damage that did to people with disabilities, to seniors who are on fixed income, to the most vulnerable Canadians living in co-op housing. The fact that the Conservatives allowed those agreements to expire and literally booted people to the curb is unexplainable, and it's unacceptable, and it's why we renewed those agreements and have protected them going forward as part of the new National Housing Strategy. It is the absolute right thing to do for the most vulnerable Canadians who live in the best housing, co-op housing in this country. My question for the member opposite, though, is a different one. She has referenced that she doesn't like the change in profile to the Homeless Partnership Strategy, which is now called Reaching Home, and that we no longer require all programs must spend 65% of the allotment on rent. The reason that was changed was very simple. In Quebec, for example, they have very strong rent supplements programs. They didn't need new rent supplements program. What they needed was supports for mental health treatment, for addiction treatment, meal programs for seniors, attendant care for people with disabilities. They wanted to use that money so people could stay in housing and afford the housing they had with the provincial supplements. If you're going to respect provincial jurisdiction, don't you agree you have to listen and give flexibility to a program? Recognizing that Housing First works, it's still absolutely an option. You can spend 100% of your money, but you just don't have to spend absolutely 65% of it. Doesn't she agree that provincial jurisdiction should be respected and flexibility should be a cornerstone of this program to allow local housing systems to meet the needs of people that have housing requirements?
Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank my colleague for his question. I think, too, an interesting point that needs to be taken into account is Canada is a very diverse country in the sense of our landscape. So even different areas having different socioeconomic problems, right? And with my own experience, especially in my riding of Battleford's Lloydminster, I notice and I feel that this government actually doesn't take that into account. I mean, especially we're not seeing any funding for any of this till after their mandate, right? So I think that sure, and I alluded to this earlier today about mental health, addictions, disabilities. That all does need to be taken into account, but people are resilient people, and people want to work. And when they are given the opportunity to do that, and they are able to actually do it themselves and lift themselves up, that is a great success and great resiliency that people have already in them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Essex, in respect to public services and procurement. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, in respect to the environment. And the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, regarding natural resources. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to speak to this NDP Opposition Day motion on housing. First, let me read the motion in its entirety. Quote, that given that a housing crisis is raging in Canada and that 90% of the funding for the government's national housing strategy will only flow after the next election, and that much of the funding depends on collaboration with provincial governments and the private sector, the House call on the government to A, recognize the right to housing as a human right, and B, to bring forward 50% of the strategy's funding before the next election to invest in 1, housing for Indigenous communities, 2, the construction of new affordable housing, new social housing units and new co-op units, 3, a plan to end homelessness, 4, the renovation of existing social housing and old housing stock, and 5, the expansion of rent supplements. 6, the administration of programs that meet the special need of seniors and persons with reduced mobility." End quote. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party believes that all Canadians should have a reasonable opportunity to own their own home or to have access to safe and affordable housing. That is why we support broad-based tax relief, income support programs, and tax incentives to make home ownership and rental accommodation more attainable and accessible. But rather than support these broad-based grassroots initiatives, the current Liberal government seems intent not only on ignoring these willing small business partners, but actually placing additional roadblocks in their way or even destroying their business altogether. The Liberals' war on small and medium-sized business will have a huge detrimental effect on the construction industry, and we're already seeing its effect. This will negatively impact housing starts, Mr. Speaker. Small construction companies, whether pouring concrete foundations, framing and scaffolding, installing heating and ventilation, plumbers, electricians, and roofing contractors, many of whom are self-employed and are at the same time employing 5 or 6 workers, will be forced to lay off workers and scale back their operation, or worse yet, have to wind down their business altogether. This will result in fewer contractors available to build and therefore will drive up the cost of housing even higher than it is currently. So much for making housing available at a reasonable cost and free of barriers. While I support the premise of the NDP Opposition Day motion to do all that we can to ensure proper housing, there are far too many questions left unanswered for me to support the motion. The NDP have long advocated that government legislating housing become a right, but I believe that this approach attempts to simplify a very complex issue and ultimately will not solve the problem that we're facing in Canada. It's our belief that the government should get out of the way of private enterprise and instead partner with respective jurisdictions of provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, private business initiatives, and work with social agencies and nonprofit organizations in dealing with housing needs. This bill makes no mention of empowering local stakeholders. This motion makes no mention of empowering local stakeholders or marketplace workers who would potentially increase housing stock available and therefore make housing less costly. We agree with helping Canadians who need it the most. However, the government can help through partnering with all levels of government and the private sector to ensure the creation of sustainable, responsible, and fair solutions. Yes, this motion does mention the private sector, but only in the preamble, but then ignores them in the body of the motion when it comes to actually taking action to resolve the problem. Last winter, during the Conservatives caucus listening tour, I visited beautiful Sault Ste. Marie and sat down with local business owners, stakeholders, and community members. My roundtable with real estate professionals was eye-opening. I heard that the new regulations introduced by the Liberals are best described as, quote, using a bulldozer to kill an ant, end of quote. Housing markets in Toronto and Vancouver are different than in Sault Ste. Marie, so it doesn't make sense that rules meant to cool down those hot markets would be forced on smaller northern communities. People are working hard to save for a down payment on their first home, and the government is making it much more difficult to be approved for mortgages. Also last year, following consultation with real estate agents and mortgage brokers in Kitchener-Conestoga, I sent a letter to the Minister of Finance asking him to immediately reverse decisions he's made to make ownership harder in Canada, especially for those looking to purchase their first home. As part of that consultation, I was made aware of a new website, www.newruleshurt.ca. I would encourage all my colleagues in this House to visit that website and read some real-life stories about how, under this Liberal government, home ownership has become a pipe dream for hard-working Canadians. It's really disturbing, Mr. Speaker, as most young married couples do have a hope of purchasing their own homes, but that is increasingly less of a possibility for very many of them. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about how I've met with brokers, real estate agents, and other people in the business of getting people into homes. Let me tell you about a charitable group in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga that builds and helps get people into affordable housing, Menno Homes. Currently, Menno Homes owns and operates 105 units, and they recently partnered with another group to create an additional 25 units in Waterloo. Mr. Speaker, this organization partners with the region of Waterloo, the Ontario government, and the federal government, brings all kinds of private money to the table, partnering with other levels of government, to leverage that money so that they can actually create these homes, these units. But then in addition to creating the units, Mr. Speaker, they have a personal support worker who helps those people who inhabit those units to be able to be sure that they're able to maintain them and continue in them for a long time. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, I cannot support this motion. I believe that the issue of affordable housing is best solved through private enterprise and incentives from government, and I'm grateful for Menno Homes and many others like them in the Waterloo region who are working in close partnership to address this issue. The real barriers to home ownership and affordable rental units are unnecessary government red tape, high taxes, and a lack of incentives for private sector to produce good quality, smaller housing units. The strategies of this motion will not necessarily resolve the fundamental issue of housing crisis, which is fueled by the restrictive supply and government regulations. There needs to be assurance that people are able to move out of subsidized housing or subsidized rental units into market rate housing, and that they have the appropriate incentive to do so. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask, what are the reasons for the housing crisis that this motion says are, quote, raging in Canada? Well, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's the economic policies, or probably better to say the lack of economic policies of this government, that are leading to the loss of jobs. Mr. Speaker, we've just heard today that 66% increased investment in the U.S. in the last few years, 50% less investment into Canada. We've also heard that over 100,000 jobs are not being realized as a result of the cancellation of Energy East and Trans Mountain failure to get that expansion underway. And if you want to look at additional causes, 500,000 jobs potentially lost because of the result of refusing or being unable to negotiate NAFTA. And as of yesterday, possibly another 100,000 added to that, which will be lost if the tariffs on automobiles go into effect. Mr. Speaker, these are all a result of the failed economic policies of this government across the way. So, Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses in Canada are very seriously considering relocating to the U.S. Mr. Speaker, I hear this frequently in my own riding and in the region of Waterloo, where small businesses who may employ 8 or 10 or 20 people, they're actively being instructed or encouraged by their accountants to consider the possibility of moving if they're able to survive at all. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a very worrying trend, because not only will those businesses be moving, but the jobs go with them. All of this leads to the ability to afford a house. If a person doesn't have a good job, it's very unlikely they'll be able to afford a house for the long time. So job creation needs to be at the forefront of any endeavor to reduce homelessness, so that people have the means and the incentives to improve their social standing, including access to good quality housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard this member rise a couple of times today and talk about the real solution to the housing crisis is to get a job. The reality is, in Canada, the two fastest growing groups that are having housing challenges and the largest growth in homelessness are children and seniors. Now, I know Doug Ford's got some crazy ideas, but I don't think repealing child labor laws is on the agenda, but I'm going to hold my breath on that one. But for seniors, for 90-year-old people, people who may need attendant care to live independently, to have meal services, or to have people help them with functions because of their frailty they just can't complete, is the Conservative Party really suggesting those people go back to work and get a job building a pipeline in order to get the housing they need? Is that really what I'm trying to understand from the member opposite? Obviously, for the bulk of people, 80% of Canadians get their housing needs met through the market, and obviously a strong economy like the one we've produced with 500,000 plus new jobs, the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years, is a good example of how to get those people housed. But on those two other examples, let me just add one last thing. He's proud of Housing First. Is he aware that his government, under Housing First, would not fund rent supplements for people if attendant care was on the site? Does he understand the impact that had on people with disabilities? Does he understand the impact that had on senior citizens? Does he understand how that dehoused people and forced them into shelters, into substandard care? Will he ever take responsibility for that, let alone his challenge to the child labor laws?
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's almost comical to think that my colleague would suggest that children are buying houses. Like to infer that somehow I'm keeping children out of housing by suggesting that they get a job is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. We know that we're talking about the parents of those children who need a job. Children do not go out and purchase a home. Mr. Speaker, what good does it do to promise thousands or hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars to be invested in housing 10 years down the road, while in the meantime we're creating an economy that's leading to the loss of thousands of jobs upon thousands of jobs, thereby putting people out of the housing they currently are living in, Mr. Speaker. That makes no sense. And when it comes to the housing first, Mr. Speaker, let me just quote Tim Richter, from the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. He said, Mr. Speaker, the housing first philosophy and housing first programs are essential to preventing and reducing chronic homelessness. In fact, we won't prevent and reduce chronic homelessness in Canada without it. That's pretty high praise for a program that this government, under our leadership, the Conservative government, initiated and was doing a great job. And Mr. Speaker, in my own area of the Waterloo region, I have countless examples of how Housing First helped dozens of people. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? La députée de Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his point of view, which reflects maybe another reality. He's got another way of seeing things, but I would say that for Quebecers who need social housing, it's a commitment from a Liberal government under Paul Martin, who decided to go into this, who wanted to ensure that everybody had access to housing. And since then, we just have a slow descent into a difficult situation. The right to housing is essential to respond to many other needs that correspond to your vision of Housing First. The reality is that in Longueuil and the local housing organization, the wait list is not weeks. It's a years-long wait list. It's not a joke. The reality is that we've heard Liberals go on and on about their royal benevolent oversight over everything in Canada, but can the Parliamentary Secretary or the Minister of Families, did they deign to meet people who walked with a backpack, sleeping in school gyms every night for 4 weeks to go from here and to get to the Parliament? Did they deign to meet with them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of things to respond to there, but let me say to my colleague from the NDP, on result of this motion here, I do agree with the first part of their motion, which points out that the lion's share of the promised funding for the housing strategy that this government announced with great fanfare, the lion's share of that won't even be possibly implemented till after the next election. So, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty rich to try to pretend that we've solved the housing program by promising money down the road. And, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the track record on fulfilling promises from this government, I could go on for another 10 minutes and list many of the broken promises from only 3 years ago, let alone looking at a program that telescopes into the future 10 years, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate you saying that with great enthusiasm. I'm honoured to share here that, yet again, View Magazine in Edmonton have chosen me their favourite member of Parliament in Edmonton, and it's a great honour. And I'm humbled by it. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Essex. Laugh all you want, but it's fun. Mr. Speaker, I too will be rising to speak in support of my colleague from Saskatoon West and her call for more rapid action on housing and homelessness, and particularly in the aspects that are raised in this motion, and that is that 90% of the funding for the government's national housing strategy will not flow until after the next election, that most of the funding depends on collaboration with provincial governments and private sector. But equally so, my concern that this government has refused still to honour proposals by my party. Some of my colleagues actually tabled proposals in this House to make the right to housing a human right. And we will continue to raise that matter, and we look forward. I hear from a colleague across the way, they are working on that, thinking about it, consulting about it, and I'm hoping to hear an action word on that before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, according to Homeward Trust, which is a mechanism which deals with a lot of the problems with homelessness in my city, the number of people experiencing street homelessness was reported to have decreased substantially since 2008, when the numbers were at an all-time high. But according to a 2016 homelessness count in my city, almost 2,000 people were still experiencing homelessness. Indigenous individuals were 9 times more likely to experience homelessness. And I point that out, Mr. Speaker, because it's my understanding the constitutional obligation to be respecting the rights of Indigenous Canadians is not restricted to those who live on reserve. It is Indigenous Canadians no matter where they're living in our country. 74% of those were counted to be males, 25% female, 48% identified as Indigenous, yet only 5.4% of Edmonton's overall population identifies as Indigenous. So that is of deep concern. Obviously, there's a critical need for housing to be provided to Indigenous Edmontonians, and the numbers are only rising. I think we have one of the largest populations in Canada in our city of Indigenous people, and it's terrific to have them there. Just recently, yesterday, we honored Métis poet from Alberta, who is a Rhodes Scholar. It's important that our Indigenous Canadians also be provided with the opportunity for decent housing. 29% of the homeless population are under the age of 18 in Edmonton. Women make up 40% of those provisionally accommodated, and apparently that means people who are couch surfing. 3% were recent immigrants or refugees, that's reprehensible, and 70 people were veterans of the military or RCMP. However, based on my personal observations during the heat wave this summer, I was delivering clothing to one of the homeless shelters, the Bissell Centre on the north side of the river, and to my horror discovered several hundred people trying to sit in the shade to get out of the heat. And so I went back home and I came back with cases of water only to discover the new mustard seed shelter across from my office also had 50 to 100 people trying to seek some kind of shelter from the heat. And right now the Mustard Seed are trying to get support for the only housing shelter for the homeless on the south side of the river, an ongoing struggle. Well, it isn't enough just to give money. We need to have the communities to come to support and benefit those who are less fortunate. Julian Daly, who is the executive director of the Boyle Street Centre, who have been delivering services for the homeless for decades, he also contests these lower numbers. And he says that based on his direct observance, the need is far greater than the one-off counts. In 2016, he advised the count can merely be seen as anecdotal and doesn't reflect what workers see on the front lines. They found 8,000 people living rough in our river valley, a 43% increase. He also suggested another key, and most of those, from my experience, are Indigenous because I live in that area. He also suggested another key indicator of the homeless is the doubling of people using the Boyle Street Community Services as their mailing address. So they have no place to even receive mail. Difficult to seek employment when you don't even have a place to receive mail and you apply for a job. I think that you have to give a street address. That same year, Homeward Trust also expressed concern with the low reported number of homeless. They thought it was much larger. People in a wide range of occupations in my city, including restaurant servers, retail clerks, hairstylists, barbers, can't afford even a one-bedroom apartment on their single income. Regrettably, a lot of apartments are being converted to condos, and very few of the private developers are interested in building rental properties. They want to build the condominiums because they're easier to sell. A diverse mix of Edmontonians experience homelessness, including young men, families, teenagers, seniors. In 2014, children and youth under 24 accounted for 29% of the homeless. At one point, working families were actually camping in our city parks. I think matters have improved since then because we have a dedicated mayor and council, but that is how critical it was, even in a province known to be one of the wealthier provinces. In 2009, the City of Edmonton, to their credit, launched a 10-year plan to end homelessness. And they outlined a number of initiatives to lower homeless numbers, including providing housing options and reduced shelter. Yet, as reported in 2016, the demand for affordable housing more than tripled since 2014. The wait list for the group, which provides social and affordable housing, now sits at 4,300. To compare, it was just 1,200 in the fall of 2014. In March of 2016, Alberta government, to their credit, changed the rules for those applying for affordable housing. Albertans now need no longer declare their disability or education savings plans as part of asset testing. Much more easily now for them to claim some kind of a subsidy for affordable housing. Important, though, Mr. Speaker, to also hear from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And they have said that housing is more than just a roof over your head. Safe, affordable housing makes our cities and communities welcoming places to live, work, and start a business. It's also important to retaining workers and attracting newcomers to enrich our neighborhoods and drive economic growth. The Federation Community League, Federation of Municipalities, commended the government for the announced November 2017 National Housing Strategy, saying it responded to their recommendations. But, and there is a big but, this past May, Canada's big city mayors, chaired by my mayor, Mayor Don Iveson, again issued their priority call for federal financial support for municipalities. Top of their list, support for affordable housing. Despite major commitments from Ottawa on a number of key issues, Mayor Iveson advised municipalities were still waiting for results, particularly on affordable housing. And in quotes, "On paper, we've made huge progress with the National Housing Strategy, but none of us have actually seen any dollars flow yet from that strategy into our communities." He noted that decades of underfunding has created an acute backlog of social housing. So although the federal government has stemmed the bleeding in recent years by reversing the cuts, the mayor, as others have raised the concern, is concerned that the budget before this one, the 2017-18, was a lost opportunity. Again, as he quoted, the housing crisis, particularly in our largest cities, continues to be a sore spot. We haven't been adding to the social housing inventory in our country for nearly 20 years in any substantial way, so that the backlog is real. The mayors of Canada's biggest cities say they don't need the federal government to pony up more money for affordable housing units. They just need the cash to move faster. And as others have noted in the House, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the chart in the budget, yes, there is some money in this budget, but the vast majority, 90% of it, does not flow until the next election. The mayors, not just the big city mayors, the mayors of smaller communities, rural areas, Indigenous leaders are saying, release a good part of that money now. We're calling for at least 50% of that money now. They have expressed concern that Liberals' housing plan outlines billions in federal cash and matching funds from the provinces and territories, but much of the money will take years to flow. The Big City Mayors Caucus have pressed the Finance Minister to loosen the federal purse strings so the repair money is spent in the coming fiscal year while details are worked out in cash for new construction. Now, there is great appreciation. I have a lot of co-ops in my riding, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud that the vast majority of co-op housing has been built and operates in my riding. We have co-op housing for the artistic community, for the disabled. There's a Ukrainian co-op, and they're providing very important housing. And they've really appreciated the agreement to continue that funding. But there is the concern that still there isn't going to be that additional funding to support the continuance of the low-income people in that housing. How much time do I have left? None. Gosh. In questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to share many of the incredibly innovative programs in my city alone that can move forward expeditiously if we could simply flow that federal cash more expeditiously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the member on her award from View magazine and her passion for homelessness and affordable housing. And I can tell her that in my city, too, we've had an issue with homelessness and affordable housing. But as we see, I was very proud of the Honourable Minister coming to Calgary and making an investment in the community of Glenmorgan of $13.1 million into an affordable, accessible housing project in that city that's directly related to our national housing strategy. So I can tell her that the money is beginning to flow and that those plans are moving forward as quickly as we're able. But I was struck by what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister stated, that our plan is going forward to build capacity of the affordable housing structures, to build capacity with our groups and to ensure that we don't spend the money right up front, because that will leave a gap and leave our nonprofits and other affordable housing institutions unable to cope. Was she struck by that argument? Does she not see the logic in us proceeding in this fashion?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my fellow Albertan for his question. On capacity, here's a simple example, one of the ones I hope to provide. There actually is a partnership between the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology and a construction company in the capital city region, where they're giving low-income Edmontonians living in affordable housing an opportunity to train as apprentices. They're building a new affordable housing project in the Londonderry neighbourhood in northeast Edmonton. I know that a lot of the Indigenous communities are keen to develop the skills so that they can be building quality housing in their own communities. I think that it's high time that the government, when they set the parameters for the next contracts to build housing, particularly for affordable housing, particularly in northern and Indigenous communities, that we set parameters that housing be sustainable and that it be energy efficient. Because one of the highest costs for those communities is their energy bill, and they're suffering with diesel oil contaminating. As I recall, that matter has been in their budget for a long time, and we've not yet to see those dollars delivered. Those are the kinds of initiatives I like to see in building capacity.
Questions and comments. Councillor Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I would just like to comment very quickly on the last statement made by the member opposite about energy efficiency in the housing program. Under the National Housing Strategy, all new builds will be required to attain 25% above building code and energy efficiency for precisely the reasons she highlighted. Not only does it create durability and better housing built practices, but it also reduces the cost of affordable housing and makes a huge contribution, because 60% of greenhouse gases come from the residential sector. Makes a huge contribution to reducing greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So that has been built into the housing program. You don't qualify for dollars if you can't show us energy efficiency. Some housing providers have complained that that's a bureaucratic problem, but on the environment, we have to make those achievements. I just want to also, because we're coming to the end of the debate, be very clear about this. We did not wait for the National Housing Strategy to make investments. We spent $12 billion in our first two budgets on new housing programs, new housing starts, repairs, renewing the operating agreements. At the end of 10 years, yes, $40 billion more will be spent. In fact, we added close to $2.5 billion in the last budget, so the housing strategy is even bigger than $42 billion. And when the new additional Indigenous housing programs come online, like the $500 million agreement we have with the Métis, you will see those numbers grow, and the housing system is going to continue to grow. We are very proud of the fact that we're building a much larger system. No expert told us to front-end load the money. All of them told us that you have to build the program, sustain the program, and sustain in particular the subsidies. Will them?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to hear that at least this member is interested in the federal government encouraging more energy efficiency. But why the heck have they not restored the eco-energy retrofit program? I know every cooperative, every home in my riding would welcome the infusion of dollars so they too can reduce their energy bills and make their homes energy efficient. I'm also troubled. I used to sit on the Environment Committee. We've heard that the updated energy efficiency provisions in the National Building Code are not going to be in place till 2030. So can we please speed that up so that any new housing that is being built actually meets higher standards and we can save dollars for Canadians?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so proud to rise to speak to our NDP motion today for my wonderful colleague, the member from Saskatoon West. Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing an unprecedented housing crisis. There are exploding house prices, which I see in my riding of Essex, in all the small communities. What's happening in Toronto is starting to come down to southwestern Ontario. The costs of homes are becoming unaffordable for families. The bidding wars that are happening, Mr. Speaker, it's changing the entire affordability of homes, but certainly also putting so much out of reach of young people and young families that want to achieve that dream of owning a home and having something stable for themselves. We see increasing rents. We're having competition for rental units now. Something we've never seen down in our region is really starting to come to us in a big way, and I certainly recognize that this has been an extreme challenge for Vancouver and Toronto and larger cities, but this is reaching rural Ontario and rural Canada. This is no longer just a housing crisis that we're experiencing in big urban centres. This is impacting everyone. And when you're talking about rural communities where there's very little access to transportation, the opportunities for employment are less, not being able to find affordable housing or rental space is just a challenge that most folks can't overcome. And they end up, unfortunately, leaving communities that they have grown up, where their families are, where their friends are, and their support base, because they just are simply priced out of living in the towns that they grew up in, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. There's such a long wait list for non-market housing, and the homelessness rate is increasing as well. Down in Windsor, there's been quite a conversation going on about the increase in homelessness on our streets, and certainly in our municipal elections, there have been folks talking about the way to address this. So we're seeing all of the big city, I think what people think of as big city issues around homelessness, around affordable housing, affordable rental units, and availability really becoming an issue for everyone in Canada. And that's certainly true down in my riding of Essex. And this housing crisis needs action now. The lack of affordable and adequate housing is very troubling, but it's unacceptable that a country as wealthy as ours, and we have all of these people in this country with so much wealth, who are desperate for affordable housing. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Housing is a right. You know, there are measures that are taken by this government, but they don't seem to understand the urgency of this situation for people who are struggling to afford their homes or to even find a home that's affordable. And, Mr. Speaker, I think of my wonderful legislative assistant, Melanie Sanderson, who is spending her last days with us here in this House. She's moving out to BC to join the BC government with her husband, Matt, and her one-year-old daughter, Violet. She will be missed horribly, but part of her leaving and going to this wonderful new opportunity has been trying to find housing. And in Victoria, Mr. Speaker, trying to find affordable housing for a young family is just impossible. It's completely out of reach, and they find themselves in a situation where they're going to have to live with some family for a while. And this is what's becoming the reality for families in this generation, in the next generation in Canada, is that they have to seek alternatives to housing because there aren't affordable rental units that are available. There certainly aren't affordable homes that are available. And they're being more and more priced out of what really in the past has been something that was accepted that families would do. And Mr. Speaker, when I had a young family and I was married, you go off and you get a home. This is a step in life. You go to school, you have a family, you have a home, and now that step is being removed entirely from our next generation. That step has been pulled out from under them by this government, by this lack of action, by, quite frankly, this idea that there's some type of housing support that's coming before the next election, before many years beyond this, is ridiculous. And families are not fooled by that. They hear the words of the government, they hear that intention, but what they're not seeing it backed up by is the action and the resources that are necessary to make that a reality. And Mr. Speaker, that worries me for so many families across Essex who are struggling to find housing. We simply don't have enough affordable housing, and it's a challenge to find space. And when the cost of real estate is going up, if we don't start investing in affordable housing, in co-op housing, in housing that will help people who are really at their most vulnerable, even shelters, Mr. Speaker, then what are we doing? Yep. This is simply a broken system. And addressing the concerns of Toronto is not good enough in Canada. We need to address the concerns of rural Canada, of right from coast to coast to coast, our Indigenous communities. We need to have a plan that will address everyone's concerns, not a small amount of people who certainly are suffering under the issue of affordable housing. There is no denying that, Mr. Speaker. But it really is disheartening to see all of this funding being pushed way far out. And it's, very difficult for people who hear the words of the government and have some hope and think that the government hears that they're struggling for housing, but then nothing ends up happening. There's no resources to come to Essex, to come to southwestern Ontario, to come to regions that desperately need it. So, Mr. Speaker, what the government is presenting as their housing plan simply is not acceptable. And, I want to go back a little bit and talk about housing as an investment. Safe and consistent affordable housing brings dignity to people's lives. A safe home is also a bedrock to families. It's where families can focus on finding a good job, getting education, raising their families, and so much more. And that's what I want, Mr. Speaker, for families in my riding of Essex. And I'll tell you a little bit about Windsor, Essex, and the low income that we have there. In 2013, there was a national household survey that showed that our population, our low-income population, was at a rate of 18.3%, which was compared to 13.9% across Ontario and 14.9% nationally. We're well above these averages, Mr. Speaker, so we already have a very vulnerable population in our region. And in a 2010 study, in Windsor, 33.3% of low-income households were located in very low-income neighbourhoods. And this is the highest percentage across Canada. Poor housing options are a vicious cycle that's almost impossible to break out of, and especially for our youth. And we could have a conversation about the challenges that face our youth, Mr. Speaker, the challenges for them to have affordable education, the challenges for them to find good jobs in our communities, and then to have to face the ultimate challenge of not even be able to have a roof over your head is something that is driving young people in my region out of their home communities and away from their families, and that's heartbreaking. I want to say that gender also plays a role, and when we're here celebrating gender equity this week across Canada, there is no place that economic division in Canada is split more widely than it is amongst gender lines. And the inequality is all the more striking when we talk about housing statistics. And in 2010, there was a study that found in Windsor, Essex, 41.8% of female-led lone parent families lived in poverty. That is more than 3 times the general population for our region. Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis of poverty in our region. We have 1 in 4 children living in poverty in Windsor, Essex. And having housing is such a basic right for people, regardless of their income. But those who are most vulnerable are the ones who suffer the most when we do not have a comprehensive strategy to ensure that people have a roof over their heads in our country. Seniors are living on fixed incomes. And I think about Jim in my riding who's living in a co-op housing. And Jim has a small pension, and he was living in the co-op housing actually when this government raised the GIS, which he also was receiving. They raised the GIS by such a small amount, and on the heels of that happening, the co-op housing raised his rent. So Jim ended up with $5 extra a month to go and have a Tim Hortons coffee. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that our most vulnerable, our senior women are filling our shelters because they're homeless. They have nowhere to go. Affordable housing is completely out of their reach. They're receiving the bare minimum. Many of them are widows of many of our manufacturing facilities that have closed in southwestern Ontario. They have pennies on the dollar of their husbands' pensions, and keeping their home is paramount to their health and to the health of all of our communities. We owe Canadians the right to housing in our country, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my honourable colleague. So if the argument is that it is a right to housing, is it also therefore a right to adequate transit? And the reason I ask that is that housing is not so much an issue for where I come from, but adequate transit is. Can't get to and from Scarborough in any kind of efficient or comparable fashion to other parts of Toronto. So I just want to know whether she would also argue that if housing is a right, therefore also adequate transit is a right.
The honourable member for Essex.
Yeah, I think the member should perhaps ask his own benches that, Mr. Speaker, but I think that transportation is incredibly important to rural communities and to communities across our country. But housing, and that the member isn't experiencing the crisis in housing in his region, I really think he should count himself fortunate, because those of us that are experiencing that in our region, and as I said in my statements, Mr. Speaker, I didn't ever imagine that it would reach my region, very small rural communities. I have 5 municipalities in my region. We're down in Windsor, Essex, which is a very affordable place to live by all accounts. But, Mr. Speaker, my fear is that it will touch every corner of Canada. And I would actually challenge the member, because most communities have vulnerable people who are struggling for housing. And they may not be people that we see every single day, but I really believe that there are people out there in every corner of Canada today who are struggling for the right to affordable housing. And the affordable piece is so important, Mr. Speaker, because there may be housing, but if you're unable to access that because you're receiving a very small amount of money monthly, and like I said, if you are widowed, if you are a senior woman, if you are a young person, your ability right now to get a good job in Canada or to live off of the pension you have is very, very difficult.
Oh, so many people and so little time. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I know the member is living in the same part of the world that I'm living in, southwestern Ontario, which is being so highly impacted by the NAFTA negotiations. And I know that she is working on that for all of the auto workers. So in that community, just a simple thing, we know that the government just can't get the job done with NAFTA. And do you feel that they just can't get the job done when it comes to housing? And are you hearing from your constituents them losing their houses or them in angst due to the fact that they cannot negotiate themselves in this own trade deal?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly there's great insecurity in my community in Essex and southwestern Ontario. Across manufacturing as a whole, there is great insecurity. And, Mr. Speaker, I was laid off. I'm an auto worker of 20 years, and I was laid off in 2008 when the economic downturn came. And I saw many, many of my very dear friends handing in keys, saying that they can't afford their home. They were priced completely out of having a home. I think there's this idea that people who are working can afford a home, and that's not true. And certainly across manufacturing, wages have been driven down because of poor trade agreements, because of decisions that have been made by governments of the past, and the wages have not increased with the standard of living. So we have an entire group of people who are working poor in Canada, who are working every single day, 2 and 3 jobs, some of them, doing their utmost best to put food on the table and to attempt to have a roof over their heads and their families' heads, and that is becoming increasingly more difficult. And I'll tell you that 90% of the announced funding from this Liberal government in the National Housing Strategy will only flow after the next election. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, October 2nd, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on his feet, perhaps on a point that will be of some interest to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I expect if you were to canvass the House, you would find it unanimous consent to call at 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Beginning debate on motion M189 concerning organ and tissue donation, standing in the name of Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub, seconded by Mr. Longfield, moves that the House, A, reiterate its commitment to facilitate collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care. Since every year, more than 250 people out of the 4,500 on waiting lists die without receiving a transplant. And B, urge the government to support national efforts with provincial and territorial authorities and stakeholders to increase organ and tissue donation rates in Canada through public education and awareness campaigns, ongoing communication, and the exchange of information, including best practices. Debate. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today in this House to talk about Motion 189 on organ donation. This motion would establish a system for organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Canada. It is born out of a desire to show empathy, altruism, human generosity, and respect for life as well as for death. Organ donation is one of the greatest acts of human solidarity that can be made. It combines the definitive nature of death and the beauty of life, while allowing a new lease on life for those who receive the organ donation. It's a very sensitive question, and we need to discuss it with respect. Organ donation may go against certain received beliefs and ideas, and I will now speak about it in more detail. Organ donation presents a whole series of possibilities. Whether we're talking about delaying death, or restoring someone's sight, repairing tissues, or even, as we saw happen in Canada for the first time recently, transplanting a face, as was done in Montreal. These medical feats have one single objective: to give as normal a life as possible back to people who may have been injured or deprived of that most precious element, health. Now, speaking of firsts, I had the honor of meeting the first person in Quebec to have received a heart and lung transplant, Diane Hébert. She's a citizen of the city of Lorraine, a city where I've lived for 25 years and where I was both a municipal councillor and the mayor. Ms. Hébert's story is well known all across Quebec. She overcame many obstacles and really defied the rules. She was given a transplant and was given a new lease on life. She was able to live for 25 years when, in fact, the initial diagnosis only gave her 2 years.
After her recovery, Ms. Hébert took on the mission of raising the awareness of Canadians about organ donation. In 1987, following her efforts, the Quebec health insurance card became the official organ donation card in Quebec. Ms. Hébert is a source of inspiration and a real figurehead that inspired me to commit to promoting organ donation. As you said, Mr. Speaker, each year, 4,500 people in Canada are waiting for organ donations. These people are hoping to recover their health, to be able to return to an active life, to contribute, to participate in daily activities, or simply appreciate the small pleasures of life, just like any other Canadian. Before disease came to upset their daily life and that of their families. Unfortunately, still today, too many people will not find compatible donors. Among these 4,500 ill Canadians who are waiting for organ donations, 250 of them will die each year because they will not find a donor in time. It is for these people that Motion 189 becomes meaningful, especially for those who may one day need an organ donation. These people will have a better chance of surviving with an improved system as called upon by this motion, because progress is not being made quickly enough to help the thousands of Canadians who are still waiting for a transplant to improve their health, or that might even save their life. Although the number of donors has risen over the past 10 years, there is still much to be done to tap into the potential of our country in terms of organ donation and transplants. Despite the growing number of donations in Canada, the rate of deceased donors in Canada is twice as low as in other leading countries such as Spain, the UK, and the United States. And the rate per million inhabitants of organ donation has remained stagnant or has even fallen between 2006 and 2015, dropping from 17 per million inhabitants in 2006 to 15.7 in 2015. Our current system does not meet the needs of existing patients. For example, 75% of people on the waiting list are waiting for a kidney, and the median wait time for this organ is 4 years, rising to 5.7 years in Manitoba and dropping to 3 years in Nova Scotia. This brings me to the major discrepancy among provinces with regard to the rate of donors. Figures vary between 250 and 300 deceased donors in Ontario, to some 150 deceased donors in Quebec, to 100 in BC, down to less than 50 deceased donors in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador for 2015. These discrepancies can create an unfair organ donation system for Canadians. Another important fact concerning the limits of our current system is that of consent. The percentage of Canadians who are registered on an organ donation list is only 20%, and yet 90% of all Canadians say that they are in favor of organ donation. Furthermore, in between 10 and 15% of the cases, consent is withdrawn by the family of the future donor to the time of his or her decease, because the family was never informed of that person's intent. The Standing Committee on Health, of which I'm a member, tabled a report on organ donation in Canada on Tuesday. It was adopted unanimously by all members of the committee across all party lines. The committee's study underscores the importance of our country to put in place a more robust organ transplant and donation system in order to improve the quality of life of many Canadians. Thanks to the testimony of experts, researchers, provincial organizations, and health agencies, we observed that there is still much to be done in order to tap into Canada's full potential in terms of organ transplant and donation. We must do better to meet current needs and respond to the future needs of patients, especially since their needs vary considerably across the country. Motion 189 thus calls upon the House to reiterate its commitment to facilitate collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care. And the gap in terms of organ donation is considerable from one province to another, and is due to their limited ability and the resources that they have to reflect best practices in matters of organ donation. Ontario, BC, and the Quebec are pioneers in Canada in terms of organ donation, whereas in other programs and services after death are virtually inexistent. The factors contributing to higher rates in certain provinces are as follows: mandatory referral of all deceased organ donors, presence in hospitals of donation specialists who must account for the effectiveness and quality of the system in place, neurological determination of death and cardiocirculatory death programs, and systematic application of best practices. These differences among the programs and services offered across the provinces result in an unequal access to care, and this means that many people miss out on organ donation opportunities because there aren't enough potential donors. That is why this motion calls on the Canadian government to support across the country the efforts of provincial and territorial authorities and stakeholders to increase organ and tissue donation rates in Canada. It is unfortunate and unacceptable that the probability of receiving an organ depends on where someone lives in Canada. Motion 189 also addresses the improved communication and information exchange, especially with regard to good practices among provinces. Although in-hospital organ donations and transplants are under provincial jurisdiction, the federal government can and must play a role by fostering the pooling and implementation of best practices or essential components of organ donation systems that are high-performing and that exist in some provinces. This is to ensure that in the very near future, it is not only in Quebec where face transplants are performed, but across Canada. Motion 189 also calls on the government to encourage organ donation through information and awareness-raising campaigns. As I said earlier, one of the limitations of our organ donation system is the matter of consent. This depends on education, awareness-raising, and on access to proper to accurate information. It is crucial for donors to understand how important their commitment and gesture is. It is not simply enough to sign the back of one's driver's license or health insurance card. The people in question, individuals, have to talk about this with their families. So, donors and their families need to be educated. We all have this extraordinary ability to donate our organs. There are still a number of myths around donations and contribute to the fact that only 20% of Canadians have shown that they want to be a donor. Some people think that they are too old to be able to donate their organs, or that donating organs might have an impact on the hospital services that are offered to them. That is why this motion seeks to convey high-quality information to all of the main players while granting an important place to the awareness raising of the Canadian public, which is a cornerstone of a proper organ donation system. To show you an example of the generosity of Canadians, further to the tragic events that occurred in Humboldt, Saskatchewan with the young hockey team, one of the victims was registered on an organ donation list, and this allowed 6 lives to be saved. After that, a very sudden and rapid rise of consent to organ donations was observed in Canada, some 100,000 in fact. This motion seeks to foster public conversations, debate with our families, and with our friends. It is a societal issue that concerns all of us, and a genuine effort must be made to raise awareness with regard to organ donation so that it becomes a natural reflex and that people understand it as it relates to their own death. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close by saying that despite the efforts that are being made currently, still, 250 people die each year in Canada among the 4,500 people who are waiting for transplants. I sincerely believe that we must do better for the lives of those whose only hope is an organ donation. I would like to thank everyone, all the individuals, organizations, and stakeholders with whom I had a conversation around this motion. I would especially like to point out that Motion 189 goes beyond political partisanship, and in fact, support from all sides of this House has been shown to me, and I would like to thank all these honourable members in advance. Now, the last thing that I would like to ask of you, besides your support for this motion, is to register yourself as a donor if you haven't done so already, and to talk about it with your family so that they know what your intention is. And if by some good fortune someone who you know wants to enroll too, then we will be able to convey our message even better all across Canada. I would like to thank you for the interest that you have shown and the quality of the debate that will follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In February 2016, the Conservative member from Edmonton Manning, whose son had 3 liver transplants, tabled a private member's bill that sought to create a national registry and a national strategy for organ donation. It has been tabled in this House on all sides, but unfortunately, the member voted against that bill. There was a study that was carried out in committee, and now he's presenting a motion, which is a very good motion, but it's non-binding. So why did he and his party refuse to support the motion, or rather the bill from the member for Edmonton Manning, which included binding measures about organ donation, and that would help solve the problem even more? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent question. And indeed, in all debate and in all information exchange on committees, I sit on the Standing Health Committee and have done from the beginning. Well, we change, we evolve depending on the information that we learn. So in that evolution, we have realized that we have to improve the system and that we have to move forward. And yes, I could perhaps have tabled a bill that was binding, but we must understand that an organ donation is a very sensitive topic, and it requires provincial jurisdiction, and it also involves in federal jurisdiction as well, and federal leadership, and that's really the purpose of this motion before us today. So through this motion that I have tabled, I would like to move things forward with the broadest consensus possible and concerning information exchange between the federal government and the provinces.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Honourable Member for his speech and his motion here tonight. It really means a lot to me, so I'm a strong advocate, as you are as well. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, I understand that about 1 in 5 families say no to the wishes of their loved one regarding their wishes to donate organs. Any thoughts on why that's such a high number of families would say no to the wishes of their loved ones?
Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague across the way also sits on the Health Committee along with me, and he's absolutely right. There is a great deal of education to be done. That is why 1 out of 5 families end up refusing organ donation because they're in a period of great sadness. Their loved one has died, but they could give life to someone else. But if the intention of the donor was not clearly expressed, if that person has not discussed it with his or her family, well, it becomes as a surprise. And it should not be learned at the time of death, because it is very difficult. Emotions run high, and that is exactly what has happened. 1 family out of 5 do not respect the donor's wishes, and they simply withdraw that offer. And so, as my colleague across the way also has a bill to increase the number of donors, which he tabled on Tuesday, and I supported his bill. We need to talk. This has to be talked about among families and loved ones. They need to talk about organ donation, and that is one of the solutions to this problem.
For Guelph, a very short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the honourable member in front of me mentioned driver's licenses in his presentation. In Ontario, there used to be a system where you would check a box on a driver's license. Of course, driver's licenses need to be renewed, and you have to keep remembering to check that box when you get a new license. Now we have the beadonor.ca website, where we go with our health card, we go onto the website, and we're able to have a one-time donation indication on that website. Is that something that's common across Canada, or is it only in Ontario?
Honourable Member for Theresa Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd like to thank him for his support for my motion. Listen, this is part of best practices. I was talking about Ontario, Quebec, BC, and other provinces as well, but there are different practices in each province, and yet there is a way to pool best practices so that we can increase the rate of organ donation. We're among the lowest third of developed countries in terms of organ donation and in terms of saving lives. So this is definitely another solution, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
For Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in this House to speak in favour of Motion 189 regarding organ and tissue donation. J'aimerais commencer.
I would like to begin my speech by thanking the honourable member for Theresa Blainville for having put this motion forward, and also for his sustained efforts in this file. I would also like to underscore the continued efforts of Calgary Confederation for his efforts as well, and also for the presentation of his bill C316. I'd also like to take this opportunity to point out the most recent report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Organ Donation in Canada. This unanimous report isn't the perfect example of how members of all parties can work together in an effort to improve Canadians' health. Organ donation is an impartial and nonpartisan file, and so I would like to thank all the members of the Standing Health Committee for their diligent work, and with special thanks that go to the member for Calgary Confederation for having brought this subject forward 3 years ago. The organ and tissue donation matter is a very important file, and I hope that it remains top of mind while we continue to discuss this matter. Recently, the Health Committee report set out a number of recommendations to the federal government, including to better fund the Canadian Blood Council, to broaden interprovincial programs, and to put forward a national education campaign. The committee also recommended that the Minister of Health should establish a working group with provincial and territorial ministers of health to examine best practices in organ donation legislation across the country, and it should also examine a mandatory referral organ donation system.
Organizations and Canadians who reached out to the Health Committee, as well as to the other members of Parliament, to highlight the importance of this issue. This is a national issue that needs to be addressed. Being an organ donor can save up to as many as 8 lives and can improve the quality of life for up to 75 people, without counting the family and loved ones of those awaiting treatment. Organ and tissue donation plays a large role in the Canadian healthcare system and is truly life-changing. I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage all Canadians to visit beadonor.ca and register. In terms of statistics, more than 1,600 people are added to the organ donor wait list each year. In terms of the demand on our healthcare system, over 75% of Canadians on the organ donor list are in need of a kidney transplant. 10% need a liver, 6% need lungs, and 4% are waiting for a heart. This is a tremendous need, and considering that only 1% of deaths in hospitals end up being organ donors, more needs to be done to increase the number of possible donors all across the country. When most people think of organ donation and of being an organ donor, most Canadians think of organ donation as happening after death. However, living organ donation is also an important part of our medical system. Living organ donation can include a kidney, part of the liver, or a lobe of the lung. British Columbia and Alberta have the highest living donor rates in Canada, coming in at 20 living donors per million people. Often overlooked, I'd encourage all Canadians to further inform themselves on becoming a living donor. Another uniquely Canadian concern is the differences we have between provincial systems. Different registration systems, registration rates, medical practices, and education frameworks make the Canadian organ donor system we have now extremely fragmented. Where one's lives should not impact one's access to health care, however, that is the reality in Canada, whether it be palliative care, surgery wait times, prescription medication access, or organ donation rates. The lack of consistency between our provinces leaves many Canadians without the care they need and without the opportunity that other Canadians may have access to. Where one lives should not have an effect on your quality of care. Internationally, there are a number of models we could look to for best practices. Canada has what we call an opt-in system, meaning that one does not become listed as an organ donor until they register through their respective province. This has led to less than 25% of Canadians being registered as organ donors, which is a stark contrast to the figure of 90% of Canadians who are in favor of organ donation. Another very popular organ donation system would be the opt-out model, where one is considered to be an organ donor unless they officially opt out. As you can imagine, this leads to much higher donor rates, such as they have in Spain, where they do have an opt-out model. And in less than a decade, the country passed from 15 donors per million to 40 donors per million, having performed more than 4,600 organ transplants in 2016 alone. This is in comparison to the 21 per million donor rate and the 2,835 organ transplants in Canada on that same year. This system has been brought up on numerous occasions. However, I've heard from many Canadians who believe that an opt-out model would lead to a drastic increase in organ donation figures. Today in Ontario, there are over 1,500 people that are waiting for life-saving organs. Even more shocking is that every 3 days, someone in Ontario will die because they haven't received an organ. Par exemple, le site web de Santé Canada.
Health Canada's website says that in 2016, 4,500 Canadians were waiting for an organ transplant. 2,800 organs were transplanted. 260 people died while they were waiting for a transplant. 260 lives were lost because of lack of organs in Canada. That is simply unacceptable.
Having a national consensus is half the battle. Family refusal rates can be detrimental to organ donation numbers, and as such, I would encourage every family to have the conversation. Organ donation saves lives, and being aware of a loved one's intention is of the utmost importance. Now, we've heard some discussion already about how important it is for family members to know of your choice to be an organ donor, that you have those conversations before those difficult times when a loved one has passed away and the family is left to carry out their wishes. It's a good idea to do that. And sometimes people will think, well, I'm too old to be a donor. But that's not the case, because the oldest tissue donor was 102. So it's never too late to become a donor. I think the oldest organ donor, I believe, was in his 90s. So it's certainly something that people should consider, and it's never too late to change your mind and to get on the list. I would say that when it comes to organ donor best practices, Ontario, BC, and Quebec have got some excellent practices in not just making sure that organs can be used, but in the technology that they're using to do the organ transplants. We can see how a tragedy like Humboldt resulted in 16 tragic deaths. But one of those people decided to be an organ donor and was able to save 8 lives. And not only that, but the attention that news got encouraged others to take the time to become an organ donor. So if people are watching this, I just encourage you to go online to beadonor.ca and sign up now. And take the time. It doesn't take very long, but it could make the difference in someone's life. Motion 189 is definitely in line with both my colleagues' private members' bill C-316, as well as with all the testimony that we heard at committee. All the parties have expressed their support of further improvements in this area. And as such, I will be supporting Motion 189, and I'll be encouraging my colleagues from all sides of the House to do the same. I do really want to thank the members on both sides for bringing this issue forward, and I love to see examples where parliamentarians work together in a positive way for positive outcomes for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak to the motion regarding organ donation. There was a committee study, and other bills have been tabled on this matter. Although I will support the motion of my colleague, as I was saying in my question, I'm disappointed that the Conservative member's bill from Edmonton Manning did not enjoy his support in February 2016, and now he's presenting a motion on the very same subject. I think it would have been perhaps more productive to support the bill, which could have then been studied in committee. And we could have immediately dealt with it at committee stage. I've gone through the motion and the committee report, and it's pretty interesting. One of the things that I think it would be worth looking at a little further is what's going on in our healthcare systems. There's a great deal of discussion of donations, people who don't sign, how to inform people, how to conduct public information campaigns. Those are all interesting initiatives. But it's difficult to talk about organ donation without talking about what's happening right now in our healthcare systems, especially in Quebec. It must be understood that the federal government does have a role to play in healthcare. And when it disengages from providing healthcare transfers regarding Quebec, it adds additional weight. Organ donation. When we talk about a donor who is in a situation of brain death, is technically difficult and demanding. 2 nurses have to take care of the potential donor, and these nurses must be qualified in intensive care, which means they're qualified to use specialized equipment. As there is limited time between the time when organs can be taken and the moment that they can be implanted in the donee, the human body has to remain in a state of function. As in a case of brain death, heart and lungs have to be kept going. That means intubation, that means ventilation. The heart has to be stimulated to keep it beating. It requires a lot of equipment and specialized staff. Unfortunately, what we're currently seeing in our healthcare system is that there are nurses who are completely overwhelmed. They're working 16-hour shifts. Often, in emergency rooms, there's 2 or 3 nurses who are not replaceable. They're short-staffed, and so there's a lot of times where there might have been a potential donor, but it's not dealt with in the moment. It's really a complex thing to do, especially in rural regions. It's quite demanding. If we want to increase organ donation rates, I think we're going to have to think about what's happening right now in our healthcare systems. When it comes to the current state of healthcare personnel, nurses who are responsible for ensuring successful transplantation, someone who's had an accident, is in a situation of brain death, well, you need staff who are able to handle the situation and who aren't completely overwhelmed. They have to meet with the family and talk to them. It requires somebody who has the time to do it, who can go and see them, and calmly explain to everyone what this could mean. But we can't be running around like chickens with our heads cut off. They need to be able to do that work. There's a lot of questions to raise about the current healthcare system. Unfortunately, we seem to have completely forgotten this aspect. I know that A lot of this rests on the provinces when it comes to organizing care. However, on the other hand, when the federal government disinvests and cuts health transfers, I think one cannot be hypocritical. To succeed in organ donation, we need emergency rooms that are not completely overwhelmed, full to bursting with staff who are completely exhausted. I think that most cases of organ donation that are not from living donors who occur as a result of unfortunate life circumstances, well, we need good staff in emergency rooms that can immediately realize there's an opportunity and that they should discuss it immediately with a doctor and say, I think that this individual could be a donor. It must be understood that when it comes to healthcare practices, throughout the years, things have changed a great deal. There's less likelihood to start with resuscitation procedures. The family will often request that resuscitation procedures not be performed. If there is an individual in a case of brain death, perhaps if that individual could have been stabilized to become a potential donor, well, as the family asks that those procedures be stopped, there's a danger that if someone who may have attempted suicide, it's possible that the attempts to revive them would succeed, but that the person remains extremely handicapped. Often families prefer to stop resuscitation instead of risking bringing the person back in a state where they could be in a vegetative state. The medical perspectives in that kind of situation are not very positive. Before, there was a drive to try everything, but now procedures are stopped much sooner, which means that an individual may pass on. Because of everything that is required in terms of transportation of a body, the time to succeed in reaching somebody in a remote region for a transplant are quite remote. Often, it's essential to keep a system going in order to reach a potential transplantee. We have to maintain blood pressure, respiration, ventilation of a donor. We can't simply send a potential donor on if they're in an unstable state. Therefore, they need to be stabilized, and that requires a lot of resources, which are sometimes difficult to obtain when there's an accident in the middle of the night. That's the reality of the healthcare system. And I would like everyone to take that into account when we talk about organ donation. We talk about people who haven't signed their donor card. But we must take into account what's happening in our healthcare systems, their current reality. If we take that into account, if we realize just how provinces are doing the best that they can with their healthcare system, but that currently they're going through a major crisis, we have only to think of what's happening with overtime, mandatory overtime among nurses, which is a total disaster. Every day, every single day, nurses are being forced to stay at work, even though they're exhausted. They no longer feel able to do their jobs. They can't even think anymore. They're forced to stay at work for 16 hours at a time. And then we wonder why people don't think of seizing an opportunity or have the clinical reflex to go through the organ donation process when we have women who are completely exhausted by a healthcare system that is sick. And the government seems to act like it's not seeing any of this and is limiting healthcare transfers and is saying that the province is the one that's responsible for what's going on in hospitals. We have nothing to do with that. If we force women to stay at work, to be unable to go and get their children, who leave work crying, who change careers because they're completely exhausted, well, I think that we have a whole other problem on our hands, and I would sincerely wish for us to take into account what's happening in our hospitals right now to try and solve public health problems that are very important for many people. I think we would not look at healthcare situations with the blinders that some people seem to have on. I would ask people to take their responsibilities seriously and to look at the crisis that's currently going on in our hospitals. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Motion 189 in support of organ donation. But before I begin, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Thérèse de Blainville for bringing this important motion to the House. Often the expression life and death is used metaphorically when the stakes are high. But in the subject of today's motion, it's truly a matter of life and death. Organ donation is a modern miracle of modern medical science. It's saved and continues to save thousands of lives. Winston Churchill once said that we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Well, Mr. Speaker, Guelphites are choosing to give the gift of life. According to recent data, 41% of Guelphites are registered organ donors, which compares to Ontario's average of 33%. Of 119,293 health card holders, Guelph has 48,820 registered donors. Becoming a donor is as easy as a trip to beadonor.ca with your health card in hand. It only takes a few minutes to register to become a donor. And from there on in, the fact that you are a donor appears on the back of your next health card. While modern medicine provides us with the tools to save lives, we lack an effective way to inform Canadians about the necessity of donations. The lack of awareness and education has led to some truly shocking numbers. In 2016, for example, over 4,500 people were waiting for organ transplants across Canada, and while 2,906 of those lives were saved through transplants, 256 of those people on the list died waiting. In any given year, on average, one person in every 3 will die every 3 days waiting for an organ that didn't come in time to save their lives. The deaths are preventable and truly tragic. While Canada usually ranks in the top third countries for donations, supply is hindered by myths and misconceptions of organ donation, as has been mentioned in the House tonight. About 90% of Canadians support organ donation, but only 20% have given their consent to be donors. Some believe they're too old to be organ donors, even though their age is not an issue. In addition, 10 to 15% of the time, families choose not to donate at the time of death simply because they were not aware of their relatives' intentions. Unfortunately, organ failure can happen to anyone. We all have organs, and they can all fail for a variety of reasons. We never know who will need an organ or when it will be needed. Mr. Speaker, as a regular blood donor myself and an organ donor, I understand how difficult it is for blood banks to keep up with demand. Half of all Canadians are fit to donate blood, but only 1 in 60 Canadians gave blood last year. It takes many blood donors to help save a hospital patient. It can take up to 5 donors to save someone who needs heart surgery, 50 donors to help save just one person seriously hurt in a car crash, and 8 donors a week to help someone going through treatment for leukemia. The fact is, doctors need a supply of blood and organs in order to do their critical work in saving lives. As the motion states, government can make a difference through public education and awareness campaigns, as well as through ongoing communication. For example, those Canadians who have considered donation often consent to donate their organs after death. But what most people don't realize is that it's also possible to donate organs while you're still alive. Living donors who are at the age of majority and in good health can donate a kidney, a part of a liver, or a lobe of a lung. Even a portion of a lung or liver can help to grow into a complete and fully functioning organ given modern science. But since 2013, rates of donations among living donors has decreased. But in Guelph City Councillor Phil Ault recently became a local hero by donating one of his kidneys to save his brother's life. Phil's gone on to continue his service as city councillor, and his brother has a new lease on life. There's been some other promising news. In the past 10 years, the number of people consenting to donate their organs post-mortem has gone up by 42%. As Canada's population continues to rise and age, we need organ donation to keep pace with our changing demographics. It's time for a comprehensive plan for organ donation. This would not only educate Canadians about the current scope of the challenge, but show them how they as individuals can help to solve it. By registering consent to donate, you have the potential to save as many as 8 lives and improve the quality of life for up to 75 people. And most of all, give countless families more treasured moments with those that need help. Another one of my constituents, Janet Parr, received a donor heart 6 years ago. These moments that her donor has given her are plentiful, but 2 stick out in her mind. Being alive to see her daughter reach milestones such as getting her driver's license, graduating high school and college, and getting her first job as an adult. And being at the bedside of her brother, who underwent successful heart transplant just 4 months after her own. Her donor is her hero. Mike Willis also received a donor heart in the summer of 2015. Since then, with a new heart, Mike and his wife Linda have become local champions in Guelph, setting up a sign-up booth at the Guelph Farmers Market on Saturdays, working with the local Lions Club, raising the beadonor.ca flag at City Hall, and promoting beadonor.ca on social media. Guelph has had 3,097 new registrations in the past year due to their efforts and the tremendous community response. But even still, Guelph still has 68,000 more potential donors. Better is always possible. Before I finish, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the member from Thérèse de Blainville for putting this important motion forward for debate. We can all do more to save lives, both as individuals and communities working together, whether it's blood donation or organ donation. The Government of Canada can play a key role in identifying options for improved collaboration and increased organ donation and transplant rates and outcomes across Canada. It's only by working together that we will continue to improve the organ and tissue donation and transplant system and ensure that Canadians have a timely and effective access to care. We need to build on the local stories, Mr. Speaker. We need to see Canadians helping each other to live more rich and fulfilling lives, and knowing that they're going to be covered off by other Canadians willing to share their life before and after death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to speak to Motion 189 that seeks to improve the organ and tissue donation system here in Canada. It is a very timely issue for the debate in the House, Mr. Speaker, as this week we saw, first of all, the tabling of the Health Committee's report on organ donation, and then the same week, the second reading of my private member's bill on organ donation, and now this motion 189 on organ donation. So it truly was an organ donation week here in the House, Mr. Speaker. Like the honourable member from Thérèse de Blainville, I've been a long-time advocate of organ and tissue donation in Canada, and I've heard many triumphant and also tragic stories related to organ and tissue donation. As a former MLA, I passed a bill in the Alberta legislature resulting in the creation of the Alberta Organ and Tissue Donation Registry. But more work needs to be done to get Canadians on board, and so, as I mentioned, I introduced another bill just this week here in the House of Commons. That bill proposes that we amend the annual income tax return to ask Canadians if they wish to become organ and tissue donors. It has the potential to register millions more donors. We know, Mr. Speaker, that over 90% of Canadians support organ and tissue donation, but just over 20% of Canadians are registered. We need to do better, and we can do better. And I'm honoured to have the member from Thérèse de Blainville as an official seconder of my bill, and I certainly will be supporting his initiatives here with motion 189. Also on Tuesday this week, as I mentioned, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health presented an important report regarding organ and tissue donation. The report is an accumulation of the work that we did together after I proposed a study at the committee. I must note that the committee did an amazing job of working together towards a common goal, and I must thank the honourable committee members for allowing this study to happen. This nonpartisan effort, along with the tremendous expertise testimony that we received, made the report a fair and accurate representation of the study we undertook. I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the key items from the report as they speak directly in support of motion 189. We found that the federal government can help by, number one, supporting the adoption of best practices in organ donation and transplantation across all jurisdictions. Number two, investing in national public education and awareness campaigns to promote the conversation among family members regarding organ donation. Number three, creating more opportunities for Canadians to register their decisions regarding organ donation. And number four, providing sustained funding for research and data collection to ensure that organ transplantation results in improved health outcomes for Canadians. The Health Committee, Mr. Speaker, quickly agreed on a number of key recommendations after listening to these key stakeholders and experts. And so our recommendations in the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker, include, one, that the Government of Canada provide the Canadian Blood Services with sustained funding to A, strengthen and expand upon existing interprovincial organ donation and transplantation sharing programs. B, develop a sustained national multimedia public awareness campaign to promote organ donation. And C, promote the adoption of best practices in organ donation and transplantation across the country. Second recommendation, that the Health Minister establish a working group with provincial and territorial ministers of health to examine best practices in organ donation legislation across the country, such as the adaptation of mandatory referral of any potential organ donor, and identify any barriers to the implementation of these best practices. Our third recommendation, that the Government of Canada identify and create opportunities for Canadians to register as organ donors through access points for federal programs and services in collaboration with provincial and territorial organ donation programs. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I have to note that this particular recommendation directly supports my Bill C-316 and my efforts to amend the annual tax return so that Canadians can register as donors. The fourth recommendation of our Health Committee, that the Government of Canada provide information and education to Canadians regarding organ donation as part of its efforts to promote organ donation registration through federal programs and service access points. The fifth recommendation, that the Government of Canada continue to provide funding for organ donation and transplantation research through its networks of Centres of Excellence program. And finally, the sixth recommendation of our report, that the Canadian Institute for Health Information and the Canadian Blood Services work together to develop a national data collection system to monitor outcomes in organ donation, to support research and systems improvement. Mr. Speaker, improving the transplant system in Canada is not a political issue. It is a human issue. I believe we have a united House when it comes to dealing with this issue of organ donation, and I firmly believe that we can improve the system. We have a potential to save hundreds of lives and improve the quality of lives for many Canadians in every community of this great country. Inaction or delays on making necessary improvements will cost lives and will cost money. It is a known fact, Mr. Speaker, that life-saving transplants are a cost savings to our medical system because it removes the dependence of thousands from costly treatments and hospitalizations. This leaves more resources for other challenges to be addressed. I recognize that in Canada, because organ and tissue donor registries are a provincial jurisdiction, we face some unique challenges in implementing change. That said, I also believe that where there is a will, there is a way. I believe Canada can move from a country with one of the worst organ donation rates in the world to one of the best. I believe Canadians will register in greater numbers if we make the process easier and more convenient. I believe we need to be innovative in how we reach potential donors and how we educate and inform potential donors. And I also believe we need to do a great deal more to work to make sure that families respect the wishes of their family members. The amount of people who want to donate but have that decision overruled by their surviving families is shocking. One study suggests that 1 in 5 donors do not have their relatives respect their wish to donate. We need to open up the discussion in Canada so that we do not bury perfectly good organs every day, while others in our community face death daily waiting for a life-saving transplant. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank again my colleagues from all parties for their support on this issue that is so close to my heart. I want to thank them for their nonpartisan and collaborative support to improve the lives of so many Canadians. I believe that we can achieve some great things here if we all continue to pull in the same direction, and for this reason, I am proud to be a strong supporter of Motion 189. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, if I may, just to applaud my colleague and friend for bringing forward to the House a fantastic issue that really touches all Canadians in the different regions. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't take much for us to be able to enter into a home and, after a few short discussions, have found out through those discussions that there's someone in that home that is aware of someone, where there's a personal story regarding organs and organ donations, or the need for it, or an advocate of sorts. It really and truly is one of those issues, as has been pointed out by the previous speakers and others, that supersedes political partisanship to the degree in which you often see healthy debates when motions of this nature come forward. At times, it can be very challenging, depending on the content. Members from the Democrats made reference to a private member's bill, for example. And maybe the debate at times doesn't go the way in which everyone would like to ideally see it, but what's important is that we have the debate. And my colleague, through the support, no doubt, of many others, has brought forward, again, a resolution that is worthy of an ongoing debate, and hopefully we will see more and more action. And it's not just action coming from Ottawa, but action from a number of different stakeholders. And I think that's one of the positive attributes about the motion that my friend has brought forward, is it does approach it by saying, or implying from within, that we need to see a strong national leadership, but recognizing just how important it is that the other stakeholders be involved in that process and engaged. I used to be the healthcare critic for a number of years in the province of Manitoba, and in that capacity, I had the opportunity to meet with a number of people. One individual who's since had passed, Mr. Speaker, needed a transplant. So we all understand the importance of transplant. We all understand that the public as a whole would like to see us do more, and that's the way in which I interpret this motion that we're debating today, Mr. Speaker, as a motion that ultimately would be for the betterment of all of Canada, and really encourages Ottawa to work with the different stakeholders in order to advance a wonderful idea. I understand that time is now out, Mr. Speaker, so I'll end my comments at that.
Time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Order. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
the honourable member for Essex is not present to raise the matter for adjournment notice, for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the government nationalized the Trans Mountain Pipeline in May, I asked whether the new Crown Corporation would honor the existing contract to buy 75% of the steel from Evraz and Regina and make every effort to source the remaining 25% of steel from other Canadian mills. I welcome the opportunity this evening to further elaborate the case for using Canadian-made steel in the Trans Mountain expansion project. At the outset, I should state that Kinder Morgan decided on purely commercial grounds to buy most of the steel pipe from Evraz in Regina. What I'd like to speak to are some additional reasons to give preference to Canadian-made steel now that the project is under public ownership. And I'd like to address three topics. The first is jobs, the second is the environment, and the third is trade. Mr. Speaker, the main argument advanced in favor of the Trans Mountain expansion is that the project will create jobs for Canadians. But of course, the extent to which it creates jobs depends critically on where the materials are sourced. Importing steel pipe from offshore obviously does not create jobs in Canada, whereas buying the steel from Canadian suppliers clearly does create jobs and economic activity in our country. The Evraz steel plant has the potential to be the largest private sector employer in Regina. It's a pillar of the local economy and would make a very important contribution to employment in our city. And certainly the order to make pipe for Trans Mountain is the largest order that facility has and is really keeping it going. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the environment because that is often invoked as the main argument against this project. And I think it's important to note that one of the key advantages to using Canadian-made steel is that it has a much lower carbon content than steel imported from offshore. Manufacturing a ton of steel in China and shipping it here emits about 5 times as much carbon as manufacturing it at Evraz in Regina. So if our concern is to reduce carbon emissions, one of the solutions is to manufacture the steel right here in Canada. Another environmental concern has to do with the possibility of spills. A key advantage of Canadian-made steel is that we have the opportunity to rigorously inspect it throughout the manufacturing process, whereas with imported steel, we sometimes can't be as sure exactly what we're getting. So from an environmental perspective, there's a strong argument to manufacture the pipe and other materials for the Trans Mountain expansion here in Canada. The final thing I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is trade, because of course some would suggest that despite these advantages of using Canadian-made steel, we need to honor free trade obligations. And what I would emphasize is that other countries, such as the United States, already have policies in place to favor domestic suppliers with their federal procurement. We think of the famous Buy American provisions. So really all we're saying here is that now that the project is being carried out by the federal government, it makes sense to apply the same sorts of provisions here in Canada to give preference to Canadian-made steel. And I think the case for doing so is particularly strong in the face of American tariffs currently applied to Canadian steel. If we can't sell south of the border, all the more reason to use the steel here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He defends the interests of his region very, very strongly. especially the steel producers that he's talking about. Obviously, on this side of the House, we're committed to defending our steel and aluminum producers from coast to coast to coast. We saw that when the U.S. imposed tariffs, so we said that it was completely unacceptable, and we took retaliatory measures to ensure that we could protect our industry. We also put forward during the summer a $2 billion fund to assist the steel and aluminum industry and other industries in the context of the punitive tariffs imposed by the U.S. So I think that it's obvious that on this side of the House, we have a government that is an ally of the steel and aluminum producers and other impacted industries. With regard to the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, there were three important elements that were mentioned: trade, the environment, and jobs. And I think that when we look at trade, that is why the government stepped in to ensure that markets for Canadian resources can be exported elsewhere than the United States. We know that with regard to oil was mostly exported to Americans about 15 years ago, and even to this day we can see that 99% of our oil products are exported to the U.S. And that has an impact on the Canadian economy. It represents losses of billions of dollars each year, and it also represents jobs that are not created. And that's why the Canadian government decided that this is a promising project for the future, and that's why it decided to invest in the Trans Mountain Pipeline to ensure that we can get a fair price for our resources and funding a transition to a greener economy and greener jobs. That's also, Mr. Speaker, why we put in place the Oceans Protection Plan. We're going forward with price on pollution because we think that we have to protect the environment and also grow the economy, and that can go hand in hand because our long-term economic vitality depends on it when it comes to protecting the environment and our jobs. Thank you.
Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks. Certainly he has spoken quite eloquently about the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. What he has not done, and what I and people in Regina are looking for, is to see a clearer commitment to honour the existing contract to procure most of the steel for the project from the Evraz mill. I think the sense is that the project would continue on that basis, but it would be nice to hear the government give a clear yes to that question, and I hope it will come during the Parliamentary Secretary's final minute. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the government would provide some sort of commitment and some kind of indication as to how it intends to ensure that the remaining 25% of the steel in the Trans Mountain expansion will be procured as far as possible from Canadian steel mills. Thank you again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague. I think that he is a staunch defender of his region and the industries therein. As I said in my first reply, on this side of the House, this government is an ally of Canadian producers, as has been shown over and over the past few months when we were confronted with illegal tariffs by the U.S., when we put in place $2 billion for a fund to help steel and aluminum producers. So I think that he will always find a listening ear and a proactive government that will defend the interests of steel and aluminum producers and ensure their medium and long-term prosperity.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year on April 27th, I rose in the House to convey the concerns that BC coastal communities had with the foregone conclusion that was made by this government on the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline. The former parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources said the review was the most exhaustive in history of pipelines in Canada and that the additional steps made the process more rigorous. You know, one of the problems I have with this government is that their representatives can keep standing in this place and make such preposterous claims. First of all, the ministerial review panel in question admitted that it lacked the time, the technical expertise, and the resources to fill the gaps in the National Energy Board process. It ended up with little more than questions that remained unanswered. They kept no public records of hearings, admitted that the meetings were hastily organized, and confirmed that they had a serious lack of public confidence in the National Energy Board and its recommendations. I attended one of those meetings when it came to Victoria in 2016, so I witnessed how bad it was firsthand. Next, we have the internal memo from the office of the former Natural Resources Minister, which described the negotiations with First Nations as paternalistic, unrealistic, and inadequate. We now have evidence that this government had made up its mind to allow Texas-based Kinder Morgan to build a major pipeline, and that they regarded consultations with First Nations as simply an item to check off a grocery list. The government maintains that it fulfilled its legal duty to consult First Nations about the project before it announced it was approving the pipeline on November 29, 2016, but it has been revealed that in a meeting in late October 2016, a group of about 24 senior staff had been invited to Vancouver and were told by a senior government official at that meeting that their job was to find a way to get the pipeline approved. The NDP and our leader, Jagmeet Singh, have repeatedly told this Liberal government that their consultation process for the Trans Mountain Pipeline was completely inadequate and destined for failure. Unfortunately, our inquiries were repeatedly met with the same old Liberal arrogance. However, we found vindication last month as the unanimous Federal Court of Appeal ruling on Trans Mountain found that the National Energy Board's review of the project was so flawed that the federal government could not rely on it as a basis for its decision to approve the expansion. The court also concluded that the federal government failed in its duty to engage in meaningful consultations with First Nations before giving the green light to the project. In their consultations with Indigenous communities, the government's representatives limited their mandate to listening to and recording the concerns of Indigenous applicants, and then simply transmitting those concepts or concerns to decision makers. There was no meaningful two-way dialogue. This Prime Minister has repeatedly stated that no relationship is more important than that with Indigenous people, but the government's approval process for Trans Mountain exposed a calculated and predetermined strategy to get to a yes decision on this project. Indigenous people are entitled to a dialogue that demonstrates the government gives serious consideration to the specific and very real concerns they have. Is the Parliamentary Secretary prepared to still say that this project is going to get built in spite of these concerns? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for having brought this question forward in the House today. We know that he expresses his concerns very eloquently and authentically, and that he raises points that are very important. So, Mr. Speaker, as many have said before me, there was no guidance that was given to federal representatives to justify the Trans Mountain expansion project. None at all. None. And, in fact, on our side, it's the opposite. Mr. Speaker, our government made sure that the federal review of TMX included vast, sweeping consultations and engagement sessions with the Indigenous peoples, and all of these were carried out in good faith. Mr. Speaker, these principles are at the very heart of a healthy democracy. Processes are more effective and wiser decisions are made when all voices are heard, and that is why our government committed to review this project thoroughly. Now, as the member pointed out, We know that the federal court told us that although we improved how we proceeded with reviews of major resource projects, there were two areas where these efforts need to be improved.
The Energy Board should have included the potential impact of marine shipping as part of its review of the TMX project. And second, the Crown failed to adequately discharge its duty to consult with Indigenous people. I think it's worth reading what Justice Eleanor Dawson stated in her written decision with respect to both of these issues. On the first one, the judge said, and I quote, "I conclude that most of the flaws asserted against the NEB's process and findings are without merit. However," the justice continued, "the board made one critical error. The board unjustifiably defined the scope of the project under review not to include project-related tanker traffic." And on Indigenous engagement, she added, and I quote, "I also conclude that Canada acted in good faith and selected an appropriate consultation framework." Acted in good faith, Mr. Speaker. Where we fell down in our duty to consult was in the state of engagement known as Phase 3. Mr. Speaker, our government has heard what the court said, we're listening, and we're taking actions to ensure that we move forward in the right way. That's why the Minister of Natural Resources has announced the first step of our planned response by instructing the NEB to revisit its recommendation on the TMX expansion, to take into account the impact of the project's increased marine transportation. I'd also draw the attention of the House to yesterday's decision by the NEB to appoint the panel for this review. We're hoping that the NEB will move efficiently. The Minister has also indicated that additional steps will be announced, and I would urge the member opposite to be patient and to wait for those details, and I will conclude with that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's response. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the government, the taxpayers of Canada, are now owners of a $4.5 billion pipeline. This government has repeatedly stated that it wants to get the project built, and I think that puts the government of Canada in an inherent conflict of interest in their negotiations with First Nations. They have yet to credibly explain where all of the international buyers for our increased exported bitumen exports are lining up. They have yet to credibly state how this project is in any way going to aid our country in meeting its climate change goals. I mean, we are in 2018, and climate change is arguably the issue of the 21st century. I think it's shameful that we are letting down a young generation that's going to take this country and one day lead it through some of the biggest challenges. We are not setting them up for success, and I just hope that this government reconsiders that fact in the negotiations that go forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his comments. It's more of a comment than a question, and I agree with him on climate change and protecting the environment. As millennials, that is perhaps one of our most pressing concerns, and all societies and governments are confronted with that. But I might argue that our government is ambitious with regard to its climate change plan. In terms of fighting climate change, for example, we've put a price on pollution, which should have been done a long time ago. So this government wants to ensure that pollution has a price in Canada, the same way that we are investing almost $200 billion over the next 12 years in green infrastructure and to fund public transit, to ensure that we don't have to depend as much on current types of vehicles, and that we can have quality public transit across the country. I think that's part of us protecting the environment. Thank you. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 20-4-1.
you.